occurrences in my body. So what is unnatural about that?
Well, because you're actually having a foreign substance, which is actually
But
causing
when you
such a
say
thing.
foreign substance, what's the difference between the plant and a salad? Why can I have a salad in my body, which is a plant, what is unnatural about that? Plant? They're both just plants.
I see where you're coming from as well. That is a plant here, but then obviously, would you say the same about opium?
Well, yeah, opium before it's what's it called? Put in a lab and they add chemicals and etc. etc. It's not heroin, is it?
It's just a poppy.
It's just a poppy.
Yeah, but didn't people use that as also as a form of intoxicant?
No, but see, okay, can we first and foremost we're discussing cannabis, so let's stick to that. I'll admit my knowledge about poppy is not that great. However, I do suspect that personally, my thing is this: there is a difference between plants that that may be psychedelic and drugs that are made in a lab. There's a huge difference between the two. That's all I'm trying to get people to understand here.
So what about things like psychedelic things then, mushrooms also?
I'm not sure I have a problem with that, to be honest with you. Unless you can point out the problem to me.
Well, again, it does actually causes issues, man. Come on, man. Psychedelic
okay, bro,
drugs.
It's one thing to say it causes issues. It's another thing to actually tell me what they are.
Some people are in that fucked up state of mind for pretty much ever, bro.
Okay, but when you say some people, it could be for various of reasons. So you cannot judge the plant because of some people. If anything, you should go by the majority. So what does it generally cause? What do you know that mushroom generally causes? I'll tell you.
I don't know. I've never taken it, so I don't know for me.
Huh?
But I don't really know. I haven't really ever looked into it. But from my understanding, psychedelic drugs, it takes you out of your right state of mind, man. From
what
your
does that mean,
natural
bro?
form, your natural
What does that
way.
mean, bro? Because I'll tell you this. You know when you say it takes you out of your right state of mind, what's it called? That guy that was on the panel earlier on with his screaming and stuff like that. That took me out of my right state of mind because I was chilling and then he fucked up my head. So what does?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by taking your right state of mind? What do you mean?
Not really. So again.
Okay, so what does right state of mind mean?
So basically, you're having something that's an external intoxicant, let's say, or external substance, right?
Which everything will obviously is external. Everything.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got Canito's perfect for this conversation as well. You know that of everyone.
I said everything I consume is external. Do I consume myself? Of course, it's external.
No, but again, you're taking something which is gonna have adjust your brain chemicals.
How? Because I know the science behind this. Do you?
No, not really, but this is from what I'm saying, from my opinion, from what I understand from a person that used to smoke quite a bit of weed back in the day.
Let me give you the scientific data, yeah? The scientific data that we have in terms of what cannabis does to you, to your brain, it simply releases what's it called? That happy chemical. What's it called?
What is it called again? Yeah, dopamine. But so does crack. So does crack.
Give me a second, bro. Give me a second.
Crack.
Guys, give me a second, man. Give me a second. What it does, yeah?
Big up Walid, by the way.
It releases dopamine, and it simply blocks something called the gamma. The gamma is basically usually the gamma makes way for the dopamine, or the dopamine makes way for the gamma. That's how we operate day to day. So I'm saying to you, so basically, what cannabis does is obviously usually your dopamine is released by things that make you happy, wherever they may be. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Now, cannabis just happens to be one of those things that make you happy. That happens to release dopamine.
It's a neurotransmitter.
That's the only thing.
Releases neurotransmitter.
But it's also a depressant. Wouldn't you say that?
Neurotransmitters are among the synapses. But beside the point, yeah, weed obviously increases the chance of bronchitis as well, innit? It damages your lungs, fam.
No, what you're talking about there, you're not talking about weed. You're talking about smoke.
I'm talking about cannabis, man.
Yeah. Smoking weed. Yeah,
no.
Ahmed, to prove that you're a fair person, you're scientific, and you're not just some like guy who's in love with weed. Tell us one bad thing about weed.
Tell you what.
One bad thing about weed.
Okay, I'm just gonna get this one out the way. If you are young, obviously you have no business with neither chili, no weights, no cannabis.
Well, how
Wait,
how
wait,
young?
wait.
How
So let
young?
me finish. So in terms of the harm, I don't
How young?
personally.
How young?
Yeah, well, how young? Obviously, personally, I would say under 24 because the brain is
Yeah.
fully formed. The brain is fully formed after the age of 24. So
Yeah.
personally, I would stick
Yeah, I
to
heard
that.
the same. I've heard the same as
And
well.
he was
Now,
smoking before the age of 24 as well, innit?
well, 1 second, Stacks, man. Now, in terms of the harm, yeah, the only harm that some may point to that I have found is
Yeah.
short-term memory. There is a short-term memory loss.
Mm.
However, some people may classify that as harm. I don't personally classify that as harm because it has the opposite. It has the opposite effect. So it may
But
affect the law. It
why?
may affect.
Why?
1 second. Let me just finish, please. It may affect the short-term memory, but it improves the long-term memory, and it also improves concentrate. It also improves concentration. So I will
What's the point of
happily.
being able to
So
concentrate if you
I
can't
will
remember
happily. I
what you
said
was
improves.
concentrating
I said
on?
improves. I said improves. So I will happily. I will happily trade concentration and long-term memory with short-term memory.
Yo, Ahmed,
I would happily trade
you know
the two.
Khan is silently waiting. He's got a killer. I think he's got. Yeah, from what I remember, Khan used to be a weed smoker, right? But he stopped. He's had a.
And what kind? What else are you again? You're a nutritionist also, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I know Khan's a good person for this. I know Khan's gonna drop some bombs here soon.
Let's bring
Every single fact about weed is available, so we can look up every single claim.
Yo, before
we'll
we
just
forget,
go by your facts, bro.
Before we forget, I think we've got
yo.
1 sec. I think we've got an American on the panel. Davey Nums, are you from a state where cannabis has been legalized? Yo, Davey,
Can I say wait? Can I say one thing regarding David Nums? Yeah, I've known him for a while. He believes that Donald Trump and all them lot are trannies, innit? I'm just saying, yeah, he think they're all transsexuals and shit, innit? So
really?
Yeah. The guy literally believes all this shit. All these, like,
we can touch on that in a little while.
Where weed is free.
So I'm just saying, to hear his view, yeah, it's gonna be a bit off key, innit?
Yeah. So Ahmed, back to the age of 25, innit?
Okay, 24.
All right, okay, 24. So before 24, it's not advised that you should smoke weed, innit?
No.
So how can we, like, as a society, implement that? How can we tell people that, you're 18, you can have sex, you can drive a car, you can get married, you can have a kid, but you can't smoke this weed? How are you going to tell them that?
You could fight in the military.
You know what?
What did he say?
Well,
call out the military.
No, I said you could join the military. You can't.
You could
in the military.
You can join the military, I think he said.
Until you're 25. You're going to be a fucking general.
You could argue that, what's it called again? All of those things which you could do at 18. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do understand the question that you're putting forth, and obviously, yes, it is quite challenging. However, you could argue that all of those things that you are allowed to do at 18 is something that you are capable to do at 18. However, scientifically, you are not capable of smoking before the age of 24. That's the scientific data. What are we going to do about it? So the smartest thing to do, in my opinion, and the best way to keep it away from children's hands is by legalizing it. That way you can actually have control of its sale, and you would only sell it to adults. Because at the moment,
so let's say you were selling it, right? At the moment,
children can easily get it.
All right, cool. Let's say we made it into a product and we were selling it, right? Considering the fact that it's not really true what you said about the only damage being short-term memory, that there is such a thing called cannabis psychosis, where that cannabis can, like, literally fuck up your whole life.
Well, hold on.
How are we gonna, like, sell a product knowing that maybe if it's 1%, 5% of the population could have this negative reaction to it. How are we going to sell that product?
All right, cool. First and foremost, Khan, please, for the sake of the audience listening, I think for the sake of honesty, you should add the rest. When you say psychosis, you should tell people who that may happen to. Because when you say it can cause psychosis, the way you just put it right now, it's as though it can happen.
It is genetic.
No, we're talking about
it is down to genetics, right?
People younger than 25, it's more likely to happen.
No. That's not what that's not what the data says, bro.
It can also happen to adults,
tell the
though.
people what the data says, Khan.
If you start smoking at a young age, it impedes the natural development of synapses in your mind.
Yes, but when you talk about psychosis, what is the data available, Khan? Not what you like. What is the data available, Khan?
Tell us, innit? I'm not going to argue over the data. It's just that.
The data available that we have is if you are predisposed to schizophrenia, genetically predisposed to schizophrenia, then it may trigger it. That is the data that we have. Not any Tom, Dick, and Harry, bro.
So you're saying that people should go and pay for tests themselves to find out whether or not they're genetically predisposed to marijuana use, and then get a disclaimer or a proof that they can go and buy marijuana with. That
makes more sense.
You've just invented a whole fucking industry.
You just asked me a question. That makes more sense and is more fair than to basically take over 90% of people's rights away because of the small percentage of people that may have schizophrenia in their genes. Would you tell me which is more just, that you do it the other way, or that you punish 90% of people because of what can happen to a small percentage of people?
Well, it depends where the liability lies. If I'm selling you a product, and I'm not telling you that, a certain percentage of the population might have adverse effects, regardless of where that risk is caused. If it's caused by your genetics or whatever it is, or you smoke when it was raining, whatever the cause is.
Hold on, we sell cigarettes and alcohol, don't we?
That's what I was about to say, Ahmed. You took it out of my mouth, my brother. I was going to say the cigarette and alcohol cause more damage, but go ahead, my brother.
Exactly. Hold on. We know cigarettes and alcohol causes
damage. But it damages everyone equally.
You can't say, wait. Hold on. You can't sell cigarettes and alcohol knowing
but the damage is to everyone equally.
So you're saying that's better?
No, I'm saying the more you smoke, the more damage you incur, right?
No. Where did you get that? The more you smoke,
if smoking cigarettes damages your lungs.
Yes, cigarettes, yes.
Oh, yeah. So obviously then it's down to you, innit? The more you smoke, the more damage you're going to incur, innit?
No, but when you say it's down to you, why don't you say it's down to you?
But same could apply with cannabis as well.
Guys, can we please stop?
Anyone arguing against cannabis is fucked up, because people are dying, people are really ill, and you're saying they shouldn't have cannabis. Is that what you're saying, yeah?
No, not only that. Not only that.
That's fucking scumbag attitude, that. If you don't want to do it, it's up to you, but you don't have a fucking right to tell anyone else what they do with their fucking body, yeah? No one. None of you.
Not only that, yeah. You can't.
So would you agree of people taking heroin then?
Do you know that all these drugs in certain quantities can actually help people? Now I'm not for hard drugs.
No, but you're for
everything
has medicinal properties.
Yeah, but you said no one can tell no one what to do with the body and whatnot. You know what I mean? So it just comes down to it a little bit, you know.
If you had a relative who was in pain and cannabis would help him, would you not let him have it? Yeah.
Would you let your parents take crocodile?
Say please, because I just joined here. Well, I was gonna say, if you speak on behalf of fairness here, you cannot be selling alcohol, cigarette, knowing what it's doing to NHS here. The NHS will tell you the
exactly. Every fucking day people die of that shit.
And then you deny cannabis, yeah? That's not right. I'm trying to say, if you're gonna ban them all, if you're gonna allow it all. There's no pick and choose. Only because politicians do it, they drink and they possibly like to smoke, that does not mean it's okay. But go ahead.
No, I agree with you. And if you
hear us making a case for cigarettes and alcohol,
yeah,
you
exactly.
say that.
No, he did.
But no, this is why when I jumped on, I gave both sides of an argument about why weed should be legalized. and the reason
mic working?
behind it, but I also mentioned the bad parts of the weed.
Interruption, I don't like it. I'll let you deal with it. I just came to add in my bit. I think you need to pay close attention to what Ahmed is saying. You know, I may disagree with my brother with a lot of things, but there's a lot of things that I agree with him too.
No, I agree with him also towards an extent. That's the thing. I agree with Ahmed.
All I'm saying is, guys, please give me a chance. What I'm saying is, you've got to be consistent. You cannot say you don't want to sell cannabis because there's a small percentage of people that may be predisposed to schizophrenia and they may develop psychosis, whilst at the same time selling cigarettes and alcohol to the masses. You can't have the two at the same time.
Is there a genetic component to the use of? Is there a genetic component to the use of cigarettes and alcohol? It's equally harmful to everybody.
So you're saying because it's equally harmful, it's okay. How's that an argument?
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying that there's a sort of mismatch. It's not equal. You're saying, okay, this is the same as that. And I'm saying, no, but there's this other component that you're not considering.
Can't, bro. You cannot say because this one discriminates against a small percentage of people and this one does not. This one is okay and that one is not. No, but you've got to look at it in terms of liability. If you're making cigarettes, with weed in, packaging it as a company and selling it, and saying this is used for recreational use, and you're selling spliffs in boxes like Benson and Hedges and whatever, then people go and buy it. The ones that have the genetic, missing gene or whatever, all of a sudden they're getting ill. They can sue you. No, they can't. Let me tell you why they can't. They can't. What do you have on alcohol packaging and cigarette packaging? You have warnings on them, do you not?
Recently.
Wait, well, but recently a lot. Please, let's not change the arguments. They're there. Let's stick on the facts. Fact of the matter is, you have warnings on them. The reasons you have warnings on them is you're basically washing your hands of any responsibility. You're warning them, and then you're basically saying whatever you do is up to you. You know the score. That's the reason you put the warning on the label. The same could be applied to cannabis. If someone is an adult over a certain age, they are responsible for their life, especially when you have it on the same packaging of cannabis that it may trigger blah 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 if you are predisposed to schizophrenia. How is that different? How is that different warning than the warning that you have on cigarettes?
If we created the parallel universe, and in that parallel universe, your arguments were made into reality, so people could only smoke weed after the age of 25 or 24, and there was warnings on packets, and the doctors would do you a test to see if you're genetically predisposed to certain illnesses, and we did all that, we could say that weed's not really a problem.
Well, that's
we're not living in a parallel universe where Ahmed makes
hold on, you can't even say parallel.
We're living in this universe.
But I agree with Ahmed here, man.
No. Khan, you try to make it out into a fairy tale when it's happening in this world today. It's happening in America. It's happening in Canada. What are you talking about? It's happening all over.
Wait. What I'm going to say, I swear from cigarettes, over 100 or 200,000 people in the UK die every year regarding smoking fags. And alcohol is like, I think it's way more if I'm correct. You know what I mean? So... I don't know, man.
1 minute. You're saying you're agreeing with Ahmed based on what though? Like, what's your
I'm agreeing with Ahmed what he's saying about the weed should be sold and whatnot in it on that state in it. But obviously the pros and cons part, I'm not fully agreeing with that.
So you're saying that people that's over 25 should be able to go and buy weed, Now, what if they then turn around and supply that weed to someone that's under 25?
That's a separate argument.
Again, the reason why it is a separate argument, you could say the same thing about alcohol and cigarettes.
Exactly.
All right, so what happens when you supply alcohol to a minor?
You get put charged by the police, innit?
But how severe is it?
I don't really know.
I don't know. It is.
But it depends on the shop as well.
Is there imprisonment involved?
If it's a shopkeeper, the business can get shut down and they could lose the alcohol license. many things can happen, but it depends on how
Yeah,
often you keep on doing it. They do
the test purchases, don't they? They send like underage people into off licenses and that and check. They do the same thing to check to see if people are like dodging cigarette duties. You know, people sell like Polish cigarettes and that under the counter cigarettes, the tax-free ones.
Is there any imprisonment involved in that?
Yeah, there can be. Yes.
I think so. Yeah, if you
but not a long imprisonment, a short one.
You fuck with HMRC.
There is one of my mates' dad. One of my mates' dad actually went to prison for this, for selling cigarettes.
Oh, so he actually went
from
prison?
The shop. Yeah. From his shop, he used to sell loads of cigarettes in it.
Oh, you lot! I have the sickest topic for you lot today.
Go on, man.
I would argue. Okay, let me just give you lot the highlight. I would argue that America actually practices Sharia law.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Go on. Drop this one. Drop this one, innit?
Huh?
I got a good idea what you're gonna say, yeah. But go ahead.
Well, okay. But first and foremost, I go by the Quran. It's not a secret, so let's not attack me for that, yeah. Now,
all right, cool.
According to the Quran, we have something called the Sunnatillah. Sunnatillah is basically the way of God that God deals with certain civilizations when they go too far. So you will find in the Quran a pattern of a civilization will basically go too far in terms of being unjust and oppressive, and then they will get a messenger who will try and give them a warning about what they are doing. Now, if they listen to that messenger, God would leave that civilization be. If they don't listen to that messenger, God would destroy that civilization. Now, so the pattern that we realize in those civilizations that God destroys is that those civilizations become oppressive and unjust. So the only way to fight against oppression and unjustness is by number one, having freedom of speech. You've got to be able to talk without being imprisoned or oppressed because of your views. Number one. And number two, when it comes to freedom of speech, we got to pay attention to what happened to the Prophet. The Prophet literally got was not evicted, persecuted for freedom of speech. He simply spoke against the norms of the society.
Societal norms,
the societal norms of that time. And simply because he spoke against the societal norms, he was chased out. He wasn't chased out because he claimed to be a prophet, because they could easily dismiss him as someone that's deluded. But it's what he was saying that were going against their societal norms. So he was a threat to the status quo. You understand what I'm saying? So number one, freedom of speech is key in the Quran, but people don't seem to realize that. Number two, the other thing that's key in the Quran is that the people should be able to hold the elite into account. Do you see what I'm saying to you? So that basically means people holding the elite into account is by definition democracy. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Now, with that said, what are the things that the Quran talks about? Really and truly, the Quran talks about, number one, it talks about murder. Now, if someone commits a murder, if someone dies, who is going to be the person that is affected because of their death? It's going to be their family member.
Their dependents,
right? Yeah, their dependents. Okay. So what do their dependents do? They go to the law to get it to get it sorted. Now, in America, they actually have, in certain states in America, they actually go in accordance to the Quran, because the Quran, in accordance to the Quran, is what? That the dependent can go and basically get the person who killed one of theirs. He can dead them off if he wants to. Or he can forgive them. Do you see what I'm saying? Or he can forgive them. Now, in America, that is actually fulfilled, because death penalty does actually exist.
1 second, I'm going to quickly mention this, right? I don't know if it's true or not, but ain't some of American laws are written according
Based
to the
Sharia,
Thomas Jefferson Quran?
Yes, he did say so, yeah.
Yeah? Thomas Jefferson Quran, innit?
Yeah. So what's this now? Yeah. So they had the.
Yeah. So he was studying law, and he used the Quran, which he bought from the Ottoman Empire during the time, and you can still find it in the museum somewhere in America, the Thomas Jefferson Quran.
Yeah. So what's this now? Yeah. So they do have death penalty. Number one, they do have compensation. Number two, and so that's the death part. Number two, the stealing and whatnot. I know a lot of Muslims like to say, "Oh, the verse says cut off the hand of the thief," but they never read the verses in context, because the following verse, the very following verse, literally says, "But have no way against them if they repent." Now, you and I both know that if somebody can repent from getting their hand chopped off, they will do so. And you and I both know that if you actually value what the Quran says, the Quran unequivocally says, if they repent, have no way against them. So you cannot chop off their hand. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So that context can only mean that either you imprison them or you get them out of the society, because that's where they have committed the crime. Now, America, they already do so. If you steal, then they have their ways of dealing with you. To cut the long story short, you know, in Alabama now, they have this law against pedophiles where they will castrate pedophiles right now. Yeah. You know,
I heard about this chemical castration.
Yeah,
correct.
Wait there. I'm struggling.
In Alabama.
I'm struggling here. Are you saying what are you saying that America has like what de facto Sharia law, or like a kind of
America has
basically
America has de facto Sharia law, because the whole point of Sharia is literally to create a law that creates some sort of deterrence from crime. That's the whole point of Sharia. So if you have a death sentence for murder, and if you have obviously prison for people that commit theft and stuff like that, and you have compensation systems, and then you have castration for pedophiles, I don't know why anywhere. I don't know. And you have democracy where you can hold the elite into accountable. I don't know what problem anyone could have.
Yo, Ahmed, you know you need a couple G blockers.
I don't see how that goes against the Quran.
You need some G blockers around here for that discussion, I reckon. You know, we have to get Rob. Have to get Rob on someone.
I'll ask my Sunni brothers.
I
don't see how that goes against the Quran in any way, shape, or form.
I see where you're coming from also regarding this. I do understand exactly where you're coming from. I thought about this in the past as well, because when they mock Arab countries for having Sharia law, America does have very similar laws themselves. Do you know what I mean?
But they can, you can say they do the things that Muslims do, but do they not do the things that Muslims don't do?
What do you mean?
So he's saying that you can compare the similarities, but are they the differences the same as well? Do they steer clear of the things that Muslims steer clear of as well?
That's a true one as well. Yeah, kind of make a great point there.
See what I mean? So basically, what I'm trying to get at is capitalism and the desire to make money being behind every decision made. Does that not undo the possible, justice that could have been there? Does it not make it unjust then?
No, when you talk about capitalism and stuff like that, that's a separate argument. I don't disagree with you there. I'm just talking about the criminal factor. That's pretty good.
Okay.
No, yeah, America is a bit like that.
Capitalism is affecting the what's it called, isn't it? Like the prisons. They're having privately run prisons.
Can I give you an example? You know the founder of Domino's. I swear down, I read about this years ago. Yeah, but he opened up a village.
Never seen me in.
Oh, that's a Turkish brethren there, man.
Come on, it's the Turkish takeover, TOITN.
Yeah, so
it's an Ottoman thing, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Thing.
I don't know. Ahmed.
You get me? So
yeah. But Ahmed, what I was gonna say, I swear the founder of Domino's created his own little town or a village, if I'm correct, that's run by Christian laws, where he's banned porn and certain access to internet and all that stuff.
Wow.
Would you say this? Yeah. I swear it's the founder of Domino's that done this. He paid hundreds of millions to do this, innit? And it's I think if I'm correct, if it's Catholic, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But would you say that's also similar regarding Sharia law?
No, not at all. Because
you know where I'm coming from.
I would say Sharia law only governs. I would say Sharia law only governs the society so that people.
Can they actually hear us?
Yeah,
One minute. I would say it only governs society in terms of so that people don't
Hello.
transgress
To be fair, I
against
don't
each
really
other.
want to hear that.
Like things like watching porn and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Yo,
Obviously,
Afghan just
you
wanted
can
to
hear
say.
it.
Afghan just wanted to say.
Oh, that's nice. And big up her hand sanitizer.
You see, Asif, wait, let me respond to Asif, yeah. You see, when it comes to things like pornography, yeah, I'll be honest with you. I would say that banning pornography is actually an evil thing to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me tell you. Now, you see, banning full stop is really not something that I would endorse because human beings have been given free will. Our free will is useless if we cannot do wrong. You understand what I'm saying to you? I should have the opportunity, I should have the ability to do wrong and choose not to do so myself. You cannot take away the choice from me. Do you see what I mean? Does that make any sense?
I kind of see where you're coming from regarding it, but depending on the type of a state we're living in also, isn't it? If you're living in a secular state, I see where you could come
No,
from
I would
regarding the
argue
argument.
that Islamically, you couldn't even prove yourself to be a Muslim unless you could be in circumstances where you would submit your will for other than Allah. To say that I'm going to basically get rid of every single thing that I could do wrong, how are you submitting your will to the will of Allah then? You imprisoned yourself. You're cheating. That's cheating in my opinion.
Yeah, look, I found this thing. It's in Florida, so there's a Florida town in it, yeah.
So Ahmed, you're saying that
what is it, Dan? I'm posting the link in the back chat, yeah.
What is the guy's name? Domino?
Yeah, I think it's the Domino's guy, but it's a town in Florida. I think that's the link that I saw. Yeah, 5 years ago, man. Fucking, I found the link from 5 years ago, though.
honestly, yeah, I would argue that these so-called secular societies are more Islamic than supposed Islamic countries. Because listen, the number one thing that God gave me is what? Free will. What happens to me in Islamic countries? The number one thing you go for is my free will. So these supposed secular countries are more Islamic than supposed Islamic countries. You can't take people's free will away. You know what I mean? Like, God gave me this ability to choose. How are you going to take it away from me? Who are you?
Wow, you're making a good case on that.
Exactly. Thank you.
The case is there, but then you have to understand as well, yeah, a lot of Americans, like especially the current administration, is run a lot by Christian fundamentals, which do have a similar, well, I don't know what word to use here, like, but similar, like, you know what I mean, way of living or thinking, whatever you want to say. You know?
Yeah, I like the logic that Ahmed's using, because it's like saying, like when we do fasting, like if you're doing fasting in a country where everyone else is doing fasting,
I'll tell you a fun fact, yeah.
They close the shop, innit? So
I'll tell you a fun fact here, what I read at one point. I read this, right? So you know, one of the first presidents of the UK, of America, right? If I'm correct, right, there was about 4 or 5 of them that were candidates that were Muslims.
Yeah. I think you told me that before.
I don't know if I told you that before.
I
don't think I've ever mentioned this on the live streams.
Well, it was someone else that mentioned it, then.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. And some of them are black people as well and everything.
No,
and
it was you. I don't know if it was on a live.
Man.
Might not have been on a live stream.
I don't think I ever mentioned this to anyone, to be honest. It's one of them things I've just read time ago, innit? But obviously, I'm not too clear of all the details. But I knew this was something regarding with Thomas Jefferson again. This is the mad bit, innit?
Yeah.
You know? Do you know I'll tell you something, jokes here. You know, at one point, yeah, Winston Churchill family, yeah, they were scared about him becoming a Muslim, because when he done some military thing in the Ottoman Empire on the weekends, chilling there with his Kadura, smoking shisha and all that stuff with his brethren. I swear down, yeah. Look this up, innit? You know what I mean? Mad, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Well, you know, a lot of the Knights Templar, they converted to Islam. A lot of the Crusaders, they got
that is true.
Islamic influences in their religion. A lot of modern Christianity is actually devised to kind of like reject Islam because of that reason.
Yep, I see why. I see exactly why as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we should really, like, do you know what we should do with Christians? Yeah? We should focus on our similarities with Christians, bro. Because, like, we have more things in common than we don't. We should focus on the things that we have in common. And inshallah, hopefully God will guide them in it. Because you got to remember, our difference is very small. Christians is not really the issue to me. My issue is these atheists, bro. There's too many of them lately.
Well, atheism is growing a lot, though, in the Western world at the moment, anyway, in general. You know what I mean? But then we have to also look into why is this actually happening.
You know what? I'm going to be controversial. I think atheism is growing because of the image that they are getting from religions. So the image that they are getting from Christianity based on Christians, and the image that they're getting from Islam based on Muslims, as an example. So I think one of the major causes of atheism is the behavior of people that claim to adhere to religions.
I kind of agree with you as well. I guess that we could put that as one of the factors, though.
Yeah, one of the factors.
Yeah, one of the factors.
Yeah,
I'll agree with you on that line, innit?
Yeah, one of, not the, but one of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you're saying if Christians were going out and doing charitable acts,
bro,
and doing what they're supposed to be doing as Christians.
Extreme, you know, like hardcore Christians are identical in terms of their behavior and character to Salafis. They're very much like the Salafis. Like,
well, it depends what kind of Christians you're talking about as well, innit? So if you're talking about the Russian Orthodox, then I guess you could say that. But then you got these like American evangelicals, which
they're
are
like that as well. Have you not heard them?
They are, yeah. I heard them, bro. Them televangelists and all them.
They're crazy, bro.
Bro, they're nuts. But I won't say they're like the Salafis. Also, towards an extent, you can say yes, but then towards an extent, right? I would disagree with it because a lot of their things
from an
relies on prophesize.
Okay, from an atheist perspective, would they not look like Salafis to
them? They will, in a way, yes. I see where you're coming from, innit? Because I do the same thing what you're doing as well. I do sometimes try to look from different perspectives also.
I think Wahhabis are similar to Protestants.
Nah, I disagree.
Their whole belief is based on
Protestants are like more like Shias or something, bruv, in my eyes, bruv. You know what I mean?
No, Shias are more like Catholics.
Nah, bruv. What they do? Nah.
With all the saints and all that.
You could say Ishmaelis then, because they got all the popes, innit?
Exactly.
No. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bad one. It is a bad one, isn't it? You know,
Velle Vision telling me to come on G Block, bruv. I would, but you need to bring up a hangout, man. That flipping app is annoying.
I hate that app, man. I hate StreamYard. I never jump on StreamYard.
And another thing I don't like about that channel is there's too many of them and they all gang up on you, bruv. You need some Muslims in there. You know what they do, bro? They literally pat themselves on the back. They'll say anything and then pat themselves on the back, regardless of its validity. It's annoying.
Dumbasses. That's why I call it Ultra Funky Low IQ Ultra. Because you know what he done yesterday?
I told you, look, Velle was racist. He comes on the panel with 5 people and he picks out the black guy and he's like, "Yeah, come with me. I'll take you to the promised land."
Yeah, Asif, I think you got
and he's bribing him.
You got under ultra.
He's bribing him with food. That we got food. We got grub.
What's that, Nasser? I mean, Dan. What's that?
No. I said I think you got under Ultra Funky's skin with that comment yesterday. That definitely.
No, because obviously it's due to you have to see the context what happened. We were talking about regarding Tommy Robinson and teaching kids about porn or whatever it is, masturbation in school, right? man comes in and saying, "Oh, my teaching is that, my religion teaches that." No one was talking about religion at any point. You know what I mean? So obviously that's a very low IQ comment, and he just has to go into straight away religion all the time. And the guy seems always throw ad libs anyway, in my eyes, from what I've seen of Ultra Funky. And
you better mind he don't turn up,
low
bro.
IQ.
He might turn up. He might turn up.
I'll probably get under his skin again with the low IQ Ultra.
If Velle's over here poaching for people to go over there, there's no way anyone from there is coming over here. No way. We're safe. We're quite safe.
Yeah, it got sticky. It got sticky for someone.
I want them to come over here, though, man. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Atheists are so easy to destroy. So I don't know how they're getting away with it, man.
You know how they're getting away with it, bro. They made their own channel, and they got like 4 or 5 people in there. That's how they're doing it. Like even when they lose, they're claiming that
even
we
when
won,
they lose, they claim victory, bro.
Yeah.
even when you bring like
that's Velle, bro.
Evidence.
That's Velle. Velle will never ever admit that he took the L. Never.
Nah, I think James Jones is the worst.
If you catch James Jones like bang to rights, he'll put his hands up.
James Jones and Stops. I think Stops and James Jones is the worst, personally.
I think James Stones actually has a lot of integrity.
Stops will actually back down, but Rob will not.
Stops is a fool, bro.
No, but he will, if you catch Stops, he will back down. But Rob will not. Rob will not back down.
Yeah. Rob's a robot, bro.
And James Jones is another one. Before you've even challenged his ideas, the way he speaks he's so certain, like it's bulletproof. Every single thing he says. I've been accused of that as well.
I do that a lot. People hate it, innit?
No one likes that kind of stuff, bro.
No one likes that.
You know what you should do, even when you've got a fact that is indisputable, always drop it in a humble way, because people don't like it when you sound too arrogant.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
That's true.
But then again, as an atheist, I don't think they have a choice but to be egotistical. But let me tell you why I say that. Yeah,
go on.
Because you and I, we basically accept that we are dependent. That we are dependent on a creator who sustains us. So we accept our position of dependence, and we are happy with what God has done for us. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So it's a very simple position. However, if you do not accept your position as a dependent, by definition, you have to be the shit. There's no choice. If I don't have a creator and I only have a couple of years to live, best believe I'm not leaving this planet until I think I am the absolute shit. Because anything less than that was just a waste of time. I didn't need to exist.
Yeah, you said atheism breeds like I don't know, like egoism. A kind of an egoism. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't see how it would not. I could be wrong, but I just don't see an alternative. If you don't believe in an afterlife, then why should you not be egotistical?
Interesting.
Why should you? Yeah, why should you not be your master? If you don't accept a master above you, then you're not gonna accept a human being as a master, are you?
That's a good question. Right? That'd be a good. See,
I thought the same before as well, isn't it? Like like when we say we're the slaves of Allah.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. We're not gonna let anyone else be our slave.
You see what I see the G block thing is? It's basically hold up an example of something that's problematic for religious people, and basically reinforce your position as non-religious based on that position. But if atheists were to consider, are we becoming more egotistical? But ask questions of themselves. So show title on G block. Are we becoming more egotistical without religion or something like that? Like basically, what is there? What is there in the absence of religion? What do you feel? What do you fill your life with? Where do you extract your meaning from? Do you just get it from the clothes that you've got in your wardrobe, the car that you got on your driveway, the job that you've got, the girlfriend you've got, whatever it is, the house that you've got? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Oh, we got Water in the chat. Water, jump on, man. Come do this thing. I've got to go and run up the shop quickly, but I'm going to take my phone with me. So I'll be.
Dan, what do you reckon? That's a good topic, isn't it?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is that
the thing is, Dan, where does the self-reflection come in when you're dealing with atheists?
Exactly.
Like you're better off being a Buddhist than an atheist.
Anything than an atheist, really. Anything is better than an atheist.
Fucking hell. But like, G Block have got their niche though. They've said, there's a whole set of these atheist agnostic types out here, man. And they get tired of I tell you straight up, they get tired of the religious talk. It's really and truly, if religion is just about you kind of living your life and you finding like an optimal system for navigating the world and society and whatever, then there doesn't really need to be much to talk about, really. And I kind of agree with what you're saying, Ahmed. Like, people who are religious should probably just focus on the similarities, the commonalities that exist, especially if you're from the Abrahamic faiths. And yeah, just kind of cut through. But I don't know. Yeah, if you want to kind of lay out this egoism thing, I'm all ears. But yeah, I've just got to move away from the computer, so I'll be floating around. But yeah, go through it, Ahmed.
Okay, you know what it is, bro? Yeah, I've tried to poke holes in it. I've tried to put myself in the shoes of someone who's an atheist because I really wanted to see, where they're coming from, and I'm stuck at egoism. I could be wrong, which is why I'm putting it forth to you guys to put something else to me. But I'm stuck at egoism.
Well, certain individuals, yes, I agree with that. Like, Ultra Funky is one of them. Trust me. All ego shit, bruv. I'm not even chatting shit, bruv. He has never provided a single argument.
Yeah, man's got a healthy ego.
Yeah. He's never provided one single argument regarding religion. It's just ad-libs.
I believe hi guys. I believe most of the atheists that are on G Block are I think they believe in something bigger than themselves, but because of things they've seen in the Bible and they show morality. They show morality. They
so would you say they rejected religion? That's
exactly. I would say they're more in the rejection of religion and the things that they see, the badness they see, and because look at the way they live. I mean, they're moral people. They want to strive to be good. They want to see good.
Ain't that
remember I mentioned
society values though?
They're not really society values because there's a love you see. It's a true atheist. You guys, if you've seen a true atheist, you would know. Would realize, you'd know. Like this guy, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't care. But
the laser eye.
Yeah, the laser eye.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, Water, because we were talking about that earlier. That a lot of atheists are really put off by people who claim to adhere to religions. So we acknowledge that exists. Now, there is two things that I've always separated, and that is someone who has problems with religions and someone who has problems with a creator. The two are different.
Or authority.
Yeah, the two are different. You know what I'm saying to you? So if someone has issues with religions, fine, that's a separate argument. I don't really have an issue with that individual. But if someone has an issue with a creator existing, that's the conversation I want to have. That's the one I'm curious about.
Yeah. But how do we not show a creator without showing a religion? There has to be, usually anything to do with God is a religion. Even if you look at the pagans, they had their own.
Yeah, not always the case, because there are atheists that actually do believe in a God or like an intelligent energy or something along them lines. That does happen. There are what are them type of atheists called again?
But yet again, they're doing that just because they are going against religion.
Yeah. There's that as well, but they do believe
always go against.
But there are atheists that don't believe in a God at all. They don't believe there is such a thing. So you have to understand there are different type of atheists also. And
but like we said, we know that they're saying they don't believe in a creator or a higher morality than humanity. Okay, because there's certain things that humans do that animals don't do. If we look at a human compared to another creature, another species, you see that we're completely different.
This is where you get a bit wrong. This is where you get a bit wrong because down to these atheists, yeah, they say they would even throw an argument how there's a big space out there.
A big space.
Yeah, the space, man. Space exploring type of shit, you know?
Well,
galaxies, universes, so and so shit.
What does that mean?
They'll say there could be another intelligent out there, man. Yeah, there could be another intelligent out there, innit? That we haven't encountered yet.
So they could, but that's another type of atheist because now they're working off of less evidence than we are.
Yeah, but
we're working off old scriptures. We're working.
Yeah, but listen. But what their argument will be regarding it'll be obviously it's not like it's 100% true, innit? So it's like a maybe thing, innit? There can be, and we're still exploring what's out there still.
Yeah,
you know what
again, I mean, they're just working off a theory, and they're saying if someone just says to you, "Oh, there's aliens out there," and these are the, even if there were atheists, aliens. What does that even mean? That doesn't mean they're gods.
It doesn't have to mean. No, it doesn't mean. It doesn't have to mean. There could be mean that there's some other intelligent life out there that could be.
But even if there are, they're still in our universe. They're still in our universe. They're still flying around in spaceships or whatever. They're still living in a planet.
Yeah.
It basically it's just
they still come under our God.
They're still going to come under exactly the laws of what we're living.
Maybe,
under.
But again, that's what I'm just obviously I'm not an atheist myself, but these are type of a similar arguments they will try to put out there, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like the Big Bang's one of them.
Absolutely.
This is how the shit started.
But
when you ask them a simple question, it's like, where did them fucking atoms come from to start the Big Bang, or what caused the movement of the atoms to collide with each other and everything? That's the bit no one has an answer to. And that's where the question comes into also, even by top scientists, that there can be a God because of this. Do you know what I mean? Because the energy was supposed to come from somewhere.
Can say that.
They do say that. Some of them, it's actually a big argument in the scientific world, isn't it?
I made Rob admit that he cannot fully dispute the existence of God.
No, Rob has always said that.
Yeah.
He's always
I made him admit it.
Yeah, he's always said that. But you know what you should do, bro? Yeah, this is what you should do to atheists. Yeah, you know how they like saying, there is no evidence for God. Just simply ask them what is their criteria that they would deem evidence for God, and they will all malfunction. All of them. They don't have a criteria. So if you don't have a criteria for what you deem to be evidence, how can I show you evidence?
That is true.
Just ask them that question.
That is true. But now what they expect though, one second, what they expect from me chatting to Rob last time, yeah, about Arab slavery and stuff, yeah, and then he mentioned, oh, wouldn't your almighty powerful Allah, wouldn't he stop slavery just like that if he was almighty and stuff? So they expect like something God just to change things suddenly all the time. Your reality. Do you know where I'm coming from?
That would prove without a doubt, and basically choice is not even a factor anymore because
but that's what I mean. That's what
he's standing in front of you.
Yeah, that's the thing. What I meant, what I told him afterwards. But what I said to him as a reply, obviously God has gave us willpower in it, which is actually is in the Quran and everywhere. You know what I mean? We got the freedom to do things in it. We got our own choice we can make. So willpower, and that's when he kind of stopped at that.
But because at the end, like I said to when I tell atheists, what I say to atheists is usually when they say that it's basically the world is over, because the minute God appears, the structure is over. His rules must be applied, because he's not going to be we're not going to be in his domain, and then he's just going to be letting everything go. At one point, it's all going to end. The suffering will end. There has to be a decision made. How long will it go? Obviously, it's up to God. But the minute God appears, the minute that God appears to man, it's done. To the universe, to
me, Walter, atheists are materialist people. They believe in the physical, but they have a difficulty with the metaphysical. So when we try to say that there's a God and we have this religion that teaches us how to get close to God, and they don't feel spiritually on that wavelength. They feel like as if, You know, like it's like you invited the best runner from the Paralympics to run in the Olympics. Like they feel that they can't compete on that level. So then they reject that authority. We're saying God's the authority, but to get to God and gain favor with him, you need to kind of like feel this connection, which they don't feel.
1 second. James Jones, I wasn't talking about you personally. We were talking about all of the atheists.
I have, because I have some friends.
Stop it.
I have some friends who I basically believe are true atheists, meaning that religion has never affected them. They just live their lives. And what affects them the most is when they see a loved one go. You know what I'm saying? Like they see that their sister go, and they're like, what just happened here? Do you understand? Like he was living his life, he was enjoying it, he was trying his best to strive to get to, taking care of his. He's really not worried about like what the Bible says, because he never read the Bible, he never read the Quran, he never read nothing, and he's just going on his life. And then all of a sudden he hits him in the face because, let's say, his sister got sick, and like he's completely in shock.
Khan was an atheist, right? At one point, Khan. Khan was an atheist, so he's a good person to talk about it regarding these things as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at someone has a very bad relationship with God. Do you know what I mean?
When we look at people like Ultra, they've been around religion. They've seen the effects of it. They go against it verbally. They go attacking it. Whereas, let's say, if you go to a guy who lived in Russia for most of his life,
if someone's left to their own devices, like that can happen.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if you're left to interpret this whole thing on your own, like you can go down the wrong roads.
Sure.
So you can't blame people for not having, like a better understanding of faith if they don't have any. They don't have a guidance.
That's why I can't blame a friend who's an atheist, because I could, when he's down and out, I'll try to, and he asks me the question, then I could tell him what I believe. I don't want to like just push it down his throat.
Here's the thing, Walter. If there was a country, let's say that was 100% Sharia, and you was an atheist, it would not stop you in any way of living a normal life. You'd still do all the things that your friend's done. Do you know what I mean? And you would live the same life as an atheist. The fact is, if you think of being in that position, you'd benefit from everyone else being.
But at one point it does hit you. At one point,
living by a standard. See what I mean?
Your mind starts
even
to
if he was, what I'm saying is, even if he was an atheist, why would you want to promote atheism as a lifestyle or as a doctrine for humanity?
Well, there is no doctrine, right?
Exactly. The doctrine of no doctrine.
Yeah.
Even if he was the atheist, the best thing you can do is shut your mouth about it.
Hey, you know what's it called? That Satanist, that American Satanist. I forgot his name. A very famous Satanist.
Anton LaVey.
No, the guy that came up with the quote of "Do what thou wilt."
You're talking about Aleister Crowley. You weren't American,
Thank you. Yes, Aleister Crowley. Really and truly, if you think about that quote, "Do what thou wilt."
Yeah.
How does that not befit an atheist?
I live by that.
No, I'm saying an atheist.
I'll do what I will, because when I say I'm not talking about my ego. I'm looking at a different part of me.
Well said. But I'm talking about the proponents of "do what thou wilt." It basically means I don't have to, apply any moral laws. It basically means I can do whatever the fuck I want. So with an atheist, really and truly, they would have to agree with Aleister Crowley's quote. Why should not one do what thou wilt if there is no God? Why should not one literally do whatever they will?
Good point. Yeah, good point.
Exactly.
But I don't quite get where Aleister Crowley still believed in something. He believed in Baphomet or fucking Beelzebub or whoever. I don't know.
Satan.
Yeah, he believed in that guy, innit? He did. But
they have to accept that there's an awakening, because some people, they do awaken from from evil. They can awaken from it. There are people that have actually killed people and awaken from it and realize, oh wow, what did I do?
Yeah.
There is an awakening that happens, and most of us, we're lucky that we're there already. We know it's wrong. It's morally wrong. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't feel right. And then there's a small percentage of people that are like, they just live. You know, they you know, some people are even sick. They can't feel it. They have this you know, like they call them psychopathic, where they don't feel anything. But there are people who actually do things and they haven't awakened to a feeling of love.
Their conscience, basically. They realize their conscience.
Right, and then all of a sudden when they do something one day and they just snap them out of it, and they're like, they just wake up and they're like, what was that? How can I even do this? And they become, you know, very forgiving. They beg for forgiveness, and that's where humanity comes in and says, well, this guy really telling the truth, or is he just making it up? You know? And
see, I don't know. I mean, I think atheism is it's a weird position. All right, and generally what I do, I say, okay, you're an atheist. You're going to tell me it's an absence of belief. So at least tell me some beliefs that you have metaphysically, some metaphysical considerations. Like, what are you? Are you a naturalist, materialist? Like, what's your angle? Because a lot of these atheists like to say, "Oh, I'm not arguing I don't actually have a position. I'm not arguing, and the proof is on you because I don't actually have a position." And I'm a bit like, okay, well, you must hold some beliefs. I mean, in order to sustain your mental faculties, you've got to have some base assumptions that you kind of operate from. You've got to have some.
That's true, or else you'll have an
the atheists that we're talking to believe religion is the problem. They believe that the reason why the world is crazy and nuts and all this stuff is happening is because of religion.
Yeah,
and this is what they preach.
Also, they would have to have an explanation that replaces everything that we say that God does. So when something happens, they can't say, "Oh, it's fate," or "It's destiny," or "It's luck." Like they've got no explanation for anything. Basically.
Yeah, or hope.
Yeah, or hope.
Or justice. I would, in fact, a higher thing than that. I would say there is no. I don't know. I'm not sure how justice is.
No, you're right.
Is truly.
You're 100% right. There is no justice if there is no God. What is justice?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily go that, because we're talking about absolutes. I would say that atheists would struggle to define a kind of some sort of system, some sort of framework for justice.
Well, we're starting to see it today that as we slowly, generations start to move away from Bibles and Qurans and all that stuff, you start to see the way people think, that everything is a problem, everything we say is a problem, everything we do is a problem. It's like we're starting to become lost in everything. Like someone goes to work and says something stupid, oh my God, you know, he's bad, you know. It's like there's no everybody is taking, you know, political correctness to the next level. You know, it's becoming crazy, and you know, and hopefully it doesn't get out of hand. I'm hoping, you know, because sometimes, you know, even people at work, bosses at work, they can't say anything, they can't do anything because right away people might just come at you.
So what you're saying is no one's at peace.
Yeah, people are just they're not, you know.
Wait, you know what, Khan? You just brought something very interesting. Can an atheist be at peace?
This is it.
Because
when you're saying there's no justice without God,
there's no such thing. There's no such thing as peace. All that exists is our serotonin and dopamine systems.
Even within themselves, can the atheist be at peace? Even with himself.
I think atheists are at peace when they've disturbed the peace of other people. I don't know. It's like this sort of this. I'd say this militant atheism is a very different strand. If you've got a personal position on atheism, then cool. But I've got the same issue with kind of atheists going forth and trying to sort of spread a gospel, or just strike up an argument any way they can. Like, no disrespect to Analyze Dunya, but I'll say something to someone else in the chat. I'll be like, yeah, good point. And Analyze Dunya jumps straight on it and goes, how is that a good point? And then in 200 characters, normally it's full of emojis, just kind of, I don't know, it says Google something or whatever. But Analyze Dunya, if you can, please break down in your 200 character limit how justice can possibly exist in a universe that is ultimately just deterministic and material? How do we arrive at this higher?
In other words, why is might not right?
Analyze Dunya is going to get very triggered. I've got a guest hopefully coming on in the next month who's going to be discussing idealism and like philosophy of mind. And yeah, he's a very smart guy. He's like studied computer science, AI, and that sort of stuff. He's worked at CERN as well on the Large Hadron Collider project, doing like research. Yeah, he's a very smart guy, and I think that people these atheists tend to kind of cling to these like these big brains and go, oh, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, these guys are very intelligent, and these guys are the people who we select to kind of, I don't know, explain reality or explain the kind of nature of things.
I personally, I don't understand how a man could have a family, his kids are running around, they're enjoying life, and not realize, and not realize there has to be something more. Because why are you loving these these things that are around you?
Or not why are you loving, but why are some people incapable of loving?
No, but here you are.
Why were you even given all of that love?
You're there. You're looking at your child. He's growing up in front of you. You see the hell around you. I don't care what anybody says. Even though we're lucky where we live every day. We live in a Western society that gives us freedoms. But right now, there's a child suffering. Right now, there's something happening to somebody. And like you said, where's the justice? And without God, those kids and those suffering will never have the opportunity or the chance to move to a next level. And why? Because I'm going
to be controversial.
It makes sense.
I'm going to be controversial, but
illogical.
It needs to be done. I'm going to give you guys a current day example. A current day example is basically France, America, Britain, and Saudi Arabia have, let's be honest, have basically destroyed Syria. They are responsible for what happened in Syria. Now, the very same people who is responsible for what happened in Syria are complaining about the people that are running away from war and destructions and happen to be refugees. The very same people that put them in that position are now complaining about the fact that they are refugees. How is that not complete immorality?
Agreed.
And that's all because of atheism.
Immorality.
Huh?
How is it not immorality?
Yeah, how's that not immorality? How you gonna destroy someone's country and then cry because they're refugees?
Just want to read out a quick article from The Guardian. It's time for atheists to stop debating God's existence and decide what to do about it. For too long, atheists have conducted abstract debates. It's time to focus on the pursuit of justice. It's time for atheists to move past theoretical questions about the existence of God and onto more practical pursuits like how to fight for justice. The atheist community is quickly coming up against the limits of debating whether God is real. The new atheist movement made a splash in the early 2000s with its brass assertion that the existence of God was a hypothesis that can be examined, debated and critically analysed like any other, and rejected if the evidence is found wanting. Its critiques, targeting both the feverish imaginings of fundamentalism and the stale platitudes of conventional piety, were as cleansing and welcome as a cool breeze in a stuffy room. But while that stance can be the beginning of a philosophy, it can't be the end. It raises the question, once you no longer believe the claims of religion, what do you believe? And this is where I start with atheists, because I don't believe that they just don't believe. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I've spoken to so many atheists who have like fucking out there wild, outlandish kind of beliefs. And okay, cool, they may not affect me, and I don't necessarily have to subscribe to them, nor are they asking me to subscribe to them, but I'm not asking atheists to believe what I believe, so I don't know. So yeah, let's see. Big up to Sid Bash. Big up yourself, man. We're discussing atheism. We're discussing atheism. So kind of once you've gotten past God and once you've rubbished that, like what do you believe? How do you then construct a world?
So this is the other thing, because I like this, because I like to think I'm a little bit open-minded now. Although I believe in God. I'm always interested in hearing atheist points of view. So for example's sake, one of the biggest topics would be how can something be created from nothing, right? They'll come out with theories like the Big Bang or chemical reaction or whatever, right? But then I don't know whether you guys know, but recently, like within the last week, there was an astronomer that was all over the news where they discovered a second Big Bang, quite a few galaxies away, and it was quite substantially large. They said it's like a second Big Bang, pretty much. All the the theory, the details were very similar on a mathematical basis. But if you look at what the outcome of that second Big Bang is what they specifically say is it's like it's left a dent in the universe, right? So the whole hypothesis of
for all the matter that's created, there's an equal amount of antimatter. So that would be the dent.
Yes, exactly, right. So when they said that, and this we're not, we're not talking about the size. This it's hard to explain, but we're talking a substantial size here. So when they said that, the world was created through the Big Bang theory, for example's sake, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that the Big Bang had created life itself, right? The world, the distance, the Earth's distance from the sun was so perfect. The tilt on the Earth, for example's sake, because the Big Bang, the second Big Bang's happened, and they're trying to see, or they're trying to kind of have a look to see if there's anything similar over a period of time with calculation to see if can it sustain life, because nothing like this has ever happened in the time since mankind's been around. This is the first time the second Big Bang has happened that we can physically see, and we're analyzing the data from it now. So that theory should be out of the box now, right? And it should be kind of disclosed and will be put to rest, saying that the Big Bang theory created everything.
You know that what you just said about the conditions for life being optimal on Earth. So, for example, the tilt on the planet and the distance from the sun and the temperature and whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know that scientists actually believe that life came to Earth on the back of a meteorite? Do you know that theory? So they're saying that on Earth there was amino acids that lived in pools, like pools of amino acids, and that bacteria came to Earth on the back of a meteorite that then became symbiotic life form with
but that would be through evolution, right?
That's not evolution. It's just like two life forms that basically become one thing. So then what it becomes a single cell, and the bacteria takes on the role of the mitochondria, because as we know, bacteria, the prime objective of bacteria is to multiply. So it takes on the role of the mitochondria within the cell, and that's basically the first life form. The first life form, a single cell life form, like an amoeba, for example.
So but then you would,
if you take that into consideration, as it makes the chances of life even less possible than anywhere else. Like, do you get me? Like, my point is, it ain't just the conditions that's very hard to find. It's the fact that where you're gonna find a meteorite, do you get me? To come in at the right time.
Right temperatures. Because don't forget, when it comes in the atmosphere,
so it becomes even more difficult to replicate.
But this is one of those ones, because I've always been interested in understanding what other people's views and opinions are, because I like to see the possibilities. I'm always interested in, like, for example, the flat earth theory. Now, I don't believe in that, but it's always interesting to understand what other people's viewpoints are on how it could be possible, because it broadens your mind a bit and you get to see outside the box, right? And I like to see, with my line of work, I have to see outside the box anyway. So it's just like, kind of increasing that skill set, if you want to believe it's a skill.
What I don't understand about flat Earth, if you remember like how, I don't know if you've ever had a deck, where you put a record on and you play the record. As a child, you know that if you put anything on that, it will go flying, innit? Right. So if Earth is flat and we know that it's spinning, then why isn't everything getting thrown outwards?
Earth?
Do you know what I mean?
So this is the other thing as well, because I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but what I do believe is NASA's bullshitting us. I don't personally think the countries, the way they portrayed it in maps, is 100% accurate either.
100.
So I don't really believe that, because look, we're only going on based on what other people are telling us or what these companies are telling us, right?
Hey, you know what NASA is doing? You know what NASA is doing right now? You know what NASA is doing?
Out of the economy.
Guys, you know what NASA is doing right now? They're looking for astronauts. You know, all these guys that believe in flat Earth should apply to become an astronaut.
Yeah. To be fair, it takes I'm presuming, I don't know this facts unless someone tells me otherwise.
Serious.
It's very difficult to become an astronaut. The amount of stuff you have to go through, tests, you got to be medically, physically fit as well. It's very difficult to, and the knowledge that you need to know, because it's life and death, and we're talking billions of pounds worth of instruments there. So you need to know everything like down to the T. So it's not easy as just becoming like an astronaut. You have to go through quite a lot. In America, they do it a lot, because I remember when I went to America, they have like a camp there where all these students were going there, and I remember chatting to one, and they have like a camp where they train these students up, and they'll learn to either work at NASA or work towards becoming an astronaut. And there's a process that goes into places.
Another thing that would be difficult to replicate would be the magnetism of the Earth. So as we know, all different planets are made out of different metals and different things, right? So our particular Earth is made out of, like, you know, it has the iron core or whatever that makes it magnetic, right? So if we go outside of the Earth's magnetic field, because every cell in our body is like polarized, we would just basically just fall apart.
Yeah, 100%.
So how can life exist, life that's similar to us, outside of that field? It's literally like, when you combine that with, like I said, the bacteria and it being in the perfect distance from the sun, and all these like variables that we could put to like replicate in life, it's literally impossible that you're going to find life anywhere. I don't care how big the universe is.
Now, when you say life, when you say life,
I mean life like us, where we can sit down and talk. Conscious being.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about like a worm that was wiggling around on Mars. That don't count.
Or bacteria or some sort of like,
that don't count. Like, because even
we're on about humans. Humans literally
there's no guarantee that form of life, whatever it is, will evolve into being a human, no matter how long you wait. See, that's another variable that, you know, if you look at it from a single cell to get to where we are now. That's another variable that they'd have to.
There's no this whole Charles Darwin thing with evolution. It's just nonsense. You know, if you like this coronavirus, for example, it's mutated and turned into a different strand where we're all struggling to cure, or they can't find a cure. But it's still some sort of virus, so it hasn't evolved into anything. It's just mutated. Now, mutated and evolution are two different things. Evolution to me is if I was to grow, for example, gills or something, right, which gives me the ability to breathe underwater. I've evolved, right, from what I am now. I can kind of go underwater and breathe underwater, for example, or I turn into something other than what I am originally. A different species, basically. That's impossible. That's like, I don't know, man. To me, that's, I can't turn into a fucking bird and all of a sudden.
I met this guy once, Sid.
Yeah.
His name is Professor Michael Crawford, right? And the reason why we met him was a different reason. Like, he come to speak to us at uni about the calcification of the oceans and how the pH of the oceans is being damaged by industry that pour things into the sea and whatnot.
Wasted,
He's saying that more oxygen is created by the sea than the rainforest, and everyone's moaning about the rainforest, but the real damage is being done over here. He wrote his book in 1973, right? This guy, the year I was born, right? Nothing's been done about it. Not only that, Sid, like, he come up with some mad things. He was saying about this thing about humans and the relationship with apes and whatever. He was saying that when human babies are born, they're covered. I don't know if you've ever seen that baby born. It's covered in this thin layer of grease. And it's like waterproof. He's saying, what is the purpose of a human child being born with a waterproof coating? He's saying the only other animal that happens in is a seal, because if you see a seal pup being born, it has the same thing. And he's saying the apes don't have it.
Yeah.
Get me? They said if you look at that, yeah, and you see that all human civilizations are always based around like water, like rivers, yeah, and humans have always eaten fish because otherwise, like, there's animals that they don't need omega-3 fatty acids from their diet. Their body produces it. So some animals produce vitamin C, for example, as well. Yeah. We don't have that mechanism because we've always had the abundance of omega-3 fatty acids from eating fish when we become human. So he's saying, his argument is that this also this thing about humans become standing upright because they had to reach the higher branches, yeah, like to eat, for example. He's saying that no, because what it is that they had to stand upright so they could walk through rivers, so they could walk through water. So if you look at a bear, for example, bears live by the river and they eat the fish. Sometimes they have to stand up to walk through the water.
Yeah.
I agree.
So this whole thing about we come from apes is bullshit as well.
No,
yeah.
The argument they're making is that this world came from nothing. Everything just all of a sudden came into a spontaneous action, and the world knew everything what it had to do. And they're saying that us believing in a God is
who's saying that? Who's saying that?
The atheists.
They're saying that the world spontaneously came into action.
Yeah.
But isn't that what everyone else is saying as well?
We're saying this was a plan by God. We're saying God did this.
God did what? Sorry, I didn't understand.
God made the world. God controls everything. He made the world. He plans. This is all part of God's order.
Yeah, but you know what it is? We're not intelligent enough, as in mankind is not intelligent enough to understand what we're not that. If you look at it from a broad range of things, we're not that intelligent to understand why certain things are the way they are. We can only predict, we can only calculate, but again, we've got limitations with our brain as well. So when it comes to, like for example's sake, like you mentioned about the thin membrane around the baby. So isn't the child it's in oxygenated water in the womb, isn't it? That was my understanding. There is
amniotic fluid,
yeah, exactly, right. So and then when they're born, obviously their lungs, spit out all the water. So I don't even understand.
No, all babies are born in fluids. Even the ape baby's born in fluids.
Yeah. Kind of one more evidence to prove God, right? So I want you to remember this physical consent. Remember this physical consent. Anything less than Planck length in physics is considered nothingness. Impossible. It doesn't exist. It's nothing.
Go on. Yeah.
But the Big Bang Theory says differently. It's basically saying that it started from nothingness.
Right.
One with shallow knowledge would say to me, we know that E equals MC2.
Are you reading this out of a book?
I'm actually, it's a YouTube video done by the Muslim Sam Amarrzz. I'm just saying what he was saying.
Oh, so you came on to say what I was saying?
Yeah, but I'm proving it with scientific evidence.
Halima, you're a funny guy.
I'm proving it with scientific evidence though now.
If we know
that E equals MC2, and that the matter is a form of energy, and the same energy is a form of the matter. What matter? What did he say then?
Wait, are you reading this? Is the Palestinian Sam Harris you're reading from now? Yeah.
Yes.
Madness.
So even like the oceans, right? We only know, what is it, 20% or 15% or even less than that of the ocean. We're still discovering species that is unknown to mankind yet. Constantly, discovering new species. Oceans, we don't really fully understand it ourselves properly yet. We only know like 12%. The Earth itself, like we've only gone down deep so far. We've not gone to the core. Nobody's gone to the core, right? We can't physically handle it either. So again, we're still learning. We're not there yet where we can understand how the world works. or what does, or we're still learning, let's put it this way, right? We're not intelligent enough yet to understand how things work, or, the purpose of the world, why it rotates, why it's on an angle on its axis, why the distance to the sun is at this precise moment, how did it get to that level, purpose of the moon rotating around the earth. Some could say it's for the gravitational pull, but again, we still don't fully understand it. We can predict and calculate through, and calculate, but we don't fully understand it yet. We're constantly discovering new things. So I don't think we're there yet. Now, when it comes to evolution, it's a theory, right? Fair enough. Now, my understanding, because I'm not the most clued up on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, right? But my understanding was, when somebody had actually done a lot of research into it, there's a gap apparently from the point where we were, as Khan was saying, in the sea, right? So we, sorry, not sea. What am I saying? There's a gap from us being monkeys or apes or whatever you want to call them, and migrated over to, tall standing man. Right, there's a big gap between the genetics, because although, what is it, 90% or 85% apes are like mankind, but that 85 or 90%, or that 10-15% difference is a lot of difference in the DNA world, right? That, they're a lot more stronger than us, from a human anatomy compared to theirs, although it's very similar, there's quite a few differences. So, the leap between the two, there's still a big gap, so far that I understand, unless somebody tells me otherwise.
No, obviously you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's always good to hear other people's views on the whole flat Earth and aliens. And have you heard about the lizard people? I've only discovered this recently.
From the Bible, you mean?
No, there's like lizard people that live among us.
Yeah, that's from the Bible.
Is that from the Bible? Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only heard.
Do you know how much weird stuff there is in the Bible? Like,
really?
Apparently, God sent angels down to Earth,
mm-hmm.
and they were having a war, innit? The angels were having a war. I
Yeah.
think one group of angels decided to breed humans, and there's like some hybrid human angelic species on Earth.
I don't know about the
That's
the
all in the
breeding
Bible.
part, but I know in Islam there was a war, and what we believe is the angels came down, because before mankind there were jinns, right? So they were jinns. They were very powerful beings, right? They were made out of smokeless fire, very angry, very powerful, etc. Constant wars and shit going on basically. So God decreed that, look, you know what, enough's enough, and he commanded the angels, and this is where Iblis came in, the devil, because he actually wasn't an angel, he was a jinn, but he was the most pious jinn, like out of all the jinns. And jinns to mankind ratio is like 5-1, so the world is populated full of jinns. Now, out of all those jinns, right, Iblis, the devil, was the most pious one. He dedicated his whole life to worshipping God. So what he did was he was granted access to kind of kick it with the angels, and he's to chill out in the heavens. And then God commanded the angels to go down, because there was so much like shit going on in the earth with the jinns. So he commanded them to go down and wipe out and only leave like 10% of the population. And Iblis was the commander of that army, the army of angels, right? So now Iblis, obviously we know this because Iblis, angels they were born and they were created to obey God. That's it. Whereas Iblis, we know he's a jinn because he was given freedom of choice, because he was a jinn, not an angel. So that's why he was able to kind of go against God and his will. But anyway, he went down and there was a big, massive war, without going too much into it, and it reduced the population. So we believe in that. Yes, there was a war. But with the whole breeding thing, I don't know, man. Like, these angels are powerful. Like, I don't think mankind will be able to handle. You know how big an angel is? Like, there was a saying in the Quran, or at least one of them, where one wingspan was like covered a whole mountain or something. I don't know. I can't remember the proper saying off the top of my head.
Yeah. That's Yeah, I heard that recently as well.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, but yeah, that's what we believe anyway. So, but that's in the Quran and Hadith. So, but yeah, I mean, the lizard people now, I've started to hear a lot about this, man, where they say there was some sort of like aliens had come down to the earth and they're kind of bred and they got this next hybrid human lizard and they're like in lizard format, or something like that. And like, and there's videos on YouTube where you can see they're like shapeshifters. So they've got some sort of kind of hologram projection around their body where they can come across as human, but in reality they're actually kind of, you could see they've got scales and stuff like that. So I started to look into that quite a bit. It's quite funny, to be fair, but there are like example videos, right, where you got TV presenters, etc., and then there'll be something wrong with the video, and then you'll start to see like green on their skin, and you'll start to see like their face shifts slightly, and then it resets within like a second. So it's kind of weird, but yeah, man. I don't know, man. I don't believe in it, but it's interesting to know. But I don't know if you believe in that stuff or if you've heard of that.
No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah,
like lizard people with like abilities of like shape shifting and things like that. It's like seems a bit like science fiction.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is whole the Matrix thing. How do we know what's real and what's not? Right? Just because we see through our eyes, but how do we know our eyes are not covered and we're not in a kind of what we see may not necessarily be 100%.
Fucking hell! I just realised why Analyze Dunya don't come on panels. You just get smoked in quick exchanges in the chat. But these people, he's making so Analyze Dunya's making this is promo for you as well, AD. He's got a big documentary series, powerhouse, fucking feature film coming out about slavery and God, and God sitting back and watching people being enslaved. Now, as far as I know, Analyze Dunya doesn't believe in God. Seems that there's like a shifting of the blame onto this supernatural entity that Analyze Dunya doesn't believe in. Kind of what make an excuse for slavery. Maybe we can get into the slavery topic. Let's get into that. Maybe we could get into that.
Can I?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Shit.
Ahmed, you're here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Dan, that's not really limited to slavery. The argument he's making is really against free will, because God getting involved means getting rid of free will, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, I think Analyze Dunya is still ducking the deterministic kind of explanation for even for consciousness itself. It's a little bit shirky. Analyze Dunya, man, make some videos that actually outline your worldview and your position. Don't just kind of chip away at other people's and imply your position. What is your actual position?
When it comes to slavery, right?
Shoot.
My understanding is look, it's mankind, right? And it's choice. We've been given choice. Now, if God wanted to come and get involved, everything's a test for us in the world, right? But then the same argument come to play. Well, why did he put disease in the world? Why did God put disease? Forget slavery. Why does he put disease in the world? He could abolish this disease as well as slavery, as well as hunger, etc., etc. So I don't know, man. Like, where you trying to go with this argument?
The thing is, Sid, I would say it's really stupid to argue about free will, because without free will, there is no you. There is no you as an entity if you do not have the will to choose. The will to choose is what gives you an identity.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So if there's no freedom of will, then there's no point in existing.
Yeah, every person has been given the right to do as free will, right? We've been given a choice. We can think for ourselves and we can make our own choices. But we're given, in one way, shape, or form, given guidance. right? Whether it's through religion, whether it's your moral upbringing, if you're an atheist, or however you want to think it. So I don't understand with the whole slavery thing. I mean, do you really believe that is to do with religion? I personally don't think so. I don't think. I mean, no religion, so far that I understand, unless someone corrects me wrong, willing to jump on.
Okay, so the way I view it now is sort of we have a textual corpus, which is our Quran, so that's the hadith being secondary literature, and then we have living examples from people. The reports of Prophet's great-grandson, Imam Zainul Abidin, he used to go around freeing, he used to buy slaves and then just free them, educate them and free them, educate them, free. So why the most logical argument from our point of view would be Hermetic numeretics, meaning like alcohol wasn't banned overnight. There were stages and stages of banning. So we would say it was abrogated slowly over time. Abrogation never works. There's been no, in terms of when gambling was banned, other things were banned, abrogation never happened overnight. Abrogation takes time. That is the most logical argument, because even people who say Islam never banned it, they argue that it liberalized it, and he gave them more rights than they ever had before. And that Islam was the beginning of the foundation of the process of the abrogation.
Someone in, you know what, we need to clarify a few terms, because people are acting like as though they have an argument because terms have not been clarified. So, for example, some guy, I think he's called Skyworks, he said that God is a concept theists use to explain things they don't understand. Now, you will notice that, unfortunately, we have a lot of atheist people that constantly have to take the mocking route, constantly. Now, I'll explain to him what God is to us. What God is to us is basically we come to the conclusion everything in this universe that we have witnessed is limited, meaning it has finite existence. It came into existence. It has particular shapes. It has particular functions. All of that indicate to us a causer. If the reason it indicates a causer is because of the alternative. The alternative is there is no response for it. Why did it come into existence? How did it come into existence? Why does it function the way? Did it apply those functions to itself? Did it apply the size and the shape that it has to itself? None of those questions will be answered unless we accept that it must have a causer. So based on that, we come to the conclusion that the cause of everything that exists has to be infinite, meaning no beginning, no end, and no particular size, no particular shape. It is immeasurable in every way fathomable. We cannot measure it. We say that is a necessity for this universe to exist. So this is even before I apply the word God. I'm gonna show you where the word God comes in. So the infinity is a necessity, whether you're a theist or an atheist. Even if you're an atheist, you still have to acknowledge that something infinite must be the cause of this universe. There is no way out of that, because you will be stuck on infinite regress. Now, where the God comes in, and where we separate from atheists is simply we say, if you have a infinite cause that caused everything, in order for it to cause everything into existence, there is two choices. Either it has the will to bring everything into existence, or it is programmed to bring everything into existence. Now, the problem with programmed is you will have programmer who programmed it, and then you'll be back at what caused that. So we can't have programmer. It doesn't work. So we are literally left with the only rational explanation to this universe is infinite and will. If you have infinite and will, that is by definition, regardless of the religion that you come from, by definition, that is God. Over to you.
Yo, I think we're all, bruv, this is all basically us arguing from the same hymn sheet. I think we need an atheist on there. I don't think we've got any. They're all over on G Block watching.
I know, they're on. I just had to say that because he was on the chat mocking as usual, innit? So I had to show him the rationale.
Man, like Skyworks, you know. Fucking hell.
But that's true. He's saying, like, with regards to You know, like even like, for example, the Matrix, how the Matrix became was through the architect, if I remember that film correctly. There was somebody that had put a blueprint or created a blueprint for it to exist. So with the whole universe thing, and even with that, we don't fully understand how the universe come about. We don't fully understand how it is so perfectly aligned for us to survive in this world. It literally is perfect. If you look at it from that, where mankind can exist, there must be a blueprint for somewhere. You can't say it's just through Big Bang, man, and through chemical reaction and chance that the whole universe got created. The probability of that is just far too great. We couldn't even calculate the probability of that. So that's quite interesting. It just got me thinking. I might have to do a bit of research on this, actually. Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No, good, man. Skyworks said he's not mocking you, by the way, Ahmed, just so you know. Yeah, just so you know. Wait, that Overkill said, Dan, HK's did a football stream last night. He had 800 viewers, then got shut down. Now he has upload ban for weeks. Oh, fuck. No way. 800 viewers locked in. Big up to HK's, man. Shit. Alright. Sorry, yeah, that's a bit of a side note. But yeah, Velle's in the chat. Velle, man. Velle, you got.
Oh my god.
Velle, you might as well jump on. Come back to atheist thing. You can't hold Rob's hand, and James Jones ain't gonna hold your hand on this one. But jump on and yeah, let's have a little discussion. You ain't got a moderator over there, man. You're free, so come through, man. Big up Shahid as well. Big up yourself, man. Big up to Awaiting Wisdom. Just having a little look at your channel now, man. It looks interesting. Yeah, big up yourself, and yeah, check out Velle Vision G Block as well if you want to see some more similar discussions. Yeah, big up the viewers. Yo, Shahid, I think you're in this group, but I beg you don't add Squire in them lot, man. Yesterday was a bit of a mazza. Once you add Squire, he adds the rest of the degenerates. But yeah, big up the people in college. Big up Ali Khan. Big up Shahid. And yeah, it's 12:41. We've been discussing what we talked about today. We talked about weed. In fact, I think that this stream started off with an argument between Nasser and Ahmed about weed and the Islamic kind of perspective on that. We flowed from that on to Sharia, Islamic Sharia, I think in Texas, in America, yeah, or American Sharia, like an American form of Sharia, whether or not that's system that exists. And yeah, we've been talking about atheism for the last little while, but yeah, I don't really know if there's more to discuss on it without an atheist on the panel. So no, I'm going to leave it up to the panelists to see what's going on, but. Big up the G blockers still. Big up the agnostics. Big up the theists. All views are welcome.
I got another topic for you, lot. What do you think of inheritance? You're leaving inheritance to your daughter and son. Just hear this argument out, yeah. I would argue that it is only right that the son inherits more from the parents than the daughter. And hear me out. The reason I say so is simply because the son is going to have to create a nest to basically marry a woman, and then he's gonna have to support that family. That is something that is 9 times out of 10 gonna fall on the man. So for that reason, I think boys should get more inheritance than girls. What do you think?
Fucking boys should get more inheritance than girls. I could understand it at a certain point in history, but I'm not sure that's. I don't know. Break it down again. What did you say? What was your reasoning?
All right, let me break it down. Okay, basically, here's the situation. Wow. We know that in order for man and women to get together, really and truly, 9 times out of 10, we're going with generalities, exceptions always exist. 9 times out of 10, a woman will basically want a man that can provide her security because of the fact that she may become pregnant and, you know, be stuck with a child. So for that reason, women don't generally tend to look at men who cannot provide them security. And when we say security, we're talking about provision mainly. Protection is not necessarily as huge in demand today as it may have been at once upon a time. But provision will still remain the case, because if a woman is pregnant and she's looking after a baby, she's gonna need provision. She cannot babysit and work at the same time. So the moment she's babysitting, she's with the kid, she's gonna need someone to cover the financial side. So for that reason, I don't think that is something that will ever change, regardless of the community that you're in, regardless of what century that you're in. That is a natural scenario that just cannot change unless a woman can babysit and work at the same time. And I don't see how she could do that. Do you see what I'm saying? So at all cases, it seems to me that men are going to need to have more money than a woman, because with a man having more money, he will get married and have kids and stuff like that, and, you know, the society will continue. But if a woman was to have more money than the man, then she's not as motivated to settle down as a man would if he had more money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if a woman has a lot of money, look at the reality that we have today. When women have more money than your average man, they don't tend to settle down because there's no benefit in it for them as far as they're concerned. As far as they're concerned, it's like, I'm gonna marry you, I'm gonna basically upgrade your life, give you a child, and basically feed you and that child. What the hell? What are you doing? You see what I mean?
Yes.
Women don't tend to like waste man, I'll be honest with you. So what do you guys reckon?
Don't you think, okay, the way society is moving, more women want to earn money, they want to be self-independent. So what you're going to end up is more that situation where the woman earns more money in the house, because, like...
You're breaking up, bro.
So, like, in terms of, like, my industry, like media, most of, like, the media jobs are going to women now. There's less and less male jobs now.
No, I understand, but I'm not talking about jobs here. I'm not saying that women cannot work and stuff like that.
No, I'm not saying
what
that.
I'm saying is, I'm only talking about when a woman is in a position of having to look after a baby. Let's say, for example, the first 2 years where she's breastfeeding that child, where the child really needs his mother. How is she going to earn a living? I've noticed someone left on the text today. Look at the amount of single mothers that we have. Actually, that just proves my point, because all of those single mothers, guess who's giving them the benefit they're getting? You and I. So all we've done is, instead of the man who gave her that child, instead of him being responsible for what he's done, we're all responsible for it. How's that smart? How's that smart route? Why am I paying for a next chick's baby?
All right, let me look into this.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to think of a kind of scenario that sort of illustrates sort of the possible. I could think of some scenarios where, yeah, that. Well, yeah, I mean, bruv, it depends. If we're talking about like an agricultural society where the young boys work in the field and the girls help their mums, or I don't know, organise the harvest or whatever, then there might be an argument to be made for it, maybe. Then there's all sorts of other things, like I think aren't men at risk of death? Aren't men kind of, don't they have a kind of they've got an increased risk of mortality?
Yeah.
Women tend to live longer than men. So there could be an argument that you'd give give money to the more of the money to the people who are more likely to survive. But I don't know. That's with
but okay,
modern.
But to counteract that though, Dan, you could say when the men die, those money goes towards the women anyway. So what's the issue there?
I don't know. Go on then. Jump on, Summayah. Jump on if you want. I think you're already in the back chat. Jump on if you've got time. Let us. He's saying that. So this is an Islamic thing. This is Islamic inheritance now. Yeah.
It would be deemed as Islamic inheritance, but I'm arguing from what I consider to be rational. I just don't see the flaw in that personally. So I'm asking for a flaw. I'm asking you guys if you can find a hole in that argument. I just don't see how. Look, a woman cannot get pregnant without a man impregnating her. So how is it not the man's responsibility for impregnating her? You know what I mean? Like why should she be responsible for the position that you've put her in? She cannot earn a living easily because you've put her in a position where she now has to look after this baby. So it only makes sense that you provide for her because you put her in that position.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought it through, man.
I mean, what do you think child maintenance is for? That's precisely the thinking of child maintenance. Why do they take child maintenance from fathers if they're not arguing that you are responsible for this? If that's not the argument.
I think it works. I think it works well with traditional kind of families.
Family setup.
Yeah, family setups. I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know.
You have to look at what we believe is when the revelation came down to earth. Most people at that time when the revelation came down had that traditional family. It was not one person today who would have a family like today because that traditional setup existed.
About what? Yeah, I agree with Ahmed.
Bro, this is the first time we've got a Shia, a Sunni, a Quranist, all uniting just for atheism. Then I've got the allegation. I'm not a Shia, bro. I've got the allegation, haven't I? I'm always everyone. Dan, I'm not Shia, but I'm saying everyone hangouts accuses me to this day of being Shia in it. So I'm saying technically, if someone I'm actually Sunni though. Technically, if someone wants to view me as that, you've got a Shia, a Sunni, and a Quranist all uniting just to fight atheism.
Are we fighting atheism? I don't think that's what we're doing. I'm probably going to go over on G Block and go hot some of these lot up in a little while. I'm gonna go see what they're saying. Because what's the title over there today? Something about pork and slavery.
Pork is forbidden, and why is slavery not forbidden? This is Raji's show, and that show is Issa's show. So it's like Raj tends to be the main character here, and everyone tries and comes for Raj, and over there it's just here.
You know, another thing we should discuss, is we should discuss philosophers, Christian philosophers versus atheist philosophers. In my opinion, the Christian philosophers are one of the greatest philosophers of all time. Absolute exquisite philosophy.
But they are few and far between in the actual field of philosophy. There is a lot more atheist philosophers, just in terms of numbers at the moment. So
you're right.
So I will say that when you actually come across a good Christian philosopher or a good theistic philosopher, then yeah, they do really stand out. There's a few, man.
I would argue, though, you're right. There's probably more atheist philosophers than there are Christian philosophers. But I would argue that the very few Christian philosophers are better than them all.
Yeah, I'd agree. I don't think the numbers really mean anything. But I think if you're first getting into philosophy, or if you're like an undergrad, And you get onto your course, and your lecturer's an atheist, and your supervisor's an atheist, and everyone who conducts your seminars, all of the associate tutors and that are atheists. And there's like maybe one or two theists who sit in a corner together and don't really say much to anyone else. You'd probably believe that atheism had atheist philosophy had killed Christian philosophy.
You're right. You're right. Until you hear it, that is. You're right.
I'm not sure
like,
that's
for
the case.
example, one of the greatest. As a matter of fact, I would argue. I don't think I've heard of a bigger atheist philosopher than Nietzsche. Nietzsche is the biggest atheist philosopher that I've ever heard of. However, Schopenhauer and the Danish guy, what's his name?
Oh, Kierkegaard.
Yeah, there you go. That one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Kierkegaard and Schopenhauer. They've eaten all of Nietzsche's philosophies. They've literally munched them all.
Kierkegaard. Yeah, he's got some suspect. His philosophy on other stuff is quite. He's a bit of a racist from what I remember in some parts of his thinking. But yeah.
But here's the thing: what I can do with men though is I can agree with certain portions.
Yeah.
I can agree with certain things without necessarily agreeing with everything. You know what I mean? So I'm going based on the philosophies that I've come across in terms of theism. That what's it called? Kierkegaard and Schopenhauer and Schopenhauer make. It's absolutely exquisite. Great philosophy, in my opinion.
I'm just trying to
great philosophers.
I'm
really.
trying to think.
Afternoon, all.
Yo, big up yourself, Summayah.
Is that Summayah changing her name in that?
Yeah. What's up, Ahmed? You're right.
You're Ilhan on the chats, yeah.
No, Ilman.
Ilman. Oh, see. What's going on?
So you know, there's no in English, innit? So.
I hear that. What are you saying?
Yeah. I was just agreeing. I was listening to the inheritance. You know, the women the men getting more, I guess, whatever. And I was agreeing with you, to be honest. Definitely makes sense to me because you know, there is more responsibility on one party, which is the male party now. You know, even in real terms, even if we look at now, like my dad's not dead, but there is more responsibility on my brother to provide for him than it is for me to provide for him. You know?
Well said.
Because now I'm married, so it's my husband's responsibility to provide for me, whereas my brother, he has to provide for his wife, his kids, and my parents. Whereas
well
me,
said.
I just gotta chill. I mean, I can give them something if I want to, but I don't have to because I've got someone else taking care of me. You know.
Interesting.
So it goes in that order.
But here's the flip side, though, because people like to say, "Oh, Islam is sexist because it gives more inheritance to the boy over the girl." But here's the flip side. The flip side is that's only because, as Summayah explained, the boy has more responsibility. It's only because of that. Now, on the flip side, where you die and you leave your parents, your mom and your dad, guess who gets more? The mother does. The mother gets more. If you die and you leave your parents, if you die and you leave your parents, the mother gets a third. The mother gets more than the father. But people don't like to mention that.
Yeah, and you know, when we say responsibility, it's not just responsibility. It's like you could even almost take it as a legal, requirement. It's and also a sin. So when I say the male is more responsible, it's not like a case of he's just by word. It's by deed. He's supposed to. That's his job. That's his role. You know. So it's not just like merely saying it. Oh, he's responsible. No, he got to do that. I'm sure you could even sue him. Even if my husband wasn't providing for me, that's grounds for divorce. You know.
You know what, though? I'm gonna be controversial, innit? Yeah.
Oh, go on. You do.
It's got to be done.
I expect nothing less. Go on.
You know me. Okay, but here's another thing in the Quran that it does state quite clearly. Number one, if a man and a woman gets married, if there is a child, and the woman needs to should breastfeed the child for 2 years. Are you following me on that?
Yes, and I agree. Yeah.
Okay. So the Quran says to basically breastfeed the child for 2 years. So while the child is being looked after the mother, the child's provision, including the mother, falls upon the father, falls upon the man. So the man is responsible for their provisions. Now, and it continues in the Quran, and it says, according to what is acceptable. So no man should be burdened. No man should be burdened because of their child, and no mother should be burdened because of the child. So the Quran makes it clear that the provision is something acceptable in the community, and you're not supposed to use it to burden the father, nor are you supposed to use it to burden the mother. Do you get it? So it's reasonable amount.
Okay,
Number one. So the reason it mentions that, the very fact that it mentions that excludes wives without children or wives with grown-up children. I am not responsible for grown-ass women who can make a living. I'm responsible for a woman who is busy looking after my child. But a grown-ass woman who can make a living,
hold on.
nowhere in the Quran does it say I'm responsible for her.
No. Are you talking about your daughter who's living in your household?
No, I'm talking about my wife. I'm only responsible for her. No. I'm only responsible for her while she's occupied with my child. But if she's not occupied with my child, she better go earn a living.
No, I don't agree. Islamically, I'm on the phone. I can't agree. But Islamically, from the moment she is your wife, that's what I believe anyway. From the moment she is your wife, you are responsible for her, to clothe her, to feed her, to provide for her.
But respectfully,
it doesn't matter if she's a grown woman or not. And let me say, even if she were to work, that responsibility is not lifted from you. She can spend her wealth with you, but she doesn't have to. Your contract is that you are the provider.
All right. Respectfully, Summayah, though, if that was the case, then the Quran would not need to specify that I'm responsible for a woman when she's looking after my child. It would Wait. Hold on.
Over that verse.
Let me finish.
Over that verse.
1 minute.
Because the way you're understanding it is not correct.
Just hear me out. If I'm responsible for the woman regardless, then I don't see the reason why specify that I'm responsible for the child and the woman.
But there are other verses.
Wait, let me just finish though, Summayah. Let me just finish. I don't see the reason why the Quran would then need to specify that I'm responsible for the child and the mother while she's busy with the kid. And then to go further, I don't see the reason why the Quran needs to stress the fact that I should not be burdened because of the fact that you're looking after my child.
No, we need to go over that.
Let me just, Summayah, you're gonna get a chance. Let me just finish. Nor should they need to stress why you shouldn't be burdened because you have a child. So what I'm saying is that whole context of the Quran, it becomes pointless because if I have to look after the wife regardless, then there's no need to even mention that. And secondly, there's a reason why the Quran has not mentioned this at all. So how can this be such an important thing where I have to look after a grown-ass woman who can make a living?
Quran does mention it. Quran does mention it.
Where?
Quran, because there is another verse which says that men are the maintainers of women. So hold on, this verse, first of all, we need to go over this verse because I don't believe the first verse that you use is really in the context that you're using it. It may be that obviously, because we know from the other verses in the Quran is very explicit in men being, and I think that this is why it causes a lot of the controversy that I'm referencing, because it says men are the providers and maintainers of women, and because God has made them, some say slightly superior, whatever the word is, but it's there all over the Quran, the role of men, and I think for you to challenge that role and say, responsible for my wife when she's pregnant, I've never heard that Islamic opinion. From the moment that your wife, let me finish. A wife, a woman, a female who's unmarried under care of her father, she is his responsibility. When she marries a husband, she's fully financially, economically his responsibility. That is the Islamic position as I know it.
Okay, but I'm going by what I can see from the Quran, and based on that, first and foremost, I would like to challenge the assertion that.
Okay, can you bring the verse that you're mentioning? Then bring the verse that you're mentioning. Let's look at it.
I will do. First and foremost, I'd like to challenge the assertion that a woman is basically under the responsibility of her father, because we are not talking about little girls here. That we're talking about adults. If a woman is an adult and she lives with her father and she's making a living, I don't see how the father. I don't see how the father is responsible for her.
But now you're adding the if she's making a living. First of all, let's leave.
Well, if she's an adult,
let's leave whether she's living. Let's leave the fact whether she's making a living or not. Okay.
No, the reason we can't.
Let's finish. Let's say a young 19, 18-year-old girl. Okay. Does her father have a duty of care to her Islamically?
He has a 18, 19-year-old girl. Her father has no more duty to her than he does to his son.
No, I didn't.
None.
Okay, is it?
Yeah, but because
hold on. But if they're living, I didn't make the argument. First of all, you're talking now the son. If the children are living in the household, I didn't even make that distinction that the father has no responsibility to his son. We're not going there. We're just dealing.
We are going there.
Hold on, no.
We're trying to see
No, because that muddies the water. That muddies the water. Let's just focus on the fact: does a father have a duty of care, financial care to his 18, 19-year-old unmarried daughter under his care?
A father has no financial duty to adult people, to adults, especially in this day and age.
Oh, okay.
No, but look, you gotta tell me, why would anyone have a responsibility of an adult?
And also, this day and age is not necessary. Whether we're talking about, listen, if we put the Quran aside and we were just having a regular conversation, is one thing. But we're talking about Islam, innit? So let's leave the fact.
We are talking about Islam. Islamically, look.
When you say this day and age, it's not necessary.
Summayah, why does anybody need to be responsible financially for an adult? Why?
Okay, so why does the father have any authority over his daughter, even when she's an adult?
What authority are you talking about?
Oh, so a male father has no authority over his 18-year-old daughter?
What authority are you talking about?
Okay, it's gonna go.
Yeah, but how can I not ask questions?
You don't even accept that, Ahmed. Come on now.
No, but look, I'm asking you questions. That's our conversation.
I can't coming back to the sunnah.
No, but you said put the Quran aside. You wanted to talk rationally. Go ahead. You can use the Quran. You can talk logically.
No. I didn't say I want to put the Quran aside. I said if we were going to do that, like, because you said in this day and age, I don't even want to get into this argument with you. Bring your verse and let's go over the verses. You build the case to me why you don't think, and I'll build the case to you why the father is, responsible. I just have to get my laptop because I can't really post anything from my phone.
I hear you, but if I'm going to look through my phone right now, there's going to be...
No, just give me that one particular verse, even if you give me the number. The one that you're saying...
I will, but you're going to have to give me a minute because I don't want to cause... I don't want to cause a couple of minutes of silence when people are listening, innit? But listen...
Because your argument, to be honest with you, is I would say it's being unjust because you're saying, for me, the reason why the inheritance thing makes sense is because of these situations, because of these things that are in place where the young female has a financial security because she's in her dad's house, or she has financial security because she's in her husband's house. But now you taking that away and still saying she's due less than in inheritance. Now, if you was to make it that scenario, then I would have an issue with it. Do you know what I mean? Because now you're saying the dad doesn't even have to provide for her and the husband doesn't even have to provide for her and she's still getting only half of the inheritance. Now that's a problem. But the way that Islamically I believe is done, which is when she's in the household of her father, she's taken care of by her father. And when she's in the household of her husband, she's taken care of and she still gets this particular inheritance. Then to me, that's just, alhamdulillah.
Okay, but Summayah, the single question I have is why does an adult need to be taken care of? Why?
Because to be honest with you, even if we go back to the time of the Sabbah, I mean, a lot of the females were not even working. It was not in the setup even of Islam, I guess the beginning, Khadija and some women were working. Predominantly, most of the women were not.
I don't know what that assumption is based on.
What do you mean? So bring me, what was Aisha's job?
I don't know. I don't even know who Aisha is. But what I do know...
Oh, God, okay. We're back to that. We can't even use Summayah, yeah?
Summayah, hear me out. But what I do know...
I keep forgetting.
Summayah, 1 minute, man, please. What I do know is that every single human being will have to pull their weight. That I do know. So there may not be 9 to 5 jobs, but I'm sure that the women did whatever they needed to do to make
But in your
to
scenario,
be useful.
Okay, so but in your scenario, okay, it looks like you believe in some kind of equality, right? So if they're equal and she has to provide for herself a certain point from her dad's side, well, from when she hits 18, she's got to take care of herself. And then in her husband's household, even the husband is not even providing for her, right? Unless other than when she's breastfeeding, that's according to you, right? Let's say when she's, her dad, she's with her husband and her dad is dying, and she doesn't have any babies. Why should she not get half of them? Because no one is now even providing. Why should she get half of the brother when no one is providing for her?
So repeat that last part. She went in what she's not.
Basically, she's living in her husband's household. She doesn't have a baby to breastfeed. So you're saying that means husband is not responsible for her financially. So she still has to take care of herself. That means pay the rent, pay food, clothe herself, all that.
Yeah.
Isn't it unjust that she's getting less than the brother?
Why is my labor worth less than her labor? Because look, if there is
but
no children,
but you're arguing that her inheritance should be less, although she's having to do she's not getting nothing from nowhere.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, does Dan understand what I'm saying? Maybe there's someone else on the panel.
Are you talking about the? So hold on. This is the break it down again. Sorry, I was just half looking at the chat.
No, because obviously Ahmed's point is that we were on agreement first about with the woman getting half of her brother, right? Half the inheritance of her brother. We were in agreement on that, right? But I was in agreement with that because I am of the understanding that the woman has other financial means, i.e., the males in her family to take care of her, whether it's her brother or whether it's her father. But Ahmed is now taking that away, saying actually no. So I'm saying if you take that away, then it doesn't seem fair.
Well, it's still fair because what you got to understand is the extra money that the man gets, he spends it on a dowry to acquire a woman. She doesn't have to spend anything when it comes to relationship. The man does.
Don't even say I don't like that word acquire a woman. Get married.
Sorry, I thought about that as I was saying that. My bad. He has to give her a gift in order for the contract to take place. Let's just put it that way. He has to give her a gift. She does not. Number one. So that's one form of expenditure. And the next form of expenditure is when there is children.
But hold on.
Wait, let me finish.
But let's challenge the first form though, because but hold on though, brother, because that form of expenditure doesn't necessarily always mean in monetary terms, because it depends on what the man's wealth capability is. There are women who've accepted, very lowly, what we could deem very lowly. Yeah, but I'm saying hold on. So you're saying then, what about the man who's not financially in a place to be able to give his wife 10K or something like that? They've got to have an opportunity to get married as well. So when you attach that money to her financial security long term, although there is some element of that, it's a security blanket for the woman. It's not something for her to be living on a daily. And some women can, because if the husband is poor, some women may accept even a book or an apple as her payment.
That's some. We're talking about, look, what people
that's some, but there's a lot of people that are poor in this world. So assuming that every man is in a position to be able to give the woman a great deal of money as a marriage gift.
I have never spoken about the amount of a deal. The amount.
No, but when you count it as
you got to give me a chance, Summayah, please. Okay. I've never spoken about the amount that one has to pay, whether it be a lot, whether it be a little. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm simply referring to.
I've got to call you about missing you.
I'm simply referring to if the man gets more inheritance, what he does with that money is he gives the woman a gift in order for the marriage to take place, regardless of how much that is. That's what he does with it. It goes to the woman. Number one. Number two, when there is children, he is the one responsible for all of their provisions, whether it be the child or hers. So there's another expenditure. Fact of the matter is, the man's money goes towards the family. The woman never has to worry about her money going towards the family. That is the reason the man gets more inheritance. No other reason. That's that. But if there is no children, there is 24 hours in a day. Why is my labor worth any less than a woman's labor? She gets to keep her money, but all of my sweat goes towards her as well. That's ridiculous.
Boy, these Muslim feminists, man, these feminazis.
No, because hold on, it's not about feminism. It's the rights Allah gave us. To be honest with you, Ahmed is going left field with it, with this kind of maleism that he's going with. Because this is not the standard. So you're saying why should listen? The women are like she's carrying your child. She's taking care of the household. She's doing a lot of work. It's not just your labor outside.
I mentioned child.
You're not counting. You're not counting the 9 months of a baby carrying, the 2 years of suckling, all the household she's doing. You know, don't be like
Summayah. I've accepted when there is children, I will provide for her. So don't use that one. If there is no children, what is she doing for me?
So hold on. So after 18 years of marriage, of you providing for her, all of a sudden you're going to turn over to your wife and be like, now you can't have, now you don't have any young kids. It's not my job to bring food to the house or pay the rent. Like that doesn't even make sense.
No, why? Okay, tell me. Can you give me the why? Why can she not work just like I am?
Why? Hold on. The job, she can work if she wants to. But the thing is, Allah in the Quran, Allah has put it. Hold on. We need to bring out the verses because Allah has put it on you that you are the maintainer of that woman. So now you saying I don't want to be the maintainer of that woman. That's like from left field.
Look. The reason men get married is not just to keep you around. We all want you to have our children. I will maintain you then. And if you don't have any children, maintain
after she's done raising your kids, she's of no use to you. She's just gonna and most likely you're probably gonna go and get some 18-year-old and just guard her. Like what the hell?
Let me respond. If there is no kids, we are equal. Our gender is completely irrelevant. What relevance does our gender play if there is no children?
Yeah, a great argumentation. I need it based on Islamic evidences.
Summayah, just answer this question. If there is no children,
but we're talking from our opinion, so I don't
know
if I can answer it.
Summayah, just give me a chance. Hear this question, yeah? If there is no children, what relevance is our gender? What relevance is it?
Hold on, what do you say? What relevance is our gender?
If there is no children, what relevance is it?
What do you mean?
If there is no children, what relevance does our gender play?
Yeah, expand on it. What do you mean?
As in, you being a man, me being a man and you being a woman means what? If there is no children, what relevance does it play?
So hold on, so you're under the assumption that a marriage only becomes a marriage when there's children?
No. I'm saying our gender only becomes relevant when there is children, because then
that's your wording. The hold on. So when the Quran says you are the maintainers of your wives, why does it not add children when they have children in there? It doesn't.
It doesn't need to though. It is common sense.
So you accept that when you married. Hold on. So do you accept when you marry you are the maintainer, as the Quran says?
Yes, when there is children.
No, but Quran doesn't say when there's children. It just says you are.
If you say maintainer, I could equally say yes. I maintain the protection. I protect her. I make sure.
No, but hold on, you have to, because it falls under that maintenance. It falls under. There is a categorization of what you are maintaining. You're maintaining the household. That means a roof over her head.
I don't understand. Look,
but listen, food on the table, my G.
But you gotta tell me. Listen, why?
Don't be greedy now, Ahmed. Okay. My money is my money. Your money is our money. Okay.
Summayah, you're ignoring the why part. If you can make a living,
the why part is because Allah has given. Listen, Allah has given you men, so many rights over women that you men love to have and enjoy over your wives, whether she can work, whether she can't, all these things. And so Allah.
Hey guys, what about if there's assets? A house, cars, jewelry, all that stuff.
What about it?
Who gets it?
Everything that's her belongs to hers.
Okay, but the house.
We don't have the concept of 50-50 when the divorce comes. Really, yeah. What's hers is hers. What's his is his.
How are you going to figure that out if you're paying a mortgage?
Prenup.
Yeah.
Prenup is an Islamic concept, believe it or not.
Prenup but their house is in.
I don't know if you call it prenup. There is a contract before marriage.
Yeah, that is what they call prenup.
And the woman does get a gift before the marriage. So depending on the man's wealth, like say if my husband was a billionaire, you know, and
you basically agree on it before the marriage takes place. If anything was to happen, this is the amount that you get. You agree on it.
Yeah. So Islam basically has a solution, because I know nowadays a lot of men in the West, because they're getting greedy and all these women are taking them to court for 50-50, and that's why marriage has gone down. Islam doesn't have that concept. So, you know, our marriage rates haven't reduced.
No, seriously, going back to what we were saying though, yeah? Can you please tell me why I need to provide for a grown-up that can make a living?
But the thing is, that's the thing, Hassan, the thing is, you think I have to come up with an argument to convince you, where I believe if you are a Qurani, as you say, when those words are in front of you from the Quran, like I said, men are the maintainers of their women.
No, but you're making
that words are sufficient enough for you. We don't need to go to philosophy for me to convince you of the verses of Allah.
That's a cop-out though, Summayah.
Let me look at the verse. Let me find the verse number so you can look it up yourself.
Yeah, go ahead. But Summayah, what you're doing is you're attaching finance to the word maintainer. That has nothing to do with finance.
Well, hold on. What is maintaining? Hold on. What is maintaining your wife other than her provision?
Summayah, man, please. As I was saying, yeah, like, and you're also assuming that a wife means a wife with no kids. Because really and truly, the whole purpose of marriage is children. I hate to drop it to you. So if you don't have my children, you're my partner. You're my nigga.
Yeah, but hold on. That thing, listen, that thing of the only reason for marriage is children, you've made that up yourself. Because listen, in the Quran, Allah says, you know, there's a verse in the Quran, I don't remember everything top of my head, but Allah says that I've made you for each other so you can be, you know, companions for each other. So you're almost dismissing what we as individuals, we have needs in terms of whether it's physically, whether it's emotionally. So marriage is not just children, it's the coming of two people together and building a foundation together and being each other's rock.
No, but Summayah, you're trying to use me though.
It carries a lot more, because there are a lot of people also who cannot have children. So that kind of argumentation dismisses their marriages.
I hate you, Summayah. But you're trying to use men though, like just
no. We're not trying to use men. We're trying to hold men accountable for like what? Hold on. We're not using men. We're not using men, because if we were trying to use men, we'd be feminists of today. We're not feminists of today. We're holding.
Now you're worse than feminists. No, on the level. I'll be honest with you. Yeah,
a Muslim is worse than a feminist.
No, but hear me out. You're
because I want to follow the words of Allah. Okay, go on.
You're worse than feminists, because feminists at least accept responsibility. You're trying to tell us that a man should be responsible for you even when there is no children and you're making a living just because you have a punani. You're literally taking a piss.
Okay. I prefer if you didn't use those words, you know. Come on.
It's not man. We're grown-ups.
And we're talking about the Quran as well. It's not
the reason I used it, yeah, is because that is the only difference between a man and a woman if there is no children. What else is the difference?
What do you mean what else is the difference? So hold on. So you're saying a wife, hold on. So when Allah says that you know, you being a wife, you have a responsibility to take care of your husband's household. Huh?
Can you stop using God, please? God has never said.
If we're Muslims, hold on. If we're Muslims and we're talking about Islamic topics, of course we have to go back to the Quran, isn't it?
Yes, but God has never claimed what you're claiming, Summayah. Nowhere in the Quran does it say that I'm responsible for a woman without children. Especially when please give me a chance. Summayah, please give me a chance. Especially when the Quran goes into my responsibility when there is a child. The Quran goes into that. It tells me I'm responsible for a woman and her child when there is a child.
And Quran tells you of the same thing whether children, men are the maintainers of women.
Summayah, when I'm finished, it's gonna be your turn. That's how conversations work. Please. Now, as I was saying, yeah. When the Quran has gone into my responsibility when there is a child. So therefore, that case, I cannot argue about it because the Quran has spoken about my responsibility when there is a child. However, when there is no child, the Quran has not spoken about that. As a matter of fact, if I was to be responsible, even when there is a child, it would be pointless to mention my responsibility when there is a child because that would be a given. So the Quran does not support you, Summayah. Over to you.
Yeah, let me just get that verse for you, brother, okay? We don't have to argue.
Yo, Ahmed,
Dan, what do you reckon?
The chat is turning on you, bruv. That's all I know. The chat is it's Halima. Halima is saying that you can't talk like that to a sister. Skits is saying don't talk to her like that.
Talking to me. He wasn't. I don't think he was directing at me.
Okay.
Nothing offensive, bro. I'm too grown, man.
Yo, this is kind of the thing that I was getting at, though, because
is it fair, Dan? I want you to pick
Surah Nisa 434. Let me just read it for you. All right. Okay, men are the maintainers of women because Allah has made one of them to excel the other, and because they spend. So even the verse actually explicitly mentions monetary terms, and because they spend of their wealth. Hold on.
Continue reading. Watch what it says. It basically says a woman can't cheat. Because they spend, a woman has to basically, close her legs. And the spending there is only talking about the nikah. That is what forces a woman to obviously not be able to cheat, because a man has spent to have the contract. Watch this, yeah? Men are in charge of women by what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend from their wealth. So righteous women are divinely obedient, guarding in the absence.
But you skip the middle verse. You jump to the last one, okay? About guarding. Yeah? You don't want to hear the monetary one, yeah? So good.
No, hold on. I can repeat. I can read it for you again. Men are
and
in
I can
charge.
Bring you 1,000 scholars, and I can bring you 1,000,001 scholars that understand. I don't think you can bring me a single scholar that understands the verse or explains the verse the way you're saying it.
So
I don't think there's a single Islamic scholar that says men don't have to provide for their wives when they don't have children.
Okay, Summayah, notice what you did now. When the Quran failed you, you're now appealing for scholars.
No. The fact is, if you and I cannot agree on one verse and the meaning of the verse, then we go to people who are experts in it. And what I'm saying to you is, I can produce 1,000,001 scholars that are of the opinion that I'm bringing to the table. But wouldn't it be interesting that you couldn't produce even a single one that says what you say?
Okay, Summayah. The Quran is something we both believe in, correct? It is something you and I both consider to be an
objective. But if we can't even agree on the basic wording that is mentioned here, which is monetary, then what's the point?
Okay, I'll try again. Every single word in the Quran, every single word in the Quran, Summayah, has a definition. So if you can find me a single word in this verse that talks about monetary, go ahead, tell me which. And wait, and the context is not
we're not gonna waste time on arguing in the verse. Anyway, it's cool. You believe in what you believe. I believe in what I believe. Let's just do, because I'm not doing a long stretched out. This is what this word means. This is what that word means. It's cool. You're of the opinion that when a woman doesn't have babies, I don't know, when the kids are 18, she's gonna do her own thing, and that's it. And I'm not.
This is.
Am I wrong? Gorgeous sunny day.
Summayah, let me ask you this.
No, I don't want to even argue over
this.
Can
I get a chance? It's not an argument.
But I really don't want to talk about this anymore.
Like, you see, is there such thing as a fact? Is there such thing as objective truth? The reason I say that, is because I find that, fuck it, let it be controversial. I find that a lot of people specifically from my community, if there is any debate whatsoever, about any topic of any kind, regardless of the data available, it always ends with, you know what? You believe whatever you believe, I'll believe whatever I believe. As though there is no such thing as a fact. Nothing called a fact. It's amazing.
But the thing is, Ahmed, when two parties are disagreeing, okay, let's just say now in this situation, we are the two parties. We are looking at one verse, okay, and you are saying it's one thing, and I'm saying it's one thing. The fact still remains that there is a verse there, but what we have is two opinions. And if we are both arguing that our opinion is correct, I think bringing maybe secondary sources, I'm not even engaging in the argument anymore, but I'm saying if we were to continue in that way, you would have to bring secondary evidences, each one of us, so that we could, if we're aiming to convince the audience or convince each other, because I'm not budging from my opinion, you're not budging from your opinion. So there's no point either of us saying our opinions are facts without bringing secondary sources to back up our claim, isn't it? So that's really
correct.
It makes logical sense.
Correct. In that sort of impasse, you would think that the correct thing to do then would be A, what do we have here? We have words. B, what are words? Words have definitions. C, you go by those definitions. Now, this particular verse, it's a verse, so it's not just a particular word, it's not just two words, it's a verse. And that verse, if that verse is not enough, it will have something called a context. That context will be given to you usually by reading a verse before it and a verse after it. That would usually give you a context. That is how you read any book. So if you really were for, you know what, we've come to an impasse, but what matters is that which we can factually verify, then that is the route you would take.
All right, I think Summayah is tapping out. I don't think it's because she's lost. I think it's because she just wants to get to the end of the conversation.
Yeah, I didn't come for deep. I didn't come for deep comfort.
Let's wrap this all up and put it in a bundle. Big up to the chat. Big up to Badmarsh. Big up yourself, bruv. Big up to Osama. He's saying, I am detecting a Quranist. You may be correct. Big up to Ahmed, man. He's doing his thing over here, man. So yeah. What else could we discuss? Summayah, you jumped on the other day and you talked about this this Tommy Robinson Islam LGBT thing. I remember, Raj was on, weren't he? And I got out the timer.
Yeah, Tommy support. I didn't even know, where did you guys get the idea of Tommy looking for Muslim alliances? I missed most of the show. Was there evidence? Did he tweet out or anything? Did he make any statements?
So he did a speech. What's it called? The Broad Oaks or something? They've set up some new organisation. Let me see if I can put it up again now. And basically, he opened in his preamble by saying, I've done a lot to combat Islamism in the UK. Blah 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 blah. I never thought that I would see the day, but I've had to consider, based on the actions of like the UK government, the Tories, he was saying, I've had to consider their position on at least this issue to be like valid. Like he said he was inclined to think that Islam was about kind of bigotry and homophobia before, but now he's thought about it and he actually agrees with Muslims on this topic. So it's not so much like an open invite, or he stood next to some sort of prominent Muslim. He's gone to speak at this Heart of Oaks launch, this Patriot Alliance launch, and he's sort of, I suppose, referenced the traditional position of Islam on this sort of LGBT issue, but he's kind of stopped short of saying whether or not it applies. I think he has an issue with it in isolation, in the context of it being taught in schools to like kids of a certain age. But I don't think he's gone any further than that. I think he's kind of just holding off on that. But yeah, there was a conversation on Faz's and certain people, TYO, a couple of other people, TYO was trolling. but he was discussing, the possibility that Tommy Robinson could turn up at a protest that's perhaps being staged by Muslims and kind of co-opt it, I suppose, in a sense. And we were talking about, I mean, what would a Muslim's reaction be to that? Would there be a kind of open kind of arms, come on, welcome in, Tommy, you get to know us, maybe you misunderstood us in the past, kind of thing, or would people be more suspicious? And there was arguments about whether or not it was like a Trojan horse. Tommy's kind of extending this it's like a double-edged kind of gift.
Yeah, I think if he was to turn out, I'm sure there would be parties that would run and greet him, because even I was that same day, I think I googled because somebody said Katie Hopkins did something similar.
Yeah.
And when I looked it up, there she was going to the Birmingham school where all the protests about the sex education is happening, and interviewing the dad. But really, I only saw like maybe 5 minutes of her thing, because I can't stand the woman, to be honest. I was disappointed that they would even give an audience to her, and the way she was interviewing them, I'm not sure necessarily is for their benefit, because these people will pull the rug under you, because I think they have their own agendas, and this kind of what is considered homophobia. I think there is a danger of Muslims falling for the trap, and then later on having the rug pulled under them and say, "Ha ha, there you go." It could be a ploy of theirs to show the lefties, the more tolerant people within the left, to show them, look, we did tell you how intolerant Muslims are. Personally, I would stay clear of those people because of the damage that they've done to and continuously do to in smearing the Muslim community and dehumanizing. I wouldn't have anything to do with those parties, really.
Yeah, I think you can see through it though, Summayah. I think there's a lot of people who maybe can't see through that kind of that sort of political manoeuvring, I suppose.
Exactly.
Queen Jay has said that he's holding out an olive branch to the Muslim community in Birmingham because he sees that the Birmingham is like the root of this problem. He believes that
you can shove your olive branch, mate. You can shove it where the sun don't shine. We don't need it.
Right, I don't know. EB, you're new on the panel. Welcome, man. I think we've spoken before.
What's going on? Definitely.
Oh shit! It's EB.
Big up yourself, man. Yeah, we would.
What you man saying, man? What you man saying?
We were just discussing this. Oh wait, you don't know each other, yeah?
Yeah.
What's
you saying?
What's going on?
Where you been hiding?
Happening.
Where you been hiding, bro?
I'm around, man. What you saying?
That's good.
Yeah, we're just discussing this Tommy Robinson thing. I don't know if you've heard about the LGBT issue that's going on in the school in Brum, Anderton Park Primary, and the kind of curriculum that they're rolling out. But Tommy Robinson has discussed a possible olive branch being extended to the Muslim community in Birmingham, who are also kind of against this this curriculum. And people were sort of talking about how sincere it was, whether or not there was anything to gain from kind of standing with Tommy, or whether people would kind of lose a lot more. I don't know if you got any thoughts.
I don't think we need to stand with Tommy. I think that we have our own voice. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people think that you only need to stand with Tommy to have progress in society. It's like he's doing his own thing, Muslims can do their own thing as well.
Who should I start side?
Go on. Start it, man. Go
on. Who's we though?
Who? Muslims?
When you say Muslims, like, how are Muslims a collective? In what way?
They're collect in terms of their belief.
But who's concerned about our belief? But even if when you say beliefs, yeah. No, but when you say even when you say beliefs, yeah, like Muslims don't have a uniform belief, though, do they? No two people have a uniform belief.
When you're talking about specific specifically this issue, yeah, we're against it. We're talking about the LGBT here. LGBT.
Yeah, but LGBT is not exclusive to quote unquote Muslims, though, is it?
No. What the topic was, Ahmed, was basically apparently.
We are speaking about it in the
Let me
context of
clarify
Muslim.
It's can I just say one point, brother? It's not necessarily LGBT in that sense. It's more because apparently, because I've not really confirmed the information. There's a lot of information flying about. But apparently what is happening is new curriculum is being brought in terms of young children being taught in school how to touch themselves, I think from ages of 4 years old, and you know, that kind of stuff. And teaching their body part.
But that's
So,
something
Ahmed,
that
why are you always
are...
trying to start beef, bro? Why are you always trying to start beef, brother?
No, bro. Listen, we're on the panel to have a conversation, and if we're all gonna agree, it's not gonna be much of a conversation. So check this out, yeah. If we're all gonna agree, it's not gonna be much of a conversation, innit? So what I'm saying is, look, this idea of being against the curriculum of teaching children about LGBT and etc. That's not a Muslim thought. That is a thought that many individuals are against. So I don't see the need to politicize it and labelize the rejection of that movement.
Yeah, I know, but then at the end of the day, if you're speaking as a Muslim, you can only speak from your perspective.
No, but
because that's what your identity is based on.
No, but the thing is, I don't think the people that spoke up, I think the most vocal one where it happened was a school in Birmingham. So I don't think themselves, they were kind of saying, we are Muslims, we must make a stand. I think those are the ones that the media chose to focus on. And where they were visibly look like people who follow the Islamic faith, people ran with, oh, here's a school of Muslim parents who are campaigning against this. And actually, when you look at even the Katie Hopkins, the report that she did, I looked at her comments, and normally her comments would be quite vile about anything Muslims did. But there's a lot of her audience that were even saying, I don't really like Muslims, but on this, I agree with them. So I think a lot of the mainstream, other populations that didn't even check for Muslims were kind of like, you know, I might not necessarily agree with a lot of things in their religion, but on this. So there is and I think that's why we shouldn't run to the likes of Tommy, because within the wider audience of the society that we live in, there is a lot of people that actually hold the same views. So we should be able to come together.
Exactly. So well said, Summayah. And the point I'm trying to make is that the media, by them attaching the label of Muslim to anyone that rejects the whole idea of teaching LGBT curriculum to children, they are intentionally trying to politicize it and create an us and them.
Yes,
so
and I think there's a danger in us falling into that.
I'm trying to say we should be smarter than that and realize this is not an us and them situation. This is simply anyone who's for this who's for this idea and who's against this idea. So let's not label.
But then when you say we don't acknowledge there's an us and them, you're just avoiding reality.
No, but see, look, I'm just trying to. The reality is, in this particular position, there is no us and them in terms of Muslims only are against LGBT and everybody else is for it. That does not exist. There are a lot of people who are not Muslim that are against this.
No, I can understand that, but I'm saying from a Muslim, we can only speak for our perspective.
No, but our perspective is not relevant here. This is not an our perspective. This is a perspective that many people hold, period.
So no one gives you the authority to speak for anyone else. You can just speak for your position.
No, but you are speaking for everyone else.
And no one here asking you to speak for Christians.
No, but you are speaking for everyone else, because when you labelize it Muslim, then you are trying to say that only you exclusively hold the position.
No. Whoever accepts it, hold on. If I say I'm against it because I'm a Muslim, what now? I'm supposed to speak up for Christians too.
No, but what we're trying to say is you being against it is enough. I don't think you need to add the fact that it's because you're a Muslim, because it's not exclusive.
Obviously people would want to know why I'm against it, right?
Yeah, but hold on. When you say why you are, no, I accept. But listen, even when you say why you accept, even when you say it's Islamically, is because you agree with it. You agree with it internally and logically. You agree with Islam's position. So it still comes back to you. You disagree.
Yeah, I'm just saying
with
saying I'm Muslim is just a point of clarification. That's all.
All right, I guess we disagree on. I guess we disagree on this. You find it necessary.
So if someone says to you, so if someone says to you, why do you disagree with it? And you say because I'm Muslim. What? That's not a clarification.
If it's exclusive to being a Muslim, then yes. If it's not exclusive to being a Muslim, then it's not relevant me mentioning that, is it?
It's exclusive to me because I'm a Muslim.
To be fair,
yeah, but the assumption. Hold on a second. But your assumption.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with what Ahmed's saying to some degree. To be honest with you, because when you say I'm against it because I'm a Muslim, the assumption is only because you're a Muslim you're against it. Where really you could also say it in a way, because really most parents I talk to do not want their 4-year-olds being taught how to touch themselves by strangers. I mean, it's just creepy and weird anyway.
No. What do you mean? No. There's no other way. There's no other way to say it.
But it goes back to the point: do we believe in universal common decency? And if we do, then this would come under that, I guess.
No such thing as universal common decency.
Yes, there is. You basically.
But to be fair, I think most religious people. I think most religious people will be against it. Yeah. Because, I mean, I find that the people that are not really against this whole thing are people that are not necessarily religious. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think you having a religion or a faith or a way of life, however you want to phrase it, does contribute to why you're going to be against certain things.
No, I can agree. I can agree to a certain degree. I mean, you can even find some atheists that would be against it. You know, you don't have to be part of a religion necessarily to be against it.
But even if we wanted to make a case taking the religious side, I think it's easier to make a case against it in terms of because of children and their age and that kind of stuff. You know, if that makes sense.
I'm trying to say, look who benefits from politicizing this and making it a Muslims versus the rest. Do we benefit from it, or do they benefit from it? Use your brain. Exactly. We don't need to politicize
Ahmed. When you say the rest, who are you talking about?
But that's how they're making it out.
The rest of the population.
Muslims, they are automatically
it's being against the LGBT community. The LGBT community is not the rest of the population. What are you talking about?
But is this even necessarily against the LGBT community? Because this is one aspect of that impacts on the children. So even the way we're framing it as though it's not necessarily the LGBT, because we live in a society that accepts the LGBT, and we do to some degree as well. We might internally obviously see it as a sin, but it's almost like a contract that of living in this society is that you do accept the normalization of the LGBT. So when we say it's not necessarily, I don't think this case with the children is necessarily us taking an.
What do you mean by accepted?
You're right.
What do you mean by accepted as a good thing?
No, but
no. Accepted. I mean, as in a reality, as in a reality.
Of course, it's a reality. Yeah, of course, it's a reality.
Don't bite that bullet. Don't bite that bullet.
I go to work. There's a gay individual in my workplace, right? We have cordial relationships, you know, because the society that we live in makes it so that, you know.
It's a necessity.
Of course they exist. Of course they exist.
1 minute. But Summayah, you pointed to something very important there. The reason it's looking like it's something that we are against LGBT completely is because the media is framing it that way. The moment they say Muslims, they're planting in people's heads, it's because Muslims are against LGBT. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So the whole argument of it's unnecessary to teach children this kind of stuff flies out the window. Now it just becomes a religious thing. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Ahmed, that's why when I saw
I hear what you're saying still.
When I saw
it doesn't make sense to accept this politicization.
Yeah, and when I saw the Birmingham school, to be honest with you, and the way that it was being framed, that's where my uncomfortability came from, because I thought That's a dangerous route that you're going down. You understand? Because in the climate that we live in, where the society is very accepting of LGBT, and then you go to a school in Birmingham, you know, in an area that is predominantly Muslim, there are, you know, you're sending out a particular image, and that image is an intolerant community. Really.
Exactly.
An intolerant community who's not accepting of the way of life of the society that they live in, and they're the loudest.
There you go. That's the
it plays
whole game.
into. Yeah.
That's the game.
Yeah. And that's why I'm very hesitant with this Katie Hopkins coming out of the woodwork and Tommy coming out. It's just more exploitation of that narrative of here the other Muslims.
But if you disagree with the lifestyle, that lifestyle, that is intolerance.
Not necessarily.
So how do we define intolerance? How do we define intolerance?
Okay, so intolerance to me is living in the society that I live in, interacting with individuals of that lifestyle, and showing them through my actions or my speech, you know, absolute disdain and disrespect and mockery and abuse. That is intolerance. What I hold in my heart and thinking of their lifestyle as a sin, that's not intolerant, because they're not aware of you know, I'm not imposing that on them. I think intolerance is when you kind of are imposing your viewpoint.
No. This is the basic definition. Not tolerant of views, beliefs, or behavior that differ from one's own. So what's wrong with that?
But hold on, but that's through action, right? How do you show that intolerance? Through your speech or your action, right?
Yeah, but then I don't have to act. I can just be intolerant to people's behaviors that I disagree with. I don't have to tolerate someone's behavior.
No, you don't have to. But I think even in this society, like I said, because the society is so accepting of it, we cannot, we can pretend to ourselves that, we can pretend to ourselves we're intolerant, but I think in our everyday interactions, it shows a degree of tolerance.
And just because, people, I'm okay with people being intolerant with Islam. That doesn't mean that I'm saying they're going to attack me physically.
Yeah, but but that's the difference, because how are you even aware that they're intolerant of Islam, if not through their speech or their actions?
But that's what I'm saying.
And in this country, it's actually illegal for you to be intolerant of the gay of the LGBT anyway. So how many Muslims are going to jail because of showing intolerance? None.
No, I know. I'm saying you're saying that. No, you're
of the intolerance.
No, it's how we understand intolerance. Intolerance doesn't have to mean that you're gonna go out and attack someone physically.
No, nobody said about anything about physically. I'm just talking about, I think for me, when you're showing intolerance is a degree of verbalizing or showing it through your actions, because, you know, a gay person walking down the street, they can't just claim intolerance because you're walking down, a Muslim walk down the street. You know what I mean? Something has to be said or done to them for them to perceive there to be an intolerant action, innit?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, why is intolerance a crime is what I'm asking.
I guess it's a crime because what it could lead to, I guess. I don't know.
So then how do we how do we express our disagreements then?
It depends what you term as disagreements. I guess you stay within the law.
Well, again, it's the basic definition. Not tolerant of views, beliefs, or behavior that differ from one's own. So
but you do
I'm
know,
not tolerant of. So I'm not tolerant of beliefs. I don't want to accept beliefs, behaviors that differ from mine. Why should I accept it? Why should I accept it?
But there's a difference, I think, in accepting it and tolerating it. And I think the society that is being created here, where we live, is a society where of one of tolerance, and that's why we have.
But that's not realistic. But that's the problem. It's not real.
That's why there are laws, so that if you show, whether it's in the workplace or whether it's in the place of education or whatever, if you show a degree of intolerance, you'll be shown the door and most likely go to court, and most likely, things follow on from there.
But it's not realistic. But even if you think about it, it's not realistic. You can't live in a society where you're tolerant of everything. It's not realistic.
But the thing is,
what you're basically saying is you're going to agree. What you're basically saying is you have to agree with everything.
No, not everything. This is the thing, that what the society deems. So that's why, hold on, yeah, it's you could even argue it's forced tolerance. You understand? That's why there's legislation in place so that when you go to your job, nobody who works with you is allowed to be intolerant to somebody because of their religion or because of their sexual orientation or because of their race, and the law enforces that. So this is a forced tolerance, isn't it?
So if I say I disagree with a lifestyle, that's intolerance.
I guess that would be for the judge to figure out.
So then we can't. We can't disagree with anything.
Yeah, to some degree, yeah. Whatever the society.
There's no point. There's no point. There's no point in having a different if you can't disagree.
Yeah. I agree.
Fucking hell. Yo, Ahmed, you there? Mad thing, what's going on? Big up the chat if you lot can hear me. Everyone's on mute. Big up to Becka. Well, you just come off mute. I think there is some people alive. Fucking hell. Yo, people are telling me I missed out on the stream last night. I don't know if anyone caught it in the early hours, but
no idea. I was sleeping, to be fair.
yeah, I clapped out, man. I think I left you on the panel with Shisul. There's a couple other people on the panel. When I just thought, let me just go.
Well, when I kicked, it was kind of calm because obviously, I think it was Khan, another brother. I can't remember who it was. Another brother. They were talking about Islam, so I kicked in it because it's not my subject. But yeah, when I left, it was pretty calm. So I don't know.
Well, I think Ras is going to be on in about 15 minutes. He wants to address something that happened last night while I was sleeping, I think.
Oh, shit.
So, yeah, we'll see what's happening with that.
But, what is he going to address?
I'm not sure.
So, something happened early hours in the morning, apparently.
What happened?
I'm not 100% sure, you know. I'm not 100% sure, but I think Ras is going to come.
Haven't you gone back to have a look, Dan?
I can't because it went over the 12 hours.
So it didn't even get recorded.
It didn't get recorded, yeah.
Well, who did he involve? Do you know even who involved?
I don't know. It's weird, man. I saw Banksy was on the stream last night. Late. Banksy was there. Fucking hell, who else?
That guy.
I think there might have been something with Melanated Goddess and Raspect possibly, but I don't know. People were saying that over in G Block.
So, Melanated ain't the one either, you know.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, big up to Ras same way. What people saying in the chat? Yo, Mad Dunya, by the way, bruv, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this whole thing with Reactionary because I didn't really rate what happened yesterday. Reactionary was threatening to get my channel struck for something that someone was saying. I didn't quite.
Yeah, but I was in the chat and I actually saw, and I think Reactionary was the first one to say, Gray is a supporter of such and such. If I'm correct, I think I saw something like that. And it's funny to me that he's even getting all emotional because he's gone from channel to channel, Dan. You was even here. Remember that time when Wendy was like jumped on me like, what does that green birds mean?
I remember that. I was there.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I didn't even know that man, the one who's complaining to you, he's gone around spreading that I'm part of some kind of terrorist organization.
Wow.
Like literally on different panels. So it's funny to me that he's getting all like threatening your channel because of something that was read when he's verbally on panels actually said, Summayah has this green birds thing, or he's just made all this conjecture. There's some green birds organization. I wonder if she's part of it. Like, why would you do that to other people, but you're acting all emotional?
I was going to ask you about that actually, because I found out about that whole green birds thing afterwards. But yeah, I mean that's another topic for another day.
I don't even think there's even any group. Seriously, wallahi.
The sister just got the bird there because she likes the bloody bird.
It's not even that though, to be honest with you. If you know the history of the names that I had, the Summayah picture that I had, Summayah idea that I had. Summayah is a martyr in Islam. You understand? And she wasn't somebody. She wasn't somebody who's violent. Some people think that's why Raj was the first one to jump in and back me up, because when you think of even the from a religious perspective, Martha has a lot of different things. That woman, she was the first person in Islam who was killed, and she was killed because she didn't want to renounce her faith. So it's just people prolong it. Like, I just picked the name because I thought it sounded nice, and that was it. And then 2 days later, I get messages saying this person is spreading this about you. And it's just the climate that I can understand it, because it's the climate that we live in. Nobody wants to be associated with such things, But I'm not fazed, because I know who I am, so it's all good.
Don't worry about it,
find it funny. I just find it funny that you're willing to do it to other people, but you're acting like, you know what I mean? You're threatening channels and people do it to you. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, a bit of a mad one still. In regard to the thing that I think Raspect may well be coming on to address something. I think Zabida was on last night. Someone's just said. Zabida was on. Fucking hell, I didn't even know that. So yeah, probably get into a little bit into the goings on from last night at some point. But yeah, big up to the panel, man. Big up to EB. I think second time on the panel, isn't it? Second time, I believe. Yeah, there we go. I'll leave it at that.
Second time, yeah.
Yeah, big up yourself, man. Nibiru Pirates is saying, Summayah, Greenbirds is an old thing from the 90s. Adab, don't forget a lot of these things were not illegal back then. Abu Hamza with the hook was preaching jihad in front of cops outside Finsbury Park. I think he's talking about maybe these were groups that existed, yeah, before the I don't know though.
You could even hear me when I did one of my live streams. Somebody was asking me, like, because I was going to start a little charity or what, and it popped in someone was like, what are you going to call it? I was like, and then the name, just, you could hear me on a live saying, yeah, I think I might go with that. But really, I changed my mind. I thought I want a different, because I'm thinking to start a charity that invests kind of in well building.
Okay.
In countries in Africa where there's a lot of drought and stuff like that. So I'm still looking up a good name for the charity. That won't be it. But anyone who knows every month I've gone through different, since I've been online, I've had a different name every month or so.
I still call you Summayah though. I'm sticking with that.
Yeah, I still call her Summayah.
Summayah's the
easiest.
Or Jana.
Yeah,
I normally call her Jana.
I haven't found I think once I find the perfect fit, that one I'm gonna stick with. so far I haven't found one yet.
See, I can't change my name either. Literally, the only reason I got my real name up is because, bruv, like, it would have come out anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, eventually, I'm gonna end up slipping up and saying my name.
Yeah. Oh God.
Well, one of that's I think it was easier for me to just say, my name's Dan. My name's Dan. Like that's just what it is. It's Dan. Daniel.
That's what it is, isn't it? That's what it is exactly.
I was reading in some of the bachelors that people getting doxed on reels. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, apparently reels be doxed.
I don't know.
If real could come to my house, man. Some sad guy. I don't know what he's trying to do, but best anyway. Big up to Real anyway. Real thinks, yeah, I'm just going to let Real think what he thinks. But if people want to come to my house, by all means come to my house. Feel free. But just know. That's what I'm saying. Just know.
What have you ever, that's the thing I never really understood. What have you ever done to Real though? I don't get it.
I took away his viewership. I would say it was like a coordinated effort. Me and Raspect and then Velle combined. Us lot have basically killed his channel, so...
Yeah,
I think he's in his feelings about that.
Yeah, but to be fair, Dan, there was a time that you wasn't about. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you haven't really killed the viewing, because when you wasn't about, loads of people were going there.
Yeah, he's still got his channel, man. But I think the good old days where I used to jump on his paddle. There was a certain dynamic that was over there for a little while that I think it was good for him. He had good solid viewership. Anyhow, like Wendy or Jupiter, me, James Jones, Hetero, whoever were on the panel, he used to get him the views and that. And then I don't know, man. He's a weird guy.
Yeah, James Jones is now migrated over to Velle.
I think he's messed up his own viewership, to be honest with you, in his treatment of people. You know, that's just it, really.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Real is I don't think he's a people person, if I'm honest. I don't think he really knows. Like, I don't know. I used to get a vibe from him when he used to have people on the panel, and when I first started up the channel, he was like put down this little like diktat saying, anyone goes over to Dan's channel, or if anyone mentions Dan's channel, like you're banned from stream or whatever. Anyone who goes on, it was a bit like what? And certain people, I remember Raj sent me some long email going, yeah, Dan, I've decided that I'm going to go with Real. What? And then that was the first time I knew he'd put out this like ultimatum. Yeah, the guy's just he's just fucking sensitive, man. He's a bit too sensitive for his own good. And he don't take advice either. Like I said to him, I don't really think it's a good idea for you to just keep going at Raspect. I said Raspect's got more energy than you, bruv. He's more creative than you. And he's got, he's just, there's no point. What are you going to go up? It was a stupid thing for him to do. And I don't know. It was all a bit, he's all about the drama, man. I can't really take that man there too seriously. So, I don't know. Real, you got my address, yeah? If you want to come to my yard, yeah, you want to come and get some food, come down, bruv. You bring any kind of badness to my yard, yo, it's problems for you, bro. Just know that. I don't live in some normal house, bro.
It's like a fear tactic, which I don't really, although anyone who doxes anybody, no one is going to no one's yard. It's just a case of, trying to put fear into the person, which is, not good.
Talk about that. Do you know? I'll tell you that the one person who is really shook on that panel is Afghan. Yeah, because if Afghan gets doxed, and to be fair. Yeah, I'm not going to say too much about that, but I can definitely find out who Afghan is, 110%. And that, I may be lying in what I've just said there. Actually, Anyway, Afghan, big up yourself and keep doing what you're doing in plain view. That's exactly how I like it. And you get my attention, but it might not be what you want. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, keep up the doxing, mate.
Everybody just needs to use the platform for what it is, challenge ideas, have conversations, and just stop the nonsense, stop the madness. And this is the Raspect thing. Oh my god, it needs to come to an end, to be honest with you.
Yo, I can't take that either, I can't really take that. Yeah. To me, it's just it's bare people. Sorry, it's people who probably should be on one side of the thing, against these racist Islamophobes, far right, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, it's just bare divide and rule, to be honest. Divide and conquer. Everyone's getting split up into these little, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't get into the whole being forced to like condemn or condone what someone said or like the outcome of a conversation. I don't really keep up with all of that. I don't rate the drama, but to be honest, certain people are wired for it. Like I said, like Raspect is wired for that, and Zabida is probably wired for it as well. I'm not like that. I'm not really wired for the whole. Like I'm more about.
I'm not wired for it.
It's all long. It's all just a bit long. You see me on the panel. Like sometimes it's just I just lose it because there's adults on the panel who can't have a normal conversation, and that's frustrating.
When people are making threats to each other, and I'm thinking, for what though? Like really, for what? Like it's just it's ridiculous. Just words online. Nobody should be like. And I think sometimes people really need to, because if you keep wishing something long enough, if you keep whoever, and this applies to anybody, if you keep chatting online about how you're going to do this and how you're going to do that, one day it might just become a reality, and nobody really wants that. When everybody who's cheering along and involved, you may look back, and if somebody really gets hurt, how are you going to feel? You're going to ask yourself, what was that for, really? Of all the things to get hurt for what? Few online words. It's just not worth it, especially for young people who should have a lot more going for them, and who do actually have things to offer. So yeah, it's just, and that's why with the Raspect Zubaydah thing, I can't really take sides, because Zubaydah got love for Zubaydah in her own way. Even the other day I went on her channel, she cussed me. I was like, no, I'm just gonna allow it, because I think she's going through some things. And Raspect, I'm cool with Raspect as well. So in those kind of instances, it's not easy. I just draw back because I can't really take sides in that. I think both of them just need to allow it, you know.
Thing is, so wait, Gemma, this is what you're saying, Dan. You want to keep it off of the channel? Is that what I'm saying? Do I want to keep it off the channel? I'm not sure. I don't really know. Would I keep a conflict resolution off the channel? No, I don't think so. But do I really think that this conflict could be resolved on a live discussion with an audience? I don't know. I don't really know. Because there's a bag of people. This is the thing, when you're having if you're just having a conversation with someone or an argument or whatever, it's just you and them, your point versus their point. When you're arguing online, you've got like the chat, you've got this whole like Dalil history, this like chain of events that led up to it. People can go and click the videos and get screenshots of this and that. Yeah, it's a bit mad. And then I think people are just out to just savage people as well. It's like if you've got that one chance to be on a panel with your opponent, you just let loose. Just I don't know. And I don't think people would necessarily do that if they were sitting in the same room and if they knew, I'm going to see this play. Like Speaker's Corner. Like if I'm going to see you next week, we're not really going to have this like this death match argument. If we're going to argue, like I don't know. I don't get good vibes from this drama business, but yeah, I think people got to stand up on what they believe, and I suppose defend yourself, innit? But
all us and them.
The us and this is it though. It always gets down to an us and them or a me versus them.
That's what the media loves, isn't it? Us and them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's what politics is based on. Literally, us and them.
Trust. Yeah, bag of division merchants. And yo, I don't know. Like I'm a part of me believes that there's people who don't want conflicts to be resolved. So yeah, like big up to Oxo Beans, the masters of or the agents of division. I definitely believe there's a couple of them out there, 100% on these hangouts.
It's necessary, Dan. I mean, you gotta have pockets of different people in order for certain people to rise within certain communities. I mean, their entire like relevance depends on that. I mean, what would Kay Hopkins do if she didn't have a job where she could, you know, alienate Muslims and make them out to be these foreign weirdos?
Well, yeah, because this is
relevance.
This is the thing with the us and them. You can grow the us, and you can shrink the them, in a way. So if you can, I mean, I think that's pretty much the fear that drives it. You don't want them to become greater than us, or you don't want them to become more powerful than us, or whatever.
That's it.
So yeah, I suppose dividing up the them, or reinforcing the us is what happens. But on these hangouts, I don't really get who the them and us is. Like most of us are all in the same position. Like if you lot are all, like I say this all the time, and I no disrespect to the Muslims in the chat. Every Muslim, it doesn't matter what you are, if you're Ismaili, Shia, Quranist, Ahmadiyya, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're all Muslims to me, and to the people who, I mean, and there's people who have even less time for the distinctions, who hate Islam, who are out there. They really don't give a fuck. They just don't like anyone from a particular part of the world with a particular ethnicity or a particular, I don't know, belief system, I suppose. And they're the people, you know, if there's oil in your country, or if there's some geopolitical reason to get into it with you, then they'll get into it with you. It ain't really got to be a real reason for it or anything. They just need to.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give the atheist a play, right? Actually, I'm gonna try to play the devil's advocate. I would argue that religions, with their peculiar symbols and you know, particular buildings and stuff, they are in fact the merchants of divisions themselves.
Say that again. The people who front like they're
I would say religions with their particular uniform symbols, and religion and rituals and buildings and stuff like that. They are literally, for example, like religious buildings, they are literally a symbol of division.
Yeah, I'd agree. And any sort of symbology, religious symbology, I suppose it's
100% symbology. Full stop.
It represents the us, and then to someone else that represents the them. Yeah.
Yep.
Then this is the thing: are we just waiting for like a single global religion to take over, to take root? In which case?
No, let's dig in on the symbology. Let's dig in on the symbology. So basically, any symbology, full stop, is a symbol of division. So all religions that promote any symbology of any kind, whether it be buildings, whether it be particular symbols of clothing or rituals, they are in fact merchants of divisions themselves. So how would one argue against that? You know what? Let me be nasty. For example, we know that there are certain people that died in a church building in America. We know that there are Muslims who died in a mosque in New Zealand. We know that, a lot of people from certain religions have died in their holy buildings or in their holy sites. Now, one could argue that, had they not had those kind of symbols, then they would not be blown up. They would not die that way. They almost attracted enemies by having these stations, if you like.
That's an interesting one still. I don't know, bro. So you're saying this?
But hold on, but that could be said about schools. I mean, you could make the same argument. Well, if schools didn't exist, school shooters wouldn't exist. You know what I mean?
I suppose, that's the same logic. Yeah.
Wait, let me think of that.
And then also, when you're supposing this whole, the idea of mosques and the symbology and just their mere existence being a driving force for division. Mankind, you have to go back to humanity. I mean, are we all uniformed? That's essentially what comes down to. Are we all created to be in a uniformed way with one way of thinking? So essentially, it's not necessarily division. It's just diversity, isn't it? There is diversity within the human race. So
you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Samaroon.
That's a good argument.
Big up, Samaroon. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Samaroon was good.
Big up yourself, man.
Ahmed. Look, the Quran tells us to separate ourselves from the mushrikeen, does it not?
No, but mushrikeen is a hypocrite. So that's a completely
different... mushrikeen. No, those are the polytheists. Those are the pagans.
Okay, fine. Separate yourself from polytheist doesn't necessarily mean symbology, though, does it?
I think you're not wrong, Samaroon, but I think we're just looking at it from almost a different angle. We didn't get to the Islamic point yet. Ahmed's just laying out his foundation,
I'm just saying, is it necessary to have symbology? That's the crux of the argument.
I think it's a good.
Is what is the purpose of symbology other than to create tension and division?
I could say it's identifying yourself.
Yes, I agree. I think symbology, the way you put it, symbology is almost an identifier. So you could ask the question then. It all comes back to whether you believe that then we're all, meant to be one. Because if you and I are different, then maybe even in our physicality or how we present ourselves, we would show our differences through our persons. So the mosque or the church is a symbolization of, the community it represents.
But here's the thing, Summayah. Our difference doesn't necessarily impact my vision. So, but when you bring symbology to the table, that is not necessarily necessary. You would have to justify that symbology other than the fact that you are trying to create an unnecessary division. What is the purpose of symbology? That's the only thing I'm talking about.
Where do you get division from?
Not your preferences, not your likes or dislikes. We're talking about specifically symbology. What is the purpose of it? Why is it necessary?
Why is it necessary?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it comes back to an identifier. Let's say if you have a supermarket, you would have a representation outside, whether it's a name or whether it's a brand, something. Why? Because when people are passing, they would know that's a supermarket. That's where I get my food.
No,
So
but that's that.
it's
but
how
the
you
food,
choose to identify yourself, and then others will identify you by that. So by mosque,
I
by
don't think
design,
that
or
applies.
sorry, go on.
Okay,
I don't think that's the same at all.
We spoke about this before, Aki. Okay, we're somebody else. Okay, why did we wear all white before? Like, why did our ancestors just wear all like the men specifically?
Yeah,
and even the women. Why do we wear all white?
Yes, I would argue though if it's a symbology, please understand what symbology is, meaning there is no necessity. So strike out necessity from it. So if you're simply
No. Hold
wait,
on a minute. But that's not an agree. That's not in agreement. The fact that symbology means there's no necessity. That's not. I don't agree with that.
Well, I'll give you an example from the example that he brought up, where basically a group of men wear white. You couldn't say that is a necessity now, could you?
Oh, no, maybe we would have to look at the circumstances. What if they did, or what if all they had was white?
If all they had was white, then we wouldn't even have a conversation. He's bringing it up as an example of men that did so consciously.
But we still have to figure out why they're wearing white.
Yeah, but he's saying men that did so consciously. So that strike out they it's not because they had no choice. They did so consciously. Okay. So the moment you do something consciously and it's not necessary, then by definition it's just symbology.
But it's not assuming that all symbology is not necessary. Even if I accept in this particular case, there was no necessity and they wore that specifically as an identifier or something, maybe it represented purity to them. So yeah, we can, even if I agree with you in this instance, but like I said, there are other examples where symbology being an identifier may be necessary. So, as I gave the example earlier, people outside would know, through that symbology what it represents, and that is a necessity.
Okay, fine. When it's necessary, I don't have any protest about
okay,
that.
so we're only talking about.
I'm talking about symbology when it's not necessary. When it's when it's the mere fact of just identifying yourself, just identifying the group that you belong to, and nothing else besides that. Do you understand? That's the one I'm talking about.
Tell me what's wrong with that.
But even with that, hold on. Even with that, I think we'd have to go deeper into the human psyche then.
Yeah, I'm more than prepared to do that. That's my whole point. My argument is when you have a symbol simply to represent the group that you belong to, then you are literally unintentionally you are creating division and tension. Because let's say if I am not part of that group, I want to know why I'm not worthy of that group, or why, what makes you and what makes me. It creates an automatic tension.
But also, if I flip it on the other side, I could argue that what you're presenting really is essentially saying, wipe out your identity, or not wipe out, but wiping away identifiers or things that you would use, to self-identify.
Exactly.
I would actually argue. No, you're right.
It's more like a communist.
No, you're right. The point I'm trying to make, actually, the point I'm trying to suggest here, by the way, I'm playing devil's advocate. The point I'm trying to suggest here is that why does anybody need to
we can't spend too long with the devil. So I gotta go soon.
All right, let me just finish here. Why would anybody need to put their identity, quote identity, on visually, unless you're trying to create a response? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, for example, a policeman, he wears a police uniform, so I know the response he's trying to get from me. A doctor, etc. I know the response they're trying to do. But when you're wearing something on your outside that represents your religion, and your religion considers me as someone who's going to the hellfire, then and you're just in front of me all the time with your symbol, talking about, you see the symbol I'm wearing? It means I'm going to heaven and you're going to hell. You're creating tension.
No. Nobody knows who's going to hell.
But that's your
No, but that's
interpretation. Now
what
you're
your
adding your
doctrine
own.
says. That's what I'm gonna base. Well, look, what is the average non-Muslim assuming?
No, hold on. My
hold
on. My doctrine. I don't know what doctrine you're assuming here because it's a general discussion. The fact that you're saying, I think that's another case you have to prove. If you're saying how I choose to identify myself will have a greater impact on an individual outside of myself, viewing that, then I think that's a leap. You understand?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it is a leap because look, if we're in the same community, but you feel the need to distinguish yourself from me, and it's arbitrarily. If it's arbitrarily distinguishment, like for example, if you feel the need to wear a particular clothing, not because it has a particular function, but its function is simply identifying you as the particular group that you belong to.
Okay, give an example. Hold on, give an example.
You brought it in the circle of religion. Now you're talking about like something pretty much tribal or that has to do with ethnic reasons. But before you were talking about religion. So why are you trying to like separate the two things?
I'm talking about
why
symbology.
I'm talking about like why are you trying to?
Look, all symbols have a narrative attached to them. Is that not true? Yeah. There's no symbol without a narrative, right? So the point is, when we live in a community and you wear a particular symbol that has a particular narrative, you create a conversation at minimum.
And what's wrong with that?
It's not. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just telling you that you should acknowledge that you are the one creating a conversation. And not
no. Hold on. That's again assuming a lot because your argument basically presupposes how, I have to repeat myself. Your whole argument is basically how you identify yourself. Somehow has an impact, even not in how the other person sees me, but how they see themselves.
Yes.
And so, but that's what I'm saying. That for you to make that case, you haven't.
Let me make that case then.
Sorry, Dan. Did Dan want to come in? I heard somebody.
I was just going to say, is this still going back to the point of like divisiveness? So you're playing the devil's advocate, and you're saying that people who choose to kind of represent or
religions and anything, any narrative,
a particular kind of religious symbology, distinguishing themselves from. And I guess dividing themselves from another. Like an upper, yeah. I get what you're saying.
But he didn't necessarily say. You didn't necessarily say religious because you were very clear in saying that the symbology. The symbology that you're talking about, you said had no necessity, right? So I was assuming this is not really relating to.
Not only religion, no.
Because now you're saying not only because I could argue that. The fact that it's within your religion, there is a necessity there. Like for me, if it's a hijab, I'm not just choosing it. It is a necessity for me to wear the hijab. So
I'm not denying what you need to do. What I'm simply pointing to is if I am part of the masses and I am not part of your thinking, your group, if you like, then the reason I'm saying, you asked why does it create some sort of tension or an idea about other individuals. The reason it creates some sort of tension and idea about other individuals is because I know that your narrative includes something about me. So you're waving that in front of me all the time.
Okay, fine. Okay. So hold on. So you're assuming it's one-way narrative. Now, let's assume the other way. What does how you conduct yourself say about me? Does it have also a narrative about me?
If there is symbology, yes. If there is a symbology, then that symbology will have a narrative about you.
But then, hold on. But then it extends to however, whether religious or irreligious, however one represents themselves. Let's say even a girl who wears short shorts on a vest, then I could argue that in itself is a symbology of an ideology.
Yeah, you could. Okay. I'm not actually denying that at all. I'm not denying that at all.
Okay, Zai, why do you wear a shirt? Tell me, it's like wearing just Is it symbology?
Look, I'll give you an example. Let's not.
Yeah, it's a
let's
symbology.
not,
I'm showing you, I'm liberated
1
woman.
Let's not kid ourselves. Wait a minute. One minute. Let's not kid ourselves. For example, if a woman was to wear certain tight clothing, or she was to wear a short skirt, the symbology is, yes, sexiness. She is trying to portray what she deems to be sexy. There's no denying that.
Yeah, you're right.
She is automatically distinguishing herself from what she considers to be an average Joe Lane.
Salah.
You have to go, yeah. You feel me? But going back to symbology, seriously though, my argument I think still remains. I would argue that people that feel the need to arbitrarily wave symbols in people's faces, they are the ones creating tension.
Okay, but why do you perceive it as tension?
Because you are creating division. You are literally
okay. Who's creating division? Is the person and what they think of, or why is this person dressing this particular way? And then when you see the person drink, like see somebody dressing this like specific way, it's the person creating the tension. It's not the dress or what they're portraying as, oh, this is what I'm standing up for, or this is my symbol.
No, but what you gotta understand is certain symbols have narratives in it. So if the narrative,
yes, of course.
So if the narratives includes me, if it has something to say about me, obviously it's gonna create a conversation.
And that's a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing, because I don't need you to poke me like that. Why are you poking me?
What do you mean poke?
You're creating a conversation where there doesn't need to be one, because you're arbitrarily like coming up with these symbols just to create a conversation. What for? Why are you doing that?
Okay, as human beings and like how our brains work, since the beginning of I said as human beings and like how our brains work, since the beginning of civilization, symbology has always been a big thing, hasn't it?
That's not an argument. Like, what people do is people do a lot of shit. So what?
No, but what's the bad in symbology? What's the bad in saying, okay, we're from this culture, we're dressing this specific way to identify that we're this people? What's wrong with that?
Furthermore, let me go further. I would say all symbology is gang behavior.
Gang behavior.
All symbology is gang behavior. How about that?
Okay, well, what's wrong with gang behavior? Tell me that.
What kind of question is that? You really went?
Okay, good. No, you trying to make it like this, like some Bloods and Crips shit. I'm saying.
Yeah, straight up Bloods and Crips. Yeah.
No, tell me what's wrong with gang behavior. Tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you.
What you define as gang? What do you mean by that?
I'll tell you what's wrong with gang behavior. Gang behavior creates groupthink, and groupthink creates enemies, and enemies creates problems.
So you're saying
because automatically when you're in a gang, you're gonna develop the mindset of anyone that's not part of this gang, fuck them.
No, this is getting interesting now. You know, I'm feeding this flowing onto the kind of gang topic. But yeah, be careful, Ahmed. Be careful.
Sorry.
If you want to die on this hill, bro, it's on you. But yeah, big up Samaroon, man. I'm feeling a good conversation here.
Big up there. Big up. No, but tell me, what's the wrong in that? Like, nobody's trying to make it something negative. You are, and you perceive it that way. You get what I'm saying, Ahmed? Can you hear me?
Yo, I just got kicked out or something. I don't know. My phone froze. Where were we?
Did you hear what I said?
Nah, man, my phone froze. Where were we?
Now I said, like, why is it a bad thing? Is it you making a bad thing? Is it you making the symbology a bad thing? Or is it just the symbology within itself?
Sorry, I'm not sure I follow you.
I'm saying, okay,
I think he's asking, is there anything like kind of innately, intrinsically bad with the symbology, with choosing to kind of select something, or are people projecting their own kind of negative kind of values onto it?
Yo, is that the real Samaroon? Is that the real Samaroon?
Huh?
Is that the real Samaroon?
Yeah, Samaroon.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh wow!
He's
I thought
evolved.
that
He's
was a comment
evolved
section
from the
by
group
only.
chat to the panel.
I never thought you'd jump on a panel, bro. I never thought you'd like jump on a panel. I thought you'd always stay in the comment section.
He's evolved. He's evolved.
He's evolved now. He's a big boy now. He's on the panels.
Now, where were we, man? Yeah,
well, we're speaking about like you were trying to relate gangs to symbology, like to symbolism, and you're trying to say like as if it's something negative to say, okay, I'm dressing this way, or my people dress this way, or we have this specific symbol to narrate what we're standing up for, like it's a bad thing. Bro.
All right, cool. Again, I repeat, my argument is all symbology is gang behavior. And what all gangs have.
And actually, what's wrong with gang behavior?
Yes, I'm telling you.
You bringing the negative aspect to it, like
give me a minute, bro, man. Basically, what's wrong with gang behavior is gang behavior automatically creates I love everybody in this gang and everyone outside of this gang, fuck them. That's what it creates.
But no, who says fuck them though? You're saying that, but are the people saying that?
Huh?
Are the people representing like this symbol of dressing this way? Are they saying fuck everybody else? Everybody that doesn't dress like us doesn't represent our culture.
I'm saying, had that not been the case, then there would be no need for symbology. What is the need for symbology?
No, where do you get this from?
When I say symbology, listen to me. When I say symbology, I'm talking about arbitrary symbology. I'm talking about symbols that you just don't need, but you're just trying to wave them about to just show who who you represent. That it's aggressive. In nature, it's actually quite aggressive. What's the purpose of it?
Okay, well, why does a lion grow its mane?
Huh?
Why does a lion grow its mane? Tell me, is it symbology? Like, what's the specific purpose of a lion going to like its mane?
I really don't know the analogy you're making, but I don't know. I don't know.
No, I'm saying that there's a reason, but tell me, why do lions grow their mane?
I don't know.
Okay, are they representing a gang for them?
I don't know. If I don't know, how could I respond to that?
No, but tell me, what's the back? It was Bloods and Crips. At one time, it represented something good. Know what I mean?
I'm not talking about any specific entities. I'm talking about symbology.
No, you're trying to relate it to. The thing is, you're trying to relate it to gangs. And then,
yes, because it creates an us and them. Even let's say for argument's sake, let's say it was a gang, but it was not aggressive towards any other community. Fine. But even then, at minimum, you're going to favor your community over others. So there's favoritism just by being in a gang.
Okay, tell me what's wrong with that. Are you doing something? No. Are you doing something bad to other communities? Are you attempting? No. Yeah.
I'll give you an example of what's wrong with that. What's wrong with that is, say, for example, you could be in a situation where, I think we've actually had this discussion before. You could be in a situation where there is two children drowning. One child is a Christian, and the other child is a Muslim. You might save the Muslim child simply because he's part of your group.
Who says that?
No, wait. Let me finish.
You're making up these things.
Let me finish. Yeah. Or let me change it. Let me change it furthermore. Let me not say a child, because I want to involve symbology. Let me say there is two women. One is wearing a hijab and another one is not. And they're both drowning. And you're in a position where you can save one of them. Furthermore, you could be in a position where the hijabi woman is slightly further from your distance than the non-hijabi woman. You might actually past the non-hijabi women and go and save the hijabi women simply because by her wearing the hijab, she represents the group that you are part of. And that would be an immoral act.
Okay, but who would do it? Look, this is your mindset. Nobody thinks like that.
I'm putting something forward to you. Challenge it.
No, I understand that. Okay.
Challenge it.
No, but look, okay, as Muslimin, even as humans, nobody would do that. We would save both of them.
No. I said you can only save one of them. Stop the excuses now.
You're saying that. Who would do that?
Wait, one second. Let me be naughty. But don't interrupt me. Just hear this one out, yeah? Furthermore, if you was in a position where those two women were drowning and you had one woman who did not wear a hijab closer to you, but you had another woman who was wearing a hijab further from you, you would have to actually save the hijabi woman, or else the symbol of her wearing the hijab becomes completely pointless.
No, at that point, it's simple. Like hijab doesn't matter. What do you mean?
No,
it's the fact symbol, that she's drowning. And then you're saying that. Look, you're saying that she's closer to me.
Listen,
of course,
listen.
Listen.
If the symbol she is wearing would not even get her saved from her quote unquote brother, what is the use of the symbol?
What do you mean? But the symbol isn't meant for the women. A woman doesn't wear hijab to say, "Oh, come save me."
No, I gave you. No, can you deal with the situation? What would you do? How would you argue against it? What would you do? Are you telling me?
That's a reach, Ahmed. Why does the symbol? First of all, this is a ridiculous case that you're putting forward. Sorry.
Just engage with
me. Okay, yeah. I think the human instinct is to save whoever is next to you.
Okay.
And the idea,
exactly.
Hold on.
Okay, well, if that's the case,
the idea that the whole principle of hijab or the symbology of hijab is nullified, or if you don't go and save the hijab, that's ridiculous, because we know hijab is a command from Allah. So nobody, you know what I mean? My actions do not nullify it, or you doing something, whether you save a hijabi or not, doesn't nullify a command from Allah anyway. So
exactly.
Nah. Exactly. All right.
I think on a human level,
Ahmed,
you don't assume
is finished.
Is not Muslim. Grab whoever you can. Whoever's next to you is the human instinct, I think.
Exactly.
Okay. If that is the case, yeah, then what is the point of representing a group? Because hijab, as far as you're concerned, represents what Muslims do. It doesn't just represent her alone.
Answer yourself. What group do you represent?
Let me finish, please, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Guess.
All right. Listen. What I'm saying to you is, her wearing a hijab does not represent something that she does alone. There's nothing individual about it.
No, it represents the fact that she's following a command. It's an ayah.
Finish, please.
Let him finish.
My God. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, as far as you are concerned, it represents something that Muslim women are supposed to do. You understand? So with that being the case, it represents something that you all represent as Muslims, as a group. It's not an individual thing. Now, with that being the case, if it would not even get her saved by her brother, then what is the point of having a mere symbol when really and truly, when we look at it objectively, and when we look at it objectively and
one second, brother.
When we look down,
wait. Okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
Chill, man. When objectively, hijab represents nothing but a mere symbol.
Okay, can you answer it, Hassan? Can you answer it, Ahmed? You're a Muslim, right?
Yes.
So can you answer the scenario that you just gave?
Can I answer the scenario that I just gave?
Yeah.
Who would you say?
Hold on, please. 1 second, brother. Go on.
Okay, that's very simple. As far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing as recognizing that someone is Muslim based on their appearance. So I would not know who's a Muslim as far as I'm concerned.
Hold on. So you don't believe? Hold on. So you don't believe in hijab? Is that what you're saying?
Come on, you already know this.
I didn't know that. Hold on. I didn't know that. You don't. Hold on. You don't believe hijab is woman has to wear hijab?
You already know this. It's not in the Quran.
No, wallahi, I didn't know that.
It's not in the Quran. So why would I believe that?
Okay.
So what is a jilbab? So what is a jilbab?
I don't know why we're having this conversation. Then. Really, this
Ahmed, what is a jilbab?
Clothing.
You move mad, bro.
Huh?
You moving crazy.
What kind of
So
clothing?
how you answer it is basically we don't need to wear hijab. Hold on, we don't need to wear hijab. So you're coming from a point of basically the whole.
I'm asking you.
Now hold on, the thought process Ahmed did was that basically to argue.
1 minute, man. Let's
Was that really the purpose was Muslims don't really necessarily need to look. They don't need to when they leave their house. They don't need to look like a Muslim. There's no need for them from an Islamic perspective. Is that what you're saying, Ahmed?
No, I'm not specifically talking about Islam. I'm talking about symbology.
Okay, people of faith. Okay, let's say people of faith. Because the Jews, the Jews have their, some of the Orthodox Jews, they have a particular way, with their sideburns and all that kind of stuff. And the Muslims with their hijab and their beard. Do you think this is not necessary?
I'm saying none of all of that is arbitrary and unnecessary and creates division. That's it.
And do you think that if we all obviously if these religious people stop doing that, do you think it will bring more unity?
I think if the religious people would cut out the symbology part, I think it would be very hard to harm them in any way.
So Ahmed, can you describe what a jilbab is? Can you describe what a jilbab is?
No. Go on, Summayah.
All right. Research it.
You do that too. Go on, Summayah.
No, I was just going to finish off with saying that basically, are you saying that in a time where the religious community is under duress, that they should do that? Or because now we're living in a society, obviously, where maybe those that are having religious symbology, if we can even call it that, are in the minority? Or would this be something you recommend even in a majority, let's say in Egypt?
I would say
now you finished off with saying they wouldn't be harmed, so I'm assuming that would be when they're not
Well, no, not only that. I would say I'm simply saying religious symbology is unnecessary. It's completely unnecessary. All it does is just creates an us.
Okay. Hold on. But earlier when I gave you the example of the woman with the short shorts and the little vest, and I said to you that being representative of his own ideology, you agreed with me.
Yes, I did.
But then if we move it away from religious symbology, we could argue that the way every individual identifies themselves is a representation of who they are. So it's not just religious people. Then would you recommend all of us just wear some kind of uniform?
No, wait. Let me respond.
A doctor wears a white coat.
I can't have one question after another. Let me respond to her, innit?
Okay.
My argument is, if it's practical, it is practical. I'm not arguing against anything that is practical. I'm arguing about anything that is arbitrarily symbology. If it's an arbitrary symbology, then it's arbitrary. What can I say? It creates division.
What do you mean by arbitrary symbology? I'm not understanding of that.
What I mean by that is it's a symbol whose only use is to simply mark you as someone who belongs to a particular group. That's it. That's the only use of it. It has no practical use.
Can I ask Ahmed a question?
Hold on.
Let me finish. It just screams to people, guys, I'm part of this group unnecessarily. It's like a uniform that says, I work for British
but that's
British
what
Airways.
Wait. Unnecessarily.
Let me just finish. It's like wearing a uniform that says, I work for British Airways when I'm just walking on the street. Like, why am I wearing a British Airways uniform when I'm just walking on the street?
Can I ask you a question, Ahmed? Can you describe to me how a Muslim woman is supposed to dress?
I don't really. Okay, there is no. As far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing as how a Muslim woman is supposed to dress. As far as I'm concerned, hold on. Let me finish, man. As far as I'm concerned, there is how a woman is supposed to dress to distinguish herself from prostitutes and women who may get harassed. That's it. That is what I'm aware of. Wait, let me finish. To distinguish yourself from prostitutes and women who may get harassed. That's it. That's what I'm aware of. And that would be a rational thing for any woman to do if she does not want to get harassed.
How do we quantify modesty? How do we quantify modesty?
I did not use the term modesty. You did.
But Ahmed, let me ask you.
No, it's a question. It's a question. How do?
I don't know.
Ahmed.
I don't really think going down. Hold on, guys. I don't think going down Islamic route is really beneficial with Ahmed because really we're not going to agree on anything in terms of like the foundation.
I want to ask Ahmed a question. Yeah. Ahmed, okay, doctors, they wear white coats, don't they?
Yes, but it's practical.
But look, just listen to me. Sahib, listen to me. Okay, them wearing it, is it a sign of division? Or are they intentionally division? Are they intending division? Is it gang culture? Is it saying I'm part of this gang and we're not the same?
I specifically
why do they wear white coats?
I specifically distinguish the practical. Distinguish the practical.
What do you mean?
People that wear uniform, period, in their workplace wear it for practical purposes. So I specifically distinguish that. I'm talking about arbitrary symbology. What doctors wear is not arbitrary. You gotta understand what arbitrary means, bro. It means unnecessary. Of course, it's necessary for doctors to distinguish themselves, or else you would not know who the doctor is.
Well, no. Well, why is it that I'm going to be a doctor soon? Okay, so tell me, why is it necessary? Why can't we just wear normal clothes?
It's necessary because when I come in the hospital, I need to know who the doctor is, or else any Tom, Dick, and Harry can claim to be the doctor and fuck me up. Simple logic, bro.
No. What makes you think that? Why do you need to know who the doctor is?
But can I just make one point though? Can I just make one point? Going back to my earlier point, as Ahmed, when I gave you the the woman with the genes and whatever, and that in itself, when we agreed that basically all human beings, however we represent ourselves, that in itself can be argued to represent something else, like an ideology, whether it's the free woman, whatever it is. So the onus in your argumentation, I almost feel like there is an onus that you're putting on religious people to and kind of although we disagree what is required in terms of religious practice, because you're sort of saying you don't really believe any of these identifiers from a religious perspective are necessary. But if you accept the secular person who doesn't have any religion also in how they self-represent, there is a symbology of their ideology in that. Why should the onus be on the religious people then to kind of
I haven't.
Exactly.
Wait, let me respond.
But it exists both sides, I think. Okay, and then we can argue that essentially the way we identify ourselves is part of human nature. So whether you are a religious person who's showing, through how you dress yourself or whatever, or whether you're a non-religious person in the choices that you make. So if they exist in both parties, then this is inherently part of our makeup.
All right.
Exactly.
Okay. Hear what I'm saying, yeah. I haven't spoken about acceptance or rejection, first and foremost. I'm simply trying to basically observe certain phenomena. So, for example, if you say, going back to the short skirt example that you brought, you know what? Furthermore, I would have to argue that is actually practical and not an arbitrary symbology. It's actually very practical. And the reason for that is simply... let me finish.
No, I just want to clarify, short skirts are practical.
Let me finish. I will tell you, innit? I'm not going to leave it at that, am I? Let me finish. Now...
No, I just want to make sure I heard right.
Okay. The reason it is practical is because the woman that wears, a short skirt or whatever, that does so for the attention of a man, she is doing so for the attention of a man. It's not arbitrary. She's not just waving it in people's head for no reason. Wait, let me...
Hold on a minute. That's an assumption, though, that she's doing it for a man.
My God.
No, I don't. But that's what I'm saying. But that's not necessarily true.
I know, but
we're not women.
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
Big up to the panel as it is, and big up to DCBrad who's just jumped on. Yeah, man. Go through Ahmed. Go on, run through, man.
Summayah, please don't interrupt. I beg of you. You're gonna get your chance.
Ahmed, you're talking 80% of the time, bro. Like, let's get to it.
Really? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Have 100% in it, just so you can feel happy.
No, keep going, but yeah.
Come on, man.
It's ridiculous. Just please let me talk in it. Thank you. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, the woman that wears sexy clothing, she's not dumb. She knows she's going to create the attention of a man. She may choose the attention that she wants and the attention that she does not want, and that's her prerogative. You understand what I'm saying to you? But she, at no way is she completely averse to the fact that she is creating the attention of a man. She knows that. You understand? Now, she is not going to complain if she gets attention from a man. She may reject it, but she's not surprised by it. However, on the flip side,
well, what's your flip side?
Please let me finish. On the flip side, so the woman that wears sexy clothing in a secular society, she accepts responsibility for her actions based on that. However, the religious person, for the sake of argument, who wears arbitrary religious symbology, when that person attracts conversation and they get that conversation, all of a sudden they act surprised. And that's the discussion I'm trying to have here. All symbology create tension. It's what they do. That's it. Over to you.
1 second. So yeah, first of all, I'm sorry, I'm having some work done. When it dies down, I'll talk.
No, it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. Ahmed.
Hey, yo, Ahmed, you tripping?
Yeah, I just want to say, Ahmed, you are not a woman. So I think you made a huge assumption. I know many women who do wear short skirts that would disagree with you that they do it for men. So
no, I didn't say they do it for men. Please don't misrepresent me.
You did. You're quite clear.
Please don't misrepresent me.
Other people on the panel can tell you, really, you did. And you talked about them dressing sexy. So even the idea that she's wearing a short skirt to look sexy, that is questionable.
Summayah, that's you can do better than misrepresenting someone.
I know. Ask Dan. Dan, did he say that?
Like, I'm here to speak for myself. I specifically said,
bro, and I'm here to challenge whatever you said. You can't all of a sudden go back. If you didn't mean that, I accept it. Listen, if you didn't mean that, I accept it. But I'm saying that's what you said, innit? So
Summayah.
No, Ahmed, be honest.
Ahmed, when your ideas get challenged, you can't all of a sudden make the conversation. I let you speak, right? I let you speak. So anyways, that first point, I dismissed it.
Listen, no, well,
secondly, hold on. Secondly,
I can't have that. Listen.
Oh, I can't be bothered.
There's challenging what I said, and then telling me what I've said. You cannot tell me what I've said when I am here. I know what I've said.
No, I can tell you because I'm going to challenge it. Oh my God. Dan, are you there? Like, you heard it. Come on now, sir. Did he not say that?
I think the argument.
Specifically, let me repeat, please. I'm here for myself, innit? I specifically said no woman is averse. You understand what averse means?
No, after you first said, okay, well, anyway, fine. But even that is false. So you can't say that. You can't make that judgment. That no woman is adverse to the getting checked out by men. That's your assuming for all women.
It's not a judgment for a grown woman to know that she may attract a man. It's not a judgment. It is common sense.
No, you saying that you saying that
it's like you're saying if she wears this skirt, she knows she's going to attract women. And I don't know if you can.
Okay, are you telling me that women don't know what attracts a man?
No, of course I understand what you're saying, but no, I know what you mean.
You've completed a lot of things, but now you're kind of dibble-dabbling. It's all right, man. There's no need for that.
What are you talking about?
I can't even get to your second point.
What does this have to do with what we were talking about?
I don't know. It's just I don't know. Can we go back?
You were talking about like symbology and that sort of thing, right? So
exactly.
Okay,
so we go back to symbology. Can we deny that symbologies create conversation? That's all I'm trying to make here.
Is that a bad thing?
Is it a bad thing?
But also, please, 1 second, yeah. The second point is kind of you're arguing that her choice of a miniskirt isn't arbitrary, but the person who makes the religious choice is. But I would argue that the religious person is doing that out of necessity because of their religious followings, and what she's doing is arbitrary.
No. See,
Yeah.
you're changing definitions of words here.
No, I'm challenging how you laid it out, and I'm saying,
well, you're changing
the other way around, actually.
Okay, but what I'm doing is I'm going by what I can observe, what I can what's it called? Demonstrably observe. So I can demonstrably observe that when a woman appears to be sexy, she will demonstrably create the attention.
But then now again, you're going back to her choice of dress being about the male gaze.
No, but can I'm addressing one.
I'm trying to have a dialogue though, like
but let people finish.
It does.
Every time. My God. As I was saying though, so I can demonstrably observe the practicality of a woman dressing up sexy. So that's that. However, when someone wants to wear
Sorry, say that again.
I can demonstrably observe fucking hell.
Fucking hell, bro. It sounds like you coughed up a lung just then or something.
Hey, Ahmed, you bugging.
DCBrad, are you there?
You okay? You okay, Ahmed?
Yo, Ahmed.
Oh, yeah, one second. Let me drink some water, man.
You good, bro?
Man inhaled the spliff, you know? Inhaled the spliff, the grinder. Man inhaled the bag.
He's talking out there, wasp.
Man inhaled it all, bro.
Yo. I need to ask Ahmed how the jilbab is arbitrary. This guy's just making up stuff.
Can we not get into a Islamic discussion with Ahmed?
The Quran clearly states jilbab. So what's he talking about?
Just leave it, bro.
Silence is a bliss.
Mad thing. Yo.
Yeah, cool. I'm back.
You're all right, Ahmed. You're not going to choke again, no?
Nah, I'm all right.
Yo.
Let me just finish this quickly. Yeah. Basically, let's not be silly now. As I was saying, a woman dressing up sexy, we can observe the practicality of it. We can observe the demonstrable practicality of it. However, someone wearing a religious symbol, there is no practicality that we can observe. There's literally no practicality that we can observe. So therefore, by definition, we cannot call it necessity. If you say necessity, you're talking from a subjective perspective of, because I'm part of this religion, this is what defines this religion. That's not the definition of necessity. Necessity is that which is demonstrable, that which is necessary for for survival, etc. That's the definition of necessity.
Okay, Ahmed, tell me
hold on.
This guy's definitely not Muslim, bro.
No, but hold on. I want to challenge that. What you can demonstrably show, okay, that's a huge comment that you're making there, because you're saying a woman. I don't even understand your analysis. Can you? Because you're kind of saying the woman needs to dress this way in order to catch a husband. Is that what it is? I don't know necessarily. You can claim that as a demonstrable fact. You understand? Because I can argue that women that dress sexy aren't even wifey material. There are societies that those women will be looked at as whores, and women who are more modest will be the wifeys that get. So I don't know if you can say that's a demonstrable fact. What the outcome is going to be.
Summayah is right.
What I said was a demonstrable fact. Yeah, please, let's not change stuff all the time. What I said was a demonstrable fact is its practicality. There is no denying that a woman can attract a man based on her looks. There's no denying that. So its practicality is demonstrably observable.
Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, the attachment. Hold on. You made a lot of attachments. Listen, leave this demonstrable. This like as though you're holding absolute truth in your statements, because there isn't really in that. Because your argument is going from now to beauty. If you go into the beauty angle, yeah, a beautiful girl will attract a man. But when we say sexy or dressing sexy is like she's doing this and we can prove this is for her survival.
No, if you want to pick on sexy, we could do that too. Sexy will demonstrably demonstrably attract a man.
No, attract a man, but hold on. When you attach that to because does attraction mean guarantee of survival? And when you say survival, I'm assuming that you mean she's looking to catch a husband, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
If a woman, listen.
How did the culture begin if it wasn't meant to attract the opposite
It would
sex?
depend what society you're in then as well.
EB, I can't address 2 points. EB, I can't address 2 points. So please let me address this 1 point in it, yeah? There is no denying.
I love the monologue.
There is no denying. There is no denying that a woman appearing sexy can and will attract a man, regardless of the community, regardless of the society, regardless of the time. Men are attracted to sexy females. There's no.
If you're talking about men will glance, absolutely. But I would argue that it depends on the society because, like I said, the main area I'm focusing on is female representing herself in sexiness, shall we say, and her thinking of her future survival and looking to catch a man. And I would say, depending
why do they do? Yeah, but why?
But that is also societal because maybe in England it's like that. But I can tell you, in a different society, in a different society, I can maybe demonstrably show that it's the niqabi women who are catching husbands all out there, and nobody wants a woman.
But why would they dress that way? Why would they dress that way?
And in different societies, will not be.
Why would they dress that way?
Let her finish.
What you're doing now is you're adding a lot of variables.
Yeah.
And a lot of.
Because there is a lot of variables in your statement, and that's why you should stay away. I think it's dangerous when you make something like the absolute truth. That's all I'm trying to point out.
But Summayah, you're adding variables that does absolutely nothing to the fact.
Because your statement was absolutist, and I have to show the variables.
I've just started the sentence, Summayah.
Go on.
Listen, you're adding a lot of variables that does not change the simple fact that I made. The simple fact that I stated, which is that men are attracted to women, to sexy women. A woman appearing sexy will attract a man. That is a fact.
Who denies that?
Hold on. Listen, that's not a dispute. If a beautiful girl is walking down the street, will she get glances? That's absolutely true.
That's it. That's all I've said.
Okay, that's it. Then as long as we take away the bit of she's doing this for her survival and essentially to catch a husband. Because all I'm trying to show is depending on the society, we can show in other societies, she may be used and discarded because she has no value from the point that she starts representing herself in that manner.
No, but now hear what you said now. Now you said representing herself in that manner.
Because you're attaching her sex and because you're
listen.
Ahmed, can I say something?
I'm showing that in all societies, outward display of sexiness.
That's how the culture began. That's how the culture began. It began to attract the men. What are you talking about?
Listen, you're adding variables that are unnecessary. And the reason it is unnecessary is this is a simple fact that you cannot deny. Is her sexiness an asset to her? Yes or no?
Of course it is.
Okay. Does she know? Does she know?
What does that mean, man?
Can I finish a sentence, man? Well, like where are you lot from, man?
You asked the question, man.
I'm not done, am I? Bloody hell, bro. Anyways, yeah. So if a woman, you gotta be consistent now. If you acknowledge that a woman's sexiness is an asset to her, you have to, by definition, acknowledge that she knows that she can use that to attract a male.
Okay, Ahmed. You say just because she can use that to her advantage.
Yes.
Well, what's your point?
That's it. That's my entire point.
So
my entire point.
And let's move on.
My entire point is sexiness is practical. That's it. That's my entire point.
Look, as a male, Ahmed, you're a male, right?
Exactly. Okay, how can you deny this, Samaroon?
Okay, look. Some men, do you know they perceive like women that dress modestly, and covered women are more sexier.
See, hear what you just said now. Covered women, blah blah blah. I was not discussing that.
And then can we move on to the next point, guys? It's dead now.
No, hold on. Why did we move away from symbology, which is the
go back to that. Then. Go back to that. We got sidetracked.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the symbology, when religious people wear symbols, arbitrary symbols, please do not step away from the word. If you do not know what the word arbitrary means, look it up. God damn it. Arbitrary symbols create tensions. Can you deny that? That's the whole point here. Can anybody deny that?
No, I can deny that, yes.
Okay, go ahead, make your case.
No, but hold on a minute. There's one issue there. Is your idea? What I take issue is your identity. We have not agreed that religious dress or symbology, as you code it, is arbitrary. So you can't say, isn't it arbitrary and isn't it useless? Like, therefore, we're agreeing with a false premise.
All right, let's discuss that then.
So we'd have to agree first. Go on.
Okay, let's discuss that then. Okay, because I know, just to steer away from cognitive dissonance and biasness, let's pick on the Jews. Let's say, for example, the Jews, they like to have, hair, like little pieces of hair coming out of their sides. Yeah? Now, you tell me, is that arbitrary or not? And if you say it's not arbitrary, you're going to have to tell me why it's not. Over to you.
How are we measuring arbitrary in that it has no use?
Yes, that's
okay.
The definition of arbitrary.
What do you think arbitrary means?
That's
Isn't it somebody that
said it?
Okay, it's somebody.
It's pointless.
No, it's somebody that just dresses
let me explain arbitrary to you.
By their whims. That's what it like. Say I wanted to wear this just to wear it. That's what arbitrary is.
Samaroon, let me explain arbitrary to you. Arbitrary is, say you and I are on a beach, and then I drive to. Listen. Say we're on a beach, yeah, and then I decide to draw a line right in the middle of the sand. Literally, it's that line that I drew in the middle of the sand. It's not based on any observable necessity. It's not. No. It's not based on anything. Like, for example,
that's a wrong example. I'll tell you why.
Okay. God, my God, it's ridiculous, bro.
Yo, I don't know if it's people doing you like Raj, but you're moving like Raj today. It's just, yo, can I just finish?
I know.
Can you let me finish? You're like, you're Somali Raj. No disrespect. But let me just check DCBrad's post. DCBrad, are you still alive and functioning? Are you waiting for an in? DCBrad. I think this guy's AFK, man. All right, no worries.
Yo, I'm here. I'm sorry. I had a phone call. I learned to let the Muslims talk, just to learn. I'm just learning,
Well, no, I was going to say, if you've got any input, because at the moment we're talking fairly generally about women and the dress. Symbology.
Yeah, I would say it is. I get what the brother's trying to say, but I would honestly say that is a very. I don't want to.
DCBrad, don't take any Islamic education of Ahmed. For your own benefit.
No, wait. Is that the brother from Somali that
yeah, Somali Maverick, man. What's good?
Yeah. He's good.
Can I say my point? I'm about to lose it because Ahmed just made it. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I just want to say something because basically you're talking about the Jews, the sideburns, and you compared it to the line in the sand where there's no necessity. But then we'd have to question observing one's religious obligations or scriptures, whether you consider that to be arbitrary, because I would argue that it is necessary for them. It is a necessity because they're following their scripture.
Okay, let me respond to that.
What's necessity? They define necessity.
Samaroon, bro,
define
the point to me. Let me respond to her, please.
All
right. I would argue, Summayah, that anything that is not practical and observably beneficial is arbitrary.
But then we go back to the whole away from just religion and how everybody identifies themselves or carries themselves. So essentially we're going around, it's circular really, because for you to determine that Jewish person following their creed and having their sideburns there's no necessity in it, but a guy who's into rock or whatever growing his hair long and wearing kind of rock attire, it's okay for him.
Have I said that?
Because he's chosen this. Hold on. So essentially, what it boils down to is individual. You're kind of. So hold on. Let me think. That argument leads to individual choice outside of religion is fine, but when it's a religious symbolism.
Who said that? Summayah,
yeah, but I'm saying to that because the dismissal. Hold on, because unless you accept their scripture following necessity, essentially that's the road it leads down to.
No, but who said that? Listen, Summayah.
No, you don't have to say. I'm just saying that's what the argument leads down to. Unless you accept that them following their scripture. Hold on, it is a necessity for them.
Can you pay attention to the conversation that we're having?
Am I wrong, guys? Come on, does it sound like?
No, but
does anybody understand my point?
I understand what you're saying 100%.
I can't believe you're that difficult.
Wow,
that's amazing.
No, I like to dissect points. That's it.
No, but what points did you dissect?
Well,
she dissected a lot of points.
Yeah, she dissected a lot of points, bro. You can't just.
Yeah, bro, she dissected a point that she made up in her own head.
No, she's dissected something that you've said, and you need to abbreviate on it, so she doesn't have a reason to dissect.
When did I?
Okay, Ahmed. You know what? Rephrase it, and let's see like how it comes. Rephrase it.
When did I speak about rock and roll and what?
No. Okay, what you spoke about?
When did I?
Hold on. What you spoke? Hold on. Let me tell you what I got that from. You gave the example of the Jews, right? You gave the example of their hair, facial hair, right? And then you gave an example of it being similar to just putting a line, a sand like line in the sand, and that having no. So the implication there is they're doing something that there is no necessity to. It's just as useless as that. And my argument is the fact that they have a scriptural text of their faith that requires them to do this. That in itself is a necessity.
That doesn't define necessity. As far as I'm concerned,
you define necessity.
No,
and that's what I'm saying. The danger is anything that is scriptural it's not like. Do you not get it?
Hear my counterpoint then. Okay, hear my counterpoint, and actually, please deal with this counterpoint. The point I'm making is necessity is, as far as I'm concerned, defined by that which is practical and observably beneficial. Do you object to that statement?
Yes, I do.
Tell me why.
I do.
Okay.
Go ahead. Tell me why.
Because, like I said, for me, then this would, and I know you're going to say this is not your intention, but for me, this is more of like.
You're going to speak about the future again.
Huh?
You're going to speak about the future again.
No, I'm gonna open up the other door that you can. Why not?
So you're going to speak about the future. Can you?
But because the application of this is basically impact on the religious person. What I'm saying is essentially the religious person's self-identification, being born out of scripture, is no different than a secular person's identifying, being born out of the society that they live in and how they identify. Does that make sense?
100.
I don't know what you're.
So essentially, symbology is essentially.
Ahmed, tell me one thing wrong she said.
She's doing well, bro. She doesn't need you. Please let her talk, man. She's doing
well.
But
look, you keep talking nonsense.
Every time she talks and you're talking in the background, this is not the way to have a conversation, Samaroon, fam. Please.
Okay,
bro.
all right.
I didn't even hear a word she said. Talk again, please.
Okay.
SubhanAllah. Summayah, go ahead.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought. I don't even know what I was saying. So you continue.
No, but she said everything she had to say. You just started complaining for no reason, man.
Go ahead, Samaroon. You tell me, what did she say? Because I don't remember. I didn't even catch it.
Okay, she was explaining as far as, like, you talk about the dress code, and you were trying to just, you heard what she said, man. You trying to act like I just jumped in for no reason, man.
Bro, I did not. I missed it, man. Because you talking in the background,
I just missed it.
Hard to hear her.
She was talking the whole time. I didn't interrupt one time. As soon as I said something, you started crying, man.
Okay, cool. Listen, can anybody please address this point? Address this actual point here. I beg of you, lot. Necessity is that which is practical and observably beneficial. Is there anything wrong with that statement?
Oh, but hold on. Whose definition is that?
Huh?
Whose definition is that?
Let's say it is mine. Does that mean it's wrong?
No, it means it's challengeable.
Go ahead, challenge it.
What are you basing it on? How do you reach that? How do you reach that definition?
Because
if I look at, we can look at the dictionary. I don't know if it necessarily said the observable.
Because I personally do not find any holes in that argument. That's the conclusion that I have come to. If I'm wrong, you can tell me.
So essentially, we can argue it's a necessity. I mean, if we get to the basic core of it, we can say food and water is just a necessity, right? What else is a necessity for a human, really?
Anything that is observably beneficial. and practical.
How do we define this observably beneficial? How are we observing?
Observe, as in you can see the benefits that it actually, the benefits that it has for the individual.
So this is a subjective.
Life.
So this is objective then.
No, I don't find any holes in it. Can you please go ahead and find the hole?
Samaroon, your camera is on, bro.
He wants it. Find the hole in it, Summayah.
What do you mean find a hole on it? I have to dissect it because I haven't heard this definition before.
Okay,
I have to.
Go ahead. I want you to dissect it now.
Tell me again.
Anything that is practical and observably beneficial is necessary. Anything besides that is not necessary.
Okay. Interesting. Anything that is observably beneficial
and practical.
And we're measuring this
by practicality, beneficially, and observably. That's how we measure.
So then you'd have to ask the community, like you'd have to ask Jewish men, what is the reason for them having that type of hair, and they may be able to give, and they may be, but you not from that community, so you don't know the necessities for them.
Well, it's easy. I can observe it. That's why I used practical. That's why I used. Wait, hear me out.
Ahmed, can I say something, man?
That's a subjective opinion.
That's why I used
without the evidences.
That's why I used observing and practicality and beneficial. So
okay, what do you get from observing?
Please let me finish. I'll give you an example. Yeah, say Jewish men having the hair on their sides. I cannot observe, me personally, any observable or practical beneficial benefit it has to their life. I see no improvement. Whether they have that.
That's your
Let
opinion.
me just finish a sentence. For fuck's sakes, man. I see no difference between whether they have the sides on their hair or whether they don't. As a matter of fact, I can bring you examples of people who don't have the hair on the sides and they live just as well as the people with the hair on the sides.
This is a subjective opinion.
Which makes me believe that having the hair on the sides is arbitrary. It doesn't do anything extra, unless you can tell me what it does.
They're just doing it just to do it.
But I'm not a Jewish man with that thing. So if we look it up, they may have evidence as to why, actually, even scientifically, why it's more beneficial. I mean, even I think some scientists have said having a beard, protects men from certain things. I'm sure. So, I mean, you're just basing it. I don't know one person's subjective opinion of, I see that guy with a bit of facial hair. I personally don't think it has any uses, so therefore it has no uses. This isn't really scientific, isn't it?
Why not? All you're doing is just rejecting it. Please tell me the why.
No, I'm rejecting the subjectivity of it because it's not objective fact.
Get into the why.
Because it's not an objective fact.
Get into the why part.
It's dirty, Welle.
Dismissing is so easy. Like, get into the why. Like, come on, like, work with me.
No, but you're saying your opinion is that they're doing it for no reason. But how do you know what they're doing it for?
I said I have not found any reason. Can you give me a reason?
Okay, you say look,
bro,
you're going by
observation.
observation.
Works. Do you know how
of course, but look,
listen,
you said you're doing it just based on
1 minute, Samaroon. Please, there's two sentences that I want you to know the difference of. There is a difference between saying there is nothing beneficial about it whatsoever. That is one sentence. Okay. That is absolute.
Okay.
That is absolute. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Another sentence is I have not observed anything practically beneficial. That is another sentence. The two are not the same.
Okay,
Two are not the same. When I give you the latter sentence, you're
saying you're sure. No, the latter, that means you don't understand why.
Let me finish. Your counter argument should be, okay, you may not have seen the benefits. However, these are the benefits that have been observed. That's your counter argument.
But that's what I said. Hold on, that's what I said to you, that you had all it is.
No, Summayah, what you said
what I said to you is I'm not a Jewish man, and if you were to ask a Jewish man, he may be able to give you the benefits. And I even mentioned the scientists, and they may even have some science facts to back them up. I'm just saying, because we don't have any evidences on the table, then we can't assume that it has no, it has no use.
We can.
Because that's the subjective.
Let me tell you why we can.
Because Ahmed said so, and Ahmed moved the wall.
Summayah, let me tell you why we can. Because we cannot entertain may. Do you understand what the word may means? May
So,
encompasses
so we're
everything.
making, hold on, so we're making subjective opinion, and we cannot entertain the idea of there being evidences to the contrary. That's what essentially what you're saying.
Can you listen? Can you stop saying one sentence? Saying this
You
is what
can't
you're
speak
saying.
just stop saying that.
That's what you're saying.
Can you stop saying
Hey,
this
man.
is what you're saying? Wallahi, like I'm getting tired of you telling me what I'm saying.
No,
Stop doing that. I beg you.
I like to
I can
summarize
speak
for you, Ahmed. It's all right.
Listen, guys, you gotta leave Ahmed too. He's high in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yo, I'm just gonna
I
say.
don't even know you, man. Don't act like you know me.
Yo, Mr. Amarrzz wants to jump into the conversation. Yeah.
Let him on.
I'm gonna let Mr. Amarrzz in, and we'll see what's going on with Mr. Amarrz's take on symbology. He said he's gonna keep it high IQ. Yeah. So I don't know about high. We're dealing with high IQ around here today, so we'll stick with that. Big up to Mr. Amarrzz incoming. And yeah,
incoming.
Yo, you see the thing that the argument that I think Ahmed was making to start off with, because let's just remember he was playing the devil's advocate. Yeah, he's kind of turned into the panel devil now. Like everyone's on him, but he was playing the game to start off with, and his whole point, from what I remember, was.
No, I don't think Ahmed. I think that's just his nature. He has to, and I don't mean this in a bad way.
Go ahead, speak about me again.
No,
Can you address the
let me just say it's an observable fact, Ahmed. Okay. All I was saying is that you like to be there. You like to just go against the grain. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying.
All right, bless up, sis. Bless up, sis.
Yeah,
but I just want us to have, like intellectually stimulating conversations. We keep having emotional stuff here. Like lately, all over the panels.
You're the one getting emotional.
No, that's not emotional.
You're the one getting emotional.
I think we've been quite cordial. That's it.
No, I'm saying let's forget all sensations. Let's just stick to the brain, innit? The fact of the matter is, let's argue from an intellectual perspective, innit? Yeah. What where were we even, man?
We're talking about symbology.
Look, let's make this simple. Let's make this simple. Let's make this simple. Yeah. Does symbology exist?
Yes, it exists.
Does the word arbitrary exist?
Well, yes, you said yes. We have a definition for that. Yeah.
Okay. Are there such thing as arbitrary symbols?
Of course, yeah. There's plenty of people just to make. Yeah. Of course.
Okay. So would you be surprised if arbitrary symbols created conversations? Is that surprising?
No, but what's your point?
That is my point. The entire point people been beefing me about the whole day. That was it.
No, but you're saying something is arbitrary, but what? So why do you think that?
You just agreed with me, now you want to disagree. Ridiculous. There's no way out. You just agreed, Samaroon.
No, look, you're making these arguments about what's arbitrary. You know what I mean? And then you say, okay, people, they made this symbol just to do it.
I didn't even speak about a particular symbol here. So look how you're being very, you get me? You're trying something that doesn't exist. I did not speak about any particular symbol. I simply said arbitrary symbols create conversations.
Assalamu
Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. What's up, Mr. Amarrzz? Go on.
He's got something beneficial. Come on, drop it.
Okay. Now, Ahmed, I was very interested to see, man. What were you talking about? The Jewish, what do you call it, plaques, or why would they have the dreadlock, Jewish dreadlock?
Yeah.
Okay, so were you observing it, you know what I mean? And the practicality of you looking at it, or touching it, or if you have touched it, whatever, someone, and you didn't see no benefit in it. That's why your point was.
Yeah. For me,
and were you trying to compare that? Were you trying to compare that with the beard?
No.
No. Okay. Sorry.
Because I know that's gonna create biasness, so I'm trying to.
No. If you say a beard, you tell me. Yeah, just say.
I'm not gonna go there.
Why not?
I'm sticking. Why not? Because obviously, then we're not gonna have a genuine conversation. Because obviously, it's gonna become a me versus you. I'm not trying to do a me versus
So Ahmed, so what you're saying is that anything apart from what God has commanded is arbitrary.
He didn't say that.
No, I did not say that.
I'm asking, it's a question.
I mean, the fact
I'm not going to take that bait.
the fact
I know what you're doing, EB.
yeah, let's leave it there because I think the conversation about the hijab was quite clear. That
Are you shook, Ahmed? Are you shook? Are you shook?
No, I just don't want an argument, bro. Like I'm not feeling that today.
Yeah. No, it's a conversation. It's a conversation. It's a conversation.
You know,
Ahmed, let me ask Ahmed one more question.
He's clever,
is
but
the jilbab, Ahmed, is the jilbab in the Quran, which is women's dress, is that arbitrary?
What is the linguistic definition of jilbab?
He's not gonna agree what jilbab means, bro. Like, there's no point discussing.
Ahmed is never wrong, man. Ahmed is never wrong, cuz.
He's not gonna agree.
What you mean?
Ahmed agrees with nothing.
I'm not going to take the bait, man. Allow me, fam.
So wait,
come on, Ahmed, man. I want to have a debate, man.
It's in the Quran. It's in the Quran.
What's in the Quran?
This guy is direct, bro.
Let Amarrzz talk, man.
Okay. Anyway, Ahmed, yeah. Well, I'll just hear you something, but I just didn't get the gist of everything. That's why I come on. I mean, we're talking about religious symbology. Yeah.
Any symbology.
Yes. Any symbology. What about the atheist symbology that we got? That the werewolf. What's that called? That atheist symbol that people have adopted from America.
I agree. That's why I said any symbology.
Yeah. So I mean, would you class that as a religious symbology as well? Because it's atheism a kind of religion as well. You say?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. I would. It's an identifier. So yes.
I would. Yes, I would.
How can symbology be arbitrary if it's from God, Ahmed? How can it be arbitrary?
Okay, now you're trying to play with the emotional strings. Allow me, man. Not today, fam.
And I actually would argue, yeah. I actually would argue that symbology in itself can be can be obviously a form of communication, right? So it's a form.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's a form.
I agree too. Yeah.
So in the fact that it is that, then it can't be arbitrary then.
Well,
the mere fact that without using words, because we have different words of communicating, and it's language, written, sign, and symbology or symbolism being another form of communication, and the fact that without the person having to say anything, they're essentially giving you a bit of identify themselves, whether it's a punk, whether it's rock,
but you're just making my point, though, Summayah. I already said that it's a gang thing.
But hold on, but that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get to. The fact, another form of language, and the fact that we human beings do. I mean, even being on this panel, we'll say, "Oh, I'm a Muslim," or "I'm a this," or "I'm that." Expressing our identity is essentially part of human nature. So it isn't. I think that.
I think Ahmed understands that. I think he knows that.
See, I really don't know where you guys keep taking the argument. You can't keep constantly using God and human nature as an excuse.
All right, let me take it.
Hold on a minute.
Let Dan speak.
Why do we need to communicate anything, Ahmed?
We need Dan to speak.
Why does anybody know that you're a Quranist?
Let me respond to her. Let's not.
Why does anyone know that you're a Somali? You know what I mean? Because these are things that you've communicated about yourself.
No, I haven't. Let me actually respond to you, please. One point at a time.
Fight.
First and foremost, we communicate because we need to trade. That's number one. Literally, we communicate. We literally communicate. We literally communicate. We literally, bro. We will not be in a society.
Okay. I want to communicate with a girl. I'm not going to trade with that. I want to communicate with a girl for something else. I'm not trading with her.
Kind of statements, Ahmed. You make these kind of
why does a male communicate with a female to trade with her or something else?
Why do you communicate with your child for some business transactions?
I don't know if I should speak, because the moment I speak, 5 people are gonna speak, bro.
Okay, let me speak.
The moment I speak,
we all talk.
Let me speak. Then Ahmed, you can respond.
Come on, guys. This is
Dan, moderate this, man. I thought I'm coming to a high IQ panel, man.
You're here, man. You're here, bruv. You're the loudest guy. You're the most disruptive at the moment. But go on, cut through, man. Let's see what you've got to say.
Okay. Well, basically, what we were talking about just now.
This is what I'm saying. You don't know, bro. Let the man.
No, I do know, man. Yes, I wanted Dan to get the moderation going.
How we communicate through symbolism.
Oh, yeah, communication. We're talking about communication, yeah. I mean, obviously, you believe in the Quran, innit? You believe in the Quran. You believe in the Adam and Eve story, innit? So, what trade did Adam and Eve do between themselves? They had to communicate to trade. Were they trading?
You're assuming he believes in Adam and Eve.
I don't know who Eve is.
You don't know.
Eve is the first female created, human female created.
I don't know where you get it from.
Our.
I get it from Islam, bro. From all the hundreds of thousands of teachers and the chains of narrations.
For me, I have not found it in the Quran.
Yeah, I know, but you woke up one day and decided to make your own version of it, bro. I'd rather take knowledge from people who have submitted the chain all the way back to the Prophet ﷺ, not somebody who woke up in the Western world thinking that he can do what he likes.
Are you making
I'm not
Amarrzz, chill out.
Amarrzz, you're gonna make a point about the thing.
Not today, bro. It's a Monday, fam.
Yeah, man, it's Monday, bro. Monday, this is where it starts on Monday. My jihad starts and doesn't stop.
I ain't got time for that today, B. Hell no.
Yo,
I got time every time, even when I'm sleeping.
Listen, what's that, Amarrzz?
Let Dan speak.
Yo, I'm just trying to zoom through this combo. I'm trying to work out. All right, so we're saying atheism, symbology, women, symbology, Islam. Is it divisive? Is it? I think that was the original core. Like, that was the original issue. Now we're onto something else to do with like. I think it's more like sexual dynamics, that sort of stuff. No, I'm cool with the topic. I'm cool with the topic. I'm just trying to like.
Okay. So come with the heading, yeah, and obviously come with something high IQ. Yeah, so only high IQ people can respond.
Bruv, we're already there. I'm googling like the arbitrary nature of symbology and looking into all sorts of shit on linguistics and maths and all sorts of stuff. But I don't know how to.
I would argue that symbology comes from secret societies. So it's really
I was saying
no. This is it. Hold on. That was the point I was going to make.
Let him say his piece. Let him say his piece, man. Ahmed, say your piece. When you finished, say you're finished. The next person goes. Go on, Ahmed.
I will never speak. I will never speak more than a minute, but I don't.
Go on then.
Let me just get in real quick, right? So when we're dealing with the arbitrary nature of it, right? Do you think there's like is there like an expectation of? Let's say you create your symbol, yeah? You organize your group and your symbol represents something to you and everybody else in that group. You all share that symbolic meaning, right? To another person, the example that I'm thinking, and no disrespect to Raj, but the idea is in my head just because people have been talking about knocking his turban off recently, yeah? So Raj's turban is a symbol to him and Sikhs and whatever else. You know how defensive he gets when people mention his turban. He mentions like the hijab or whatever instantly. Yeah, cool. To people outside, would you look at the turban and consider it to be an arbitrary symbol? Like those guys there just randomly chose that turban to hold some meaning. What I'm trying to say is, does the meaning kind of matter to people outside of the group? Would people outside the group not just argue that it was arbitrary, whereas people inside the group, especially if it's a religious group, might make some claims to the like divine origin of
exactly, Dad, exactly.
With that said, I think it's interesting now looking when you have people who identify as say Muslim or whatever, saying I'm going to knock off your turban, and Raj instantly flip into cool, I'm going to go and or whatever, like it's that equivalence there, isn't it?
I'm gonna blow up the Kaaba.
Yeah, or whatever. I'm gonna blow up the Golden Temple. Cool. I'm gonna blow up the Kaaba. All right, cool. Like there's like tit for tat. But yeah, is it divisive? And I would say there could be an argument for that. I think the devil's advocate has won out maybe in terms of like the weight of the argument, but I don't know. Amarrzz, what do you think about that? Do you think? Let's look at the symbol. Let's look at the symbolism of Islam, right? So it's the moon and the crescent moon, and
no, but that has nothing to do with Islam.
No, that's
Turkish culture.
That's not the symbolism of Islam. It's the Pakistani flag.
Okay, so
the symbol of Islam. The symbol is La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. That's a symbol.
Astaghfirullah.
That's the symbol of Islam, bro. That's the declaration of faith. That's when the flag.
It's part of the crescent moon that has nothing to do with Islam.
Neither does the Shahadatain.
It has to do with.
Not even neither the Shahadatain. Yo, what's this? I thought it was high IQ panel, man. What's going on here, man? Who's talking and who's not?
Hey, listen.
Somebody's
Don't go
talking about
off topic. Let's stay on the topic. Innit?
Yeah, well, Dan, did you want me to respond to symbology? Though you just stated the statement.
Bruv,
Does anyone else want to speak?
If you've got a response, do you think it's divisive or do you think it's inclusive? What do you think? Or do you think it's not? It's none of the above.
It's by definition divisive.
No,
okay,
but hold
so
on, Ahmed.
okay. So who
But
wants to
Ahmed
speak?
agreed. Hold on, but Ahmed agreed. Dan, let me just quickly get in. I asked Ahmed
Quickly.
if the symbolism is restricted to people who are showing their religious affiliation, and he accepted that no, it's not limited to them, and extends to other people of no religion, denomination, atheists, secularists, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely.
So essentially, if we look at that and how everybody represents themselves, there is a form of symbolism. Then
exactly.
What division?
Okay.
When you say everybody,
Or then are we saying everybody's complicit in creating a division to how they self-identify?
when you say
everybody,
okay,
yeah, because this is the thing. The personal is exclusive, isn't it? Like I.
Okay, let me know when you got.
When I say
let me respond.
When I say I or me, I'm excluding you in terms of you haven't had my experience. You're not the me that I refer to in my mind. If that makes sense. So that's the same for a we. If it's I or I extend that I to we, I put my I-ness in a group with some other I's.
Yes.
Then
we is I. Yes,
then we is the plural I agree with or disagree with this, or I mean that's.
Or like Dan, sometimes.
Guys,
sometimes
please let me get.
Dan. Sometimes we say, "Oh, are you coming with us?" You know what I mean? And there's only, you know what I mean, one of you. You know, some parts of the
and that separates. I mean, that's a social separation. That's us, the group, who may know each other and have some pre-existing relationship, going forth into nature and needing to distinguish ourselves from other groups. Yeah, so that's the us.
Okay.
All right, cool.
In the Quran,
right,
in the
okay,
Quran,
cool.
in the
Guys,
Quran,
one second,
in the Quran, yeah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran,
Ahmed, just let him cut through for a sec, because you got a loud mic. Go on, just cut through quick.
In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, yeah, we have created you in different nations, tribes, so you can recognize each other. So basically, you know, with the symbolism of our different, you know what I mean, facial, you know what I mean,
not a bad thing. Yes, it's not a bad thing.
That's not symbolism.
That's symbolism, Allah's symbolism in His creation. You know what I mean?
Not symbolism. Like,
that's symbolism for me, man. There is a form of symbolism.
Oh my God.
You want to go deep into the conversation and.
What are you talking about? What is symbolism?
Okay, well, basically, I want to reply to Dan, but everyone started replying. So, Dan, can I respond to what your sentiments were?
What did you say was symbolism, though? I didn't hear that part.
Okay. Anyway, Dan, yeah, we're talking about symbolism.
How are you just dismissing me and saying,
Amarrzz, man.
Amarrzz, yeah,
That was quite
a
rude,
little bit of respect if you.
Sorry,
I
didn't understand the question. I didn't even hear you. I went to listen.
She just asked you to repeat yourself.
I didn't understand the last bit. I was just trying to catch it, and you're like being dismissive.
Oh, look, in the Quran it says, yeah, God has created you in different nations and tribes so you can recognize each other. Yeah,
so may know one another.
Yes, so you can know one another, recognize one another. Now, the symbolism we can see, you know what I mean? You got people in different parts of the world with similar facial features. Yeah, so that's the symbolism of creation, you know what I mean? Proved by the Quran. You know what I mean? I was showing that because African people have a certain facial, you know what I mean, gene pool. You know, they have Chinese people as well. Do you understand? So that, in a way, that's symbolism of creation. You know what I mean? According to the Quran. So I was going to go.
You know what? Amarrzz actually has a good point. He actually has a good point.
Are you serious?
Let me just think this through.
Created different, like us being created different.
Do you understand what symbol is? Do you understand the definition of a symbol?
Yes.
Yeah, but Ahmed, he's right in the sense when we break it down, we accepted that these symbols are identifiers.
That's
and so
what is a symbol?
Hold on a minute. So essentially, it's a group where they dress away or look away or whatever, trying to represent their identity essentially outwardly. So what I'm saying is, even if you
create different nations and tribes,
God is telling us, "I made you different."
Yo, let me one second. Ahmed, let me just slow it down because listen,
you know where we're from, man.
Bro, you might not have expected. Yo, Ahmed. Sorry, bruv. Listen, I know you might not have expected it from Amarrzz, and it wasn't immediately it wasn't intuitive to me as he said it. I had to think into it, but I've just Googled and looked in to see if there's any kind of academic stuff around this topic. And I've just pulled up an article: ethnicity and race as symbolic, right? And I mean, yeah, in some areas of academia, I mean, yeah, I guess there has been theories that have posited that short of anything else, if you don't share like a language with someone, looking at them to see, I mean, I suppose there's a basic symbology in that we all have like 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. So that's kind of symbolic.
That's a symbol now. Legs are.
Well, I mean,
it's high IQ.
Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this, Ahmed. Yeah. So, i.e., if I look around in my environment, I'm in the fucking wilderness in a savannah. Right, just stumbled out of my cave in the morning. I've gone to go and hunt some deer. Right, in my head, I know that deers symbolize sustenance, symbolize life. If I see a deer, that's a potential for me to basically get through the day. But if I see, hold on. If I see a lion, for example, a lion in the form that it comes in, you know, with like a mane and teeth and all that, it symbolizes a lion always. Like if I see a lion once and I see it again, like. And we do imbue, and I don't know, man. Amarrzz might be making a good point. He might be making a good point.
What you're doing? 1 second.
Yeah, Dan, you talking about lion? Dan, you talking about lion? Yeah, Dan, you talking about lion? When you see sharp claws, you see sharp teeth, that symbolizes danger. Yeah. You get it?
Well, look, Amarrzz, let me try and fresh it up because look, I'm not.
Let me get a word in, man. 1 second. Let me get a word in.
Yeah, but if you're just gonna dispute it straight away, then I need to develop my argument a little bit more before you.
No, I'm not. I just want to put forth one thing to you.
Go on.
That if you bastardize the word symbology like that, you can apply the word symbol to anything that you can visualize. Anything
it could be applied to anything.
Listen. Anything that you see with your eyes, anything that you hear, anything that you can touch, anything that you can taste, you can use the term symbol. So let's not play games here.
Our door is a symbol.
Anything is a symbol. If you wanna
then that's what I'm saying. Pretty much everything can be a symbol.
My God, if you want to utilize it like that, but when we use the term symbology, we understand what we're talking about. Stop playing dumb.
Dan, finish your point, innit? I think Ahmed
is dumb.
I don't know. Look, okay, a symbol usually has some sort of connection to reality, right? It's connected to. Fuck! I don't know if I'm even making sense. I mean, look, what Amarrzz is saying. I don't know, man. What I'm saying is when I.
Shall I explain it further?
Go on, Amarrzz.
So now we're gonna destroy the word symbol.
Okay.
Amarrzz, you just blew my mind, bro.
Can I just say one thing, Ahmed? Listen, don't get frustrated or don't get annoyed with people having different, because sometimes what happens is an idea is on the table and people will take it different directions and try and stretch that idea. You know what I mean? It can go different angles.
I'm just African.
Yeah, but you're kind of like,
well, look, let me hold on. Let me make a point. Let me make a point. Like, just super quick.
I didn't call anyone.
Right.
Hang on.
I'm gonna try.
Ahmed, 1 second, boys. 1 second, done. I'm gonna finish a good time. Ahmed, what symbolizes an African man?
Oh no!
I already covered that. I specifically said, listen to this. I specifically said.
What symbolizes an African man?
I specifically said you can bastardize the word symbol and apply it to anything you can taste, hear, see. That's a dumb way of using the word symbol. We know what we mean symbol when we say it, bro. Like, stop applying it to something natural. Something natural is not a symbol. It's natural. It's necessary.
So basically, when I said when God has created people in different nations and tribes, yeah, when you see the different variety of people of how they look and in different parts of the world, that symbolizes God's creation of variety. You know what I mean?
Cool. So there's no such thing as the.
So that in academia, in high IQ, you know what I mean, circles of the high IQ.
Don't let me gas you. Don't let me gas you up, Amarrzz, bro.
Okay, listen. Hold on. 1 minute. Let me make it this simple, yeah.
Amarrzz, the guy.
Wait. Let me simplify it for you. I'll make it very simple. What is the difference between let's say someone that appears to be a Russian, the symbol of a Russian, whatever that may be, and someone who does a West Coast gang sign in his hands. So if I was to do a West Coast symbol on my hands, yeah, then with my fingers, what's the difference between that and someone who's ethnically Russian? Do you even recognize the difference between the two?
I don't understand.
But if I were to, but like
I understand what you're saying.
like what you were saying before, hang on, let me explain to you. Like you were saying before, through observance, practicality, and beneficialism, whatever. You know what I mean? That what I can see practically. You know what I mean? If that guy got a Russian accent, I can practically hear that. You know what I mean? And observing, I can see the guy's got blonde hair, he's 6 foot tall, he's whatever. He's a stereotypical Russian. Yeah. And the third time, I mean, the beneficial of him doing the West Side, I know that he's a waste man, W for waste man. I mean, that's it. So that, whatever, I mean, I know what you mean. We're talking about, hang on. We're talking about symbology, yeah? And, you know what I mean? And what different things symbolizes, you know what I mean? So basically, in the Quran, we say we created different nations and tribes. It symbolizes the truth. You know what I mean?
Do you recognize the difference between a natural appearance and choosing to do something with your fingers?
Okay, well, I can recognize. If I see a black man, hang on. I'm gonna be true, completely honest with you. If I see a black man and a white man standing next to you, I will straight away think, okay, my man's from Africa. You know what I mean? Origination. And my man's from Europe, origination. Whereas the white man could be from South Africa. I know that the white man could be from South Africa, or the black man could be from UK. Until I hear them speak or speak to them, that's what I know. But for me, you know what I mean? From their appearance, the symbol of their appearance, yeah, I know that I can make a judgment from them. That's a natural symbol.
Let me say something. Ahmed.
That's just
okay. Are you saying the first person making the hand symbols and making the hand gestures, the gang signs, whatever? Are you saying he's doing it just to do it? So if you saying that's arbitrary?
I'm saying he's doing it just to do it because he's representing something with that symbology.
But you're not doing anything, you're just looking at somebody and someone looks at you, you're not doing anything, and they can symbolize, I mean, and you're symbolizing something. Just like that. An image can symbolize. If you were to draw an African person, how would you draw an African person? How would you symbolize an African person? Would you draw him white with blonde hair and blue eyes?
Amarrzz is passionate about
Let Ahmed.
I don't even know. Amarrzz, can you please chill out, bro? Like, just chill, fam.
You don't want the heat, Amarrzz, isn't it?
Like, where were we, man?
Yeah, I got 5 minutes. No, we get back to the topic.
I don't see how we went from symbology to ethnicity. Like, it's just amazing, one.
No, because you can consider ethnicity also symbolic. No, but it's identifier. There's not identifiers.
What it is if you accept, if you accept symbolism if you accept symbolism as a representation, obviously that's what it is, right? It's a different form of language. It's conveying something. It's communicating something. Right? So yeah, the physical being, a human being.
Does a human being does a human being have a choice in
from a dog or a monkey or whatever? And a person.
Does a human being have a choice in how they?
No, hold on.
Answer my question. Does a human?
But that doesn't matter into it. We're just saying, hold on. All the whole point is a physical thing representing an idea. Let's just say now a black man, if some people want to say like that, black man without opening his mouth to another person may represent somebody from the continent of Africa. It's not that deep. Like, let's move on.
Okay, back to what I was saying. Yeah, do you recognize the difference? Do you acknowledge that someone cannot change their ethnicity? They're born into that. However,
yeah, but that doesn't exclude that.
Please, can I finish
that doesn't exclude. Hold on, regardless of whether you're able to change it or not, that doesn't mean it doesn't represent something. It doesn't mean that it doesn't convey something.
What's the point?
Just a mere fact. Hold
the
on.
moment I respond, you're gonna
change your gender, Ahmed. Doesn't mean you don't represent.
Just let him respond.
Let him respond, Summayah. Let him respond.
Yeah. When I
Ahmed, you there?
I'm just amazed at how someone conduct themselves.
I listen. Just respond. Like you don't know point.
Shall we change the subject?
No.
Go on, just respond.
Yeah, I'm bored of it.
Listen. There is
That's
a difference.
That's free.
There is a difference. There is a difference someone cannot change their ethnicity. It is not a symbol. They have no choice in it. It's how they are born. However,
It means that, but who created this symbol?
I'm a sentence in.
Oh.
Fuck's sakes, bro. Every time, Samaroon, man.
Guys, let him finish. Let him finish. Stop triggering him, man. Go on, Ahmed. Ahmed, if they say something, just carry on. Just carry on, Ahmed. Go on.
I'm just amazed. All right, cool. Anyways, someone cannot change their ethnicity.
But what I was thinking, yeah. Sorry,
Amarrzz, please, innit?
Amarrzz, chill, man.
Someone cannot change their ethnicity. They have no choice in it. However, if I was to say I'm going to wear a red hat, I'm going to wear a red hat because I want to exclude myself from people who do not wear red hats and represent the red hat community, that is a symbol. There is a difference between ethnicity and representing a particular group.
Yeah, okay. I agree. Actually, I agree with you in the sense that obviously a person cannot change their race or their gender. So what they're representing, they have no input in. But even when you mention the red hat, what you're attaching is, yes, the choice to wear the red hat is yours, but you're attaching the idea, the reason that you're doing it is to exclude yourself from somebody else. That's where that statement I don't think is correct, because you just wearing a red hat is because you just want to wear a red hat. It doesn't necessarily mean you want to stand out from someone else.
Ahmed, all of us ask her, yeah.
I wanted to respond to her, but go on.
Yeah, well, all I'm gonna ask her, yeah. See, like you says, yeah, when someone's born a certain skin color, they're gonna control over that. Do you agree that? Right?
Yeah.
Because they got no control over that, what does that symbolize?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm surprised we're back there.
Yo, man's got the sandwich mouth right now. Big up to the sandwich that Ahmed's just eat, man. Sounds good.
That was cake, bro. That was cake, man.
Amarrzz, chill out, bruv.
I'm just baffled why Amarrzz keep bringing ethnicity to symbology. It's like
Amarrzz,
the difference.
It's not. Yeah, I'm not.
Actually, what I'm saying, you can explain it as symbology, because look, say if I wanted to marry, I'm only gonna marry.
You can explain anything as symbology. Anything.
Okay, and I want my child. Say I want my child to be somebody. I'm only gonna marry my women. Okay, is that symbology? Is that gang comes out?
Yo, Ahmed, language is symbolic. Everything is symbolic.
Anything.
No, but everything. Yeah, but within the semantic kind of world, like the universe, like that's everything is symbolic. Like our language is relatively arbitrary. Language is fairly arbitrary. Like I know what red is. But I didn't create the word red. There was no like I don't know. Like man, everything is semantics, is meaning.
I've already
negotiating meaning. It's labeling.
I think Ahmed's point is basically anything that isn't a necessity is therefore arbitrary. I think that was essentially what he's asked. He accepts that other part, I think.
I've already said everything could be considered a symbol. Everything, because that's how we can use language. However, the symbology that we are referring to is a symbol that you simply represent for the mere fact of representing a particular narrative. So I'm not talking about anything that is natural. Can we stop the natural comparisons here?
Give us an example, a real life example, so we can diagnose that. Then.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say I was to wear a particular jeans, because this particular jeans is the jeans that people that are skaters, people that like to skate on skateboards, this is the particular jeans that they are supposed to wear. And I wear that particular jeans just for that reason alone. For that reason alone, because
it's arbitrary.
Because it symbolizes that I'm a skater. That is a symbol. It's an arbitrary symbol because there is no observable practicality to it that I can find.
Ahmed, that's again like you're wearing a skateboard and you can't skateboard. That's like me. You know what I mean? Wearing some running shoes and a man's fucking driving a car.
No, the running shoes are practical. Like,
I'm not practically using them. I'm not practically using
Ahmed, tell me what's the wrong in that? Huh?
I don't know, it's a stupid analogy, man. It don't make sense. Talk about symbology where actual symbols are like a flag or some sort of
Fine, I just gave you one. Which symbol would you like?
Give me a one from a religious one, innit, bro? What are you talking about?
Okay,
jeans?
all right, from a
How's that jeans?
religious one.
Tell me which religion or which following wears jeans, skateboard jeans?
Jewish,
Anyway, okay, I can wear skateboard jeans because I like the way it looks.
Amarrzz, let him ask you to get on.
Wallahi, unbelievable.
Okay, Ahmed, I want you to define something for me. Well, what do you
real,
consider?
man, people are following it. For example, I'll give you one. The English flag. The English flag.
I gotta go. Big up Dan. Big up everyone. Salam.
All right, salam.
Big up Summayah. Yeah, man, big up. All right, let's keep it above board. Look, Ahmed's frustrated. Yeah, he's been on the panel for about 3 and a bit hours now, and he's been defensive from the jump. He's had to kind of defend himself from the jump. So let's work through this. He brought up the topic of symbology. Now we're getting a little bit deeper into what your kind of what your skin color can symbolize, if anything. What your I don't know. I mean, yeah. All right.
Let's talk about. Okay, I'm like the flag analogy. Let's talk about the flag analogy.
We can talk about flags. Cool.
Well, no, he brought up flags, so let's talk about that.
Well, let me ask this question: do you think would you imagine that people who are represented by a flag would look a certain way, like when you see like the
No, but Dan, like St. George's flag, the English flag represents St. George. St. George in it.
Okay, let me respond to that.
Who is St. George? Most people live in England don't know.
Yeah, I'm slowing down now anyway. But yeah, go on, Ahmed.
Yeah? Okay, first and foremost, let's leave ethnicity. Can we please stop going back there? I beg of you, lot, stop going back there. Now, let's talk about. I think I'm like the flag analogy, so let's talk about that. And I'm actually gonna be controversial here. I would argue that flags are a symbol. There's no denying that. But as a matter of fact, they're not arbitrary at all. And the reason I would argue that they are not arbitrary is because they represent a particular tax system and they represent particular laws. So they're not arbitrary because human beings have invested in that particular tax system and human beings are affected by those particular laws. So therefore, it is not arbitrary. It is practical.
Okay, can I say something? Say, okay, these specific flags, like the meanings, like the artwork, like how they were created and what they were meant to symbolize, isn't necessary.
How they were what?
Like what they were meant to symbolize, like these flags. You know, like the artwork on the flag, like how a flag looks, like what they're meant to symbolize wasn't necessary.
It doesn't symbolize the taxes, does it?
No, how a particular flag looks, the way it looks, you can argue that's arbitrary. There's no denying that. However, the flag itself is not arbitrary, I would argue, because it identifies a particular set of laws in a particular tax system which people are invested in. So it's practical.
What's wrong with doing that, like in means of religion? What's wrong? Like, what's wrong with that? You say it's okay for that reason, but when it comes to deen or
okay, cool. Wait, all right, let me respond to that. Yeah. Okay, let me respond to that because the tax system is observably beneficial and it is practical. We can observe the effects that it has. In terms of the laws, the laws again, we can observe the effects of the laws. You understand? So they're both observably beneficial. They are practical. If you can,
do we have laws?
Let me finish.
As Muslims, do we have laws?
Let me finish. Samaroon, I beg of you, bro. Once I finish, I guarantee I'll say,
all right,
it's your turn. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, if you can tell me the practical, observable benefits of those of the religious symbols, then go ahead, please do so. Over to you.
Okay, I consider there's benefit in anything we wear, because there's a reason for why we wear it. And then in the Quran, okay, you say you're a Quranist, right? And you believe in the Quran wholeheartedly. Well, alhamdulillah. Okay, and did Allah tell us to distinguish ourselves from other people, from the mushrikeen, from the polytheists, from, like, you know what I mean?
You're gonna have to refer to the particular context that you're referring to. What I can guarantee you.
Allah, but did Allah tell us
you
not
gotta
to
let me. You
distinguish
asked me a
ourselves?
question. You gotta let me respond, innit, man? Come
Okay.
on, man. All right. So as I was saying, there is no context or verse in the Quran that talks about arbitrary symbology to separate yourself from the polytheists that I have found in the Quran. You can show it to me, but I have not found it. Over to you.
What does distinguish yourself mean? What is making yourself look different from the polytheists mean?
No, see, it's one thing to say distinguish yourself. It's another thing to say make yourself look different. I guarantee you the statement of make yourself look different does not exist in the Quran. The word distinguish may exist, but the word distinguish would depend on the context.
How is it
does
understood?
not necessarily have anything to do with appearance.
How is it understood? Like by that in that time period, how did they understand?
Words have definitions, so the Arabs at that time is irrelevant. The words have definitions. We can read it ourselves.
Of course. And then you would take it as make yourself look different or distinguish yourself from the. I say, but you wouldn't take it as to make yourself look different from the people that are attacking us, the people that are worshiping idols, etc.
No,
you know
what you are doing is you seem to be not content with what the Quran says, and you're adding your own narrative. You should be happy.
Well, you do that all the time.
Let me finish. You should be happy with whatever narrative that is found in the Quran. So if you can find me the context in the Quran that leads you to believe that it has anything to do with appearance, please do so. But don't assume anything. Over to you.
Okay.
So what was the Ahmed? What was the claim?
The whole argument that we seem to be having for God knows for a couple of hours is arbitrary symbols are aggressive. That's my argument. Arbitrary symbols are aggressive.
Okay. Find arbitrary, please.
If it's not observably beneficial and practical, it's arbitrary.
Okay.
If it does not improve your life,
just say for example,
if it does not improve your life or somebody else's life, is arbitrary.
Okay, look, I'm just going to give an example. So, for example, the Sikh symbol, the Gurdwara, for a Sikh who goes into a different land away from his homeland, he can see that symbol in the Gurdwara. If he had nothing to eat, he can go and eat from there. So that symbol, for him observing it is beneficial and it's practical for him to go and eat from there and fill his belly.
Yeah, but so again, what you did there, Amarrzz, is you just proved my point.
What was your point?
Okay, my point is that those symbols, they create gang mentality. So
no, it's not gang mentality. How's that gang mentality? Hang on. 1 minute. Hang on. It's not gang. I talked about the Sikh symbol there. I talked about the Sikh symbol. The Sikh symbol, even a non-Sikh can see that Sikh symbol and know that food can get served in the Gurdwara and benefit from that. So how's that gang mentality? That symbol is actually quite beneficial.
All right, good question. Very good question. If anybody can eat there, then what's the purpose of the symbol?
The symbol is to know that you get the food there. The symbol that
he just told you what the symbol was.
You know the men's there and the women's there. The purpose is you don't go into the women's to take a shit.
Fuck's sakes. Bro, why are you so aggressive, man? Chill, man.
No, this is Amarrzz.
You come across like you're very.
Fuck's sakes, bro.
Ahmed is rich. Ahmed, you're going against the whole definition of arbitrary. You're going against the whole definition of arbitrary.
Do you have a lot of nut in you? You need to bust a nut or something. Like, chill, my dude.
You're going against.
You need to bust a nut.
Ahmed, you're going against the whole definition of arbitrary.
Come through, EB.
Ahmed, you're going against the whole definition, my friend.
Okay, what is the definition of arbitrary?
The definition of arbitrary is based on random choice or personal whim rather than any reason or system. So any symbolism that comes from religion is not random whim.
It is random. If it does not improve your life or somebody else's life, by definition, is random whim.
Listen to what
how else
listen
would you
to
define?
the definition. Listen to the definition. Listen to the definition. The definition separates random whim and system. Is religion a system?
No. Don't just pick.
He got you there, no. He got you there.
That's 4 L's today, bro. Wow.
Oh
Listen, that man's out, innit?
You know this. You know this. You know this.
Big up everyone.
Mic drop.
Ahmed loves definition. Give him the definition. He starts waffling.
You're amazing, my brother.
You're wobbling.
Stop patting yourself on the back, man.
Yo,
just chill out.
All I'm gonna say is there's certain people.
I'm not patting myself on the back.
Understand?
It's just
Ahmed.
It's just a definition. It's just a definition.
Do you understand?
It's just a definition, Ahmed.
My God, fucking hell, bro. Let me know when I can speak in it. Fuck's sakes.
Go on, Ahmed. You can, but just try and make sense, though.
Anyways, okay, you're gonna speak to me about sense. Yeah. Okay, listen. When you hear, what's the definition you just read? You read random whim, right? The opposite.
The definition I just read is based on random choice or personal whim, comma, rather than any reason or system.
Any reason or what? Any reason or what?
Any reason or system. Okay. A religion is a system.
Well, hold on. It's one thing to argue a religion is a system. It's another thing to argue a particular symbology is a system. So stop trying to evade the symbology question by hanging.
So religious symbology comes from a system. Religious symbology comes from a system.
Sakes, bro. A sentence. You know what? Fuck it. You lot talk to each other, innit? Fuck it, bro.
No, it's dodgy, Sal. It's dodgy.
Fuck's sakes, wallahi.
You gotta stop, Ahmed. You gotta stop, Ahmed.
No, stop him. Wallahi, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's dodgy.
Like, once you finish talking and someone else is talking, let that person finish, and then you're gonna talk, innit? Like,
it's dodgy, well,
fuck's sake.
Sheikh.
Anyways, as I was saying, a system is a method, and a method is developed to reach a goal, to reach a certain destination, and that destination improves one's life. Now, a deen, a religion, could be considered a system. That's not a problem. However, religious symbology is a separate discussion. For example, you and I both know that the Quran itself does not promote any symbology of any kind. So you're not gonna hide away from this symbology question by using the deen. That's not gonna happen. Now, as for the definition of random whim and the opposite being practicality, the two are opposites. If something is practical, it is by definition not a random whim. If something is random whim, it will not be practical. So, for example, if someone's got hair hanging on the side of their heads, there is nothing practical that you can observe, because whatever he's got in his life, however that individual feels in terms of their health, whatever that individual has in terms of their finance, you will find other people who have exactly the same, if not more than that individual, although they do not have the locks on the side of their hair. That proves to you that the locks on the side of their hair is arbitrary. It's random. It's not practical.
Okay, I understand that, but what's your point?
Don't understand. This guy does not understand the definition. He still doesn't understand the definition.
Seconds and I'm nearly done. Couple seconds and I'm nearly done. Yeah? There's nothing you can observe that will make you there's nothing you can observe from someone having locks on the sides of their head that improves their life. You cannot observe it. However, if someone wants to say, oh, it's in my religion and this is what we're supposed to do in my religion, that's called subjective. That's not objective. We're talking about what you can observe. What you can observe is objective. It's not subjective. You understand? What you can observe can be measured. It can be tested. unless it's a delusion, unless it's a dream. It can be tested. If you can observe something, you can test it. You understand what I'm saying to you? So
I understand. Okay.
as I was saying,
if the Jews, if the Jews, this guy's bruv, if the Jews wearing their hair,
those locks on the sides are arbitrary.
Yeah.
Unless you can tell me it's practical.
Those locks on the side, okay, those locks on the side, is it part of their religion?
It's irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant.
You see, he doesn't want to answer the question. He doesn't want to answer the question.
Oh my God. EB, bro, you're a grown man. You understand English, right? Irrelevant.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I am answering the question. If you understand English, the term irrelevant is actually a sufficient answer.
No, you're not answering the question. Just yes or no.
Oh my God.
It's a yes or it's a simple yes or no.
God, how fucking dumb can you get? Listen to
it's simple yes or no.
It's a simple yes. I'm God's witness.
But you know what it is?
I gotta go pick up
Samaroon. It's pure English. Pure English. You understand what the term irrelevant means, right?
He's like a chick. He's like a chick, fam.
Okay. EB, respond to what I'm saying instead of just demanding shit. It is irrelevant unless you can tell me the relevance of their religion.
There's no point.
Something that is practical. What is the relevance of their religion to something that is either practical or it's not?
Salam. A religion, if it's part of a religion and it's part of a system, it's not arbitrary.
Oh my God! For fuck's sakes, man! Yo. What's the point of talking to someone?
Understand the definition, man. Understand that you don't understand the definition.
Okay, is it practical? Is it practical?
Did the definition mention anything about practicality?
Answer the question. Is it practical?
Your question is irrelevant. Your question is irrelevant.
We've got. I think we've got.
Okay. Do you understand what a personal whim is?
Yes, personal desire. Yes.
Okay, how can you prove that this is not a personal desire?
Because it's part of a system.
How can you prove that the entire system is not a personal desire?
How can I prove it's their system?
Are you now?
Yeah, but does that mean that it's not a personal desire? Can I create a system that is based on my personal desire?
But bro, that's what.
No, because they're following it. They're not following their desires. They're following the scripture.
Answer my question. Can I create a system based on my personal desire?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with Jews?
So how do you know whether they've done so or not?
I believe.
Can you prove your belief? Can you give reasons for your belief?
Yeah, I believe that them wearing their hair in that fashion is part of their religion. That's what I believe.
You just repeating the same thing.
I don't believe. I'm telling you what I don't believe. Let me finish. You kept talking for 10 hours and now you don't want me to speak. I'm just telling you.
Go ahead.
I believe, right, that their practice of wearing their hair in that fashion is part of their religion, which is them. It's not arbitrary. Simple as that.
Okay. You think you responded, but you didn't. First and foremost, you do not believe that it's part of their religion. That is something that we know. They tell us that it's part of their religion. So that was a useless statement to make. Secondly, saying that let me finish. Secondly, saying because it's part of their religion, it is not arbitrary, doesn't follow. Because that's assuming that their religion is not based on personal desire. How do you know? How do you know it's not based on personal desire, personal whim?
If it was based on personal desire, do they all do it? You're telling me they all have the same desires?
Why not?
Do you see how?
Why?
So you're telling me every Jew that wears their hair in that fashion has a personal whim desire to wear their hair in that fashion?
There is a lot of people who like the color yellow. They
happen
to be in the blue. They happen to be.
My friend, you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Fuck, you know.
The question is, are you telling me that every Jew that wears their hair in that fashion desires to wear that hair in that fashion?
Yes, I'm saying they desire so because there is no evidence to the contrary. Do you have evidence that it's beneficial?
Okay.
Answer my
question. What's the definition got to do with practical and what's the definition got to do with practical?
Because that is the opposite to a personal whim. It's literally the opposite to a personal whim. It's something that is practical. then it's
no.
not
The opposite to a personal. No, the opposite to a personal whim is following a system.
For fuck's sake, bro! I'm talking to someone with limited English, bro. Well, you've literally got limited English, EB, and you still have the audacity to argue, fam.
Ahmed, you're all over the place, bro. You're telling me Jews wear their hair because they all have the same desire. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know how? Do you know how ridiculous you sound right now?
I'm the one
do you know how ridiculous you
sound?
Do you know how ridiculous you sound? Do you know how ridiculous you sound when you say a Jew wears their hair like that because of their desires? Are you serious?
Bro, you know what, EB? You know it all. You're never fucking wrong. You know it all. Daphne, EB, fam. Peace out, bro. You've literally got limited English and you're still patting yourself in the back. Pathetic, bro. Peace out, man. All right, bless up, Dan, bro. Bless up. One.
Oi. Into that one.
Yo,
fucking hell.
Yo. Ahmed's a classic, man. He's a classic.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there was a point. I mean,
apparently.
The danger with his argument is that it's a slippery slope towards the arbitrary nature of religions. You could just say that any system is arbitrary, and then I don't know, and then it gets a little bit tricky. So I'm not sure, man.
No, the whole craziness of it is he's saying that Jews wear their hair in that fashion out of desire. If it was out of desire, how comes they all do it? You're telling me that every Jew has the same desire to wear their hair in that fashion?
Yeah, I don't agree. I mean, the system is put into place. I mean, the choice is limited once you're born into that system.
Exactly.
You're going to...
And in the definition, the opposite of arbitrary is a system.
Big up to Word in the that. He said, get some open-minded people on the panel that know how to discuss, and then get Ahmed on. Ahmed can discuss, man. Ahmed's he's cool. I think he's been on the panel for a little while now, not for about 4 hours, and he's probably just a little bit tired out and whatever else. So he'll be back, no doubt. But well, I think that's the discussion. We were talking about symbology and whether or not symbology or kind of symbols are divisive or are kind of like rallying cry, kind of unite around, or I don't know. I think maybe the symbols mean more when you're kind of living in a foreign place. You're a minority, distinguishing yourself from others who may be from a different ethnic group or whatever, may be more important. But then that has I mean, there's tension there. There's always like social tension when you get a new group that looks and dresses different, move into a place where there's been like a relative amount of like homogeneity. But I don't know, man. To me, when I see.
I mean, the only reason there'd be tension is because you're insecure. If I was confident about because why would I have tension to someone else that looks different to me if I'm not insecure?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this the other day.
If I'm comfortable with who I am, why would I be bothered?
Well, for example, so there's in the case of Islam, right? People have been made to feel uncomfortable about Islam, Muslims, people who wear their beard in a certain way. There's been this talk about security risks of people wearing jilbabs or niqabs or whatever.
The face
veils and that sort of thing. And I mean, I suppose in that sense, if you condition the kind of native population to, I don't know, be resistant to or to be suspicious of particular symbology or particular religious symbols, then I mean they're not then in their right mind, I would say. I wouldn't necessarily say that I mean, you look at it, like there's Sikhs who've had their turbans knocked off and been attacked because they appear to be somewhat close to Muslims. There's people who can't distinguish Sikhs from Muslims, you know, to this day, despite the attempts at kind of standing out. And I suppose, yeah, for Sikhs who are then attacked, they go out of their way to kind of reinforce the symbology and make it clear to people who may not be aware of what the symbols are that's what the symbols mean. I don't know, man. I mean, we were talking about gang culture as well, and gangs, and you know, colours representing certain things, and then Amarrzz brought up nations, and we started talking about like ethnicity and stuff.
Yeah, but I guess it's also how you promote the culture, right? So all that symbology. I mean,
yeah,
if no one's, you know, putting.
Yeah, 100%. It's like the you know, like the Ku Klux Klan hoods. They symbolize, I don't know, burning crosses and terror, and yeah, I don't know. You know, and I think perhaps they set out to distinguish themselves from, I don't know, some other religious order, Christian religious order that didn't wear hoods, and wearing the hoods. I don't know. It's weird, man. But yeah, I think there was something in that discussion, but maybe we got a little bit too caught up in the nuance. But big up Ahmed, same way. Big up to yourself as well, EB. I guess, yeah, Ahmed, you know how he is anyway, man. You know how he is.
Ahmed is a classic, man.
What's this about him saying you can't speak English or something?
I don't know. I mean, I mean, no one. I never claimed to be a professor in English.
But it's your first language, isn't it?
I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I couldn't speak English, but then when I brought him the definition of, you know, what arbitrary is, he just totally went against it. So it's very interesting.
Ahmed, when you get a chance, man, yeah, come back and maybe clarify it on get a little bit of space. Was that just jumped on? Ali Khan jumped on and jumped off. Ali Khan jumped on and jumped off.
Okay. So what other topics have you been currently thinking about?
What were we talking about? Yesterday we were talking about the Tommy Robinson speech, his new party and this new movement, and his sort of changing of his, or adjusting of his position on LGBT, on it be a bit more inclusive of the Muslims who are protesting on the street at the moment. But that was yesterday.
But I don't think he's changed it. I think he's always been against the transgender agenda.
I see. That's interesting, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So this is like.
I mean, he clearly said he was for gay rights, but he's not for the transgender sort of indoctrination that a girl can be a boy can be a girl, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you touched on that when you came on. Like, yeah, just anyone who's sort of doing their own thing, do your own thing, and don't let Tommy sort of hijack the movement. But yeah, that was probably the most recent thing. There was some shit that happened at Speaker's Corner yesterday that we were discussing as well. That Isabella girl, she was back at the corner, and she got arrested again. But yeah. Truth, I don't know. Were you on the panel yesterday when that happened? I don't know if Truth's got any perspective on that.
I was there, bruv. Yeah, I was as shocked as you, man, because she did the same thing a couple of months ago as well.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's like a cry for help, a cry for attention sort of thing?
Do you know what? I couldn't tell you, because the thing about her, yeah, she's got a crazy background. She got with Braden. She had a boyfriend at the time. She's got a little kid, so she's got all kinds of stuff going on in her life. So I don't know what's going on with that girl, man. But it's not good.
Yeah, I don't think the corner is a good place for people who are vulnerable, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. These cameras are a hell of a thing, man. kind of make or break themselves with these platforms. But
so she got arrested. Has she been taken to like an asylum, or is it just getting arrested for disturbing the peace, or do you know?
This is the thing, man. To me, Isabella seemed to be just like an individual who turned up at the park and briefly participated in some like online drama, and then kind of like left. I don't think she had many allies. I don't think she. I don't know. She hasn't really got any friends at the park. Like Braden wasn't there, Real wasn't there, so her going down to the park is kind of a bit of a futile exercise. New cameramen down there, other conversations that don't involve you going on down there. It's not like you've jumped onto a panel, you're the topic, but you've turned up at the park and tried to kind of make a scene for something. But yeah, it's a shame, man. We got Princess Dominique.
But what's funny is that the first time you ever saw her, she had latched onto Braden big time. Out of all the people, that he was the one that caught her attention. I find that quite strange.
I mean, Braden's a character, isn't he? He's sort of been around on the scene for a little while. Prominent-ish. I mean, he's not super prominent, but he stands out because he's outspoken. I guess that's what you'd say about it. Not in a good way necessarily, but yeah, definitely gets people's attention. So I don't think it's impossible that she could have, like, I don't know, stumbled across a Braden video, or I'll go down to Speaker's Corner, I'll get on this Tommy Robinson thing. Like, she was slightly into politics, I think. But
who's this? Isabella?
Isabella, yeah, Isabella.
You know, she became Muslim for one day.
Yeah, that was stupid, man.
Oh yeah, yeah, she did. I don't know, man. That park seems to be a bit of a weird launching board for like Z-list online characters, and I kind of build up a little bit of a following. And I don't know, man. It's a shame because if you're not going down to the park for like a real.
Yes, Dad. What's happening?
Maulid boy is here. The Maulid boy.
Isabella, your mate Isabella Amarrzz, she was rolling around in the park yesterday.
Who's Isabella?
Your little your lady friend.
Which one?
Which one? He says. He's got drowning in gash.
He got fucking hell. It's a big amount of gas. Anyway, fucking. Now I'm just saying which Isabella is this, because I know a few Isabellas.
No, man. The Isabella. Speaker's
I don't know Isabella. Who is she? Is she a Speaker's Corner regular or something?
If you don't know,
she goes to the Maulid thing.
If you don't know,
she goes to the Maulid celebration.
You know what?
She goes to Muta.
No, man. It's not actually that important. There was a lull in conversation, and yeah, it was because it was decent, but
she goes on the Maulid
procession. I think you got.
What you got this kid on here for, Dan, man? What you got this little kid on here for, man?
Bruv, he's following you around, man. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I come here, he's already on here, man. Okay, little idiot, man.
Ali Khan, you finished college yet?
He ain't even finished puberty yet, let alone college.
Bro, at least have qualifications.
Yeah, qualifications, okay.
Yo,
Ali Khan firing shots, man.
Yeah, what qualifications have you got? What qualifications have you got?
You're just a cowboy builder, bro.
Okay.
Go back into more building jobs, you cowboy.
Okay, I'm not a builder, for your information. I'm not a builder, for your information.
You even told me live on a stream that you were a cowboy builder.
No, I
heard you're a male stripper.
I said I work in construction. I don't say I was a builder.
Bro, how many Asians work in construction? It's all just cowboy builders, bro.
Okay, well, I work in construction. I'm not a builder.
What are you saying? Amarrzz, do you build Shia mosques?
No.
Mr. Amarrzz, can I do an impression of you, please?
Yeah, of course you can.
Shut the fuck up, dickhead! Why are you fucking interrupting me?
That was a fucking Yorkshire version of me, you can't.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, man.
Amarrzz.
Okay.
Yeah, mate. Madness. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's been going on? What's been going on in the world of Amarrzz? I heard someone told me you were going down to Speaker's Corner to go and defend this Moleed cake business, but I don't know if that was a rumor.
No, I don't need to defend no Moleed cake. I don't think do no cake business. This is just slander. There are people who have been sore because of the debated me, and I've refuted them and schooled them silly, and that's why this cake business has come along and everything.
At least my scholars don't go around claiming to have drinking rat poison. Like Asif drinking rat poison.
Okay, what's rat poison to do with Moleed?
The guy who defends Moleed. So basically, your Donny, Asar Rashid, was drinking rat poison.
My Donny. How is he my Donny? How is he my sheikh? How is he my boy? How is he my sheikh?
He's your boy, and he was going around in a debate with
How
Christians.
is he my boy? How is he my boy? How is he my boy?
You used to go around bigging him up until he got exposed.
I've never bigged him up at all. Have you guys seen any videos? Have you seen it on my channel? Who have I got on my channel? Have I got him on my channel?
No.
Yeah, so how is he my boy?
Silence.
Pin drop. You get me? That's why we little kids, man. Go through puberty first. Let your voice fully break, then come back. You get me? You know what I mean? I think only half a bollock has dropped. Let the other 1.5 drop. You know what I mean? Then you'll probably be alright. Yeah. Anyway. Dan. The man.
Wait, Dan, have you heard this? Based Welshman grassed Isabella up. Apparently. Someone in the comment section wrote this.
Oh yeah, Rooted Welsh. He got Rooted Welsh. I think he told me he had a fight with Base Welshman. I don't know if that's true. Just deleted this comment as well, so who knows. Fucking hell, 4 new cases of coronavirus, yeah? Amarrzz, we saying, are you wearing a gas mask? You wearing one of them masks out in public? I think that's annoying then.
It's like in my city, it's culture. It's actually culture for Chinese people just to go around wearing gas masks because they do it. Ask one of them why do you do it. He says I do it to protect myself from the pollution. Because in China there's a lot of pollution. It's just culture to wear gas masks. We wear them here in England too.
It's not just that. It's if you're ill. Yeah, if you're ill, you don't want to spread it to other people. That's why they do it.
No, but is there?
Trust me.
I asked them. They say it's pollution because they don't want the pollution to get in their mouth. They wear a mask to stop the pollution getting in their mouth.
Yo, Ali Khan, I heard there's not many men in your family, mostly women that you've been raised with, isn't it?
Amarrzz, it's got nothing to do. Bro, I know where you walk, bro, and I know where you pray in it. So you better not mess with me. I can walk to Birmingham.
Oh! Yeah, where do I pray, bro?
You pray in the mosque. Birmingham,
there's no such thing called Asrar Rashid Mosque.
Tongue sandwich, Birmingham.
There's that central mosque in it. I know where you pray, so you don't want to mess about with me. Because I was walking to that mosque on a Friday.
Okay. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna make a threat online?
Huh?
Are you making a threat online?
Nothing. I'm gonna go there and pray, and I want
to
talk.
Yeah, because you can't do anything else, can you? Because you're a little kid. You're a little kid in it.
I'll drive up to Birmingham for you, okay?
You drive? What? On your tricycle? You drive them things nowadays.
Bro, you coming on this panel when next man is showing Islam on a panel and they've got 130 viewers and they're attacking your religion and you're coming on here. Atheism should be your biggest worry, not me, bro.
What do you mean atheism? Atheism is not my worry. I've got no problem with atheists. Why is atheism my worry? My worry is what my destination is going to be. That's what my worry is. Do you get me? Why do I have to worry about atheists? Atheists have to worry about themselves. What do I have to worry about them for?
Man's attacking your religion on a live panel with 130 viewers. Yeah, I'm your biggest worry. Okay, Amarrzz, okay.
Okay, I don't see 130 viewers here, and I don't see anyone attacking my religion.
On here, bro, on another channel.
Yeah, that's standard though, Ali. That's G Block, man. Big up G Block.
Huh?
Yeah, big up G Block. I don't actually know what's happening. What's going on over there? Who's over there at the moment?
What's happening there? Do you want me to go over there then?
I don't know. I don't think they let you on over there.
Why? What's happening? The slating Muslims.
I don't actually think. I don't know what's going on. Zabida's over there. I don't know.
No, fuck. I don't want to go then. Fucking Zabida's over there. What's the point? Fucking.
Zubida, she's a bida.
And you're an idiot, Ali. Come on, man. You need to fucking get a girlfriend or something, or get married, man. Stop fucking. Rubbing off your fucking fingerprints. Yes, bro.
Right. I reckon on that note, I'm gonna lock it off for now and probably start up a stream again in a little while. Big up to the people who tuned in. I'm probably gonna go and set up a little mix and just just play some tunes for a little while.
Say that again.
If you want to come over and listen, I'll be spamming the link in the chat. Please do also subscribe because it's the backup channel. Big up to the panelists today. Big up to Ali Khan. Big up to Mr. Amarrzz. Big up to Truth. We've had Raj. No, Raj went on the panel, was he?
Hassan, M-Stocks, Maverick, Samaroon.
There's been a bag of people since yesterday. Big up to Ahmed. Big up to Askgetti. Big up Asif. Big up to Ayil. Big up to Betty. BornRichClubs. Buddabing. DCBrad. Big up to EB. Big up to Empress Becka. Big up to Ghost. Big up Halima. Big up to Hassan Sabbah. Big up Jordan M. Big up to Khan. Big up Lister. Big up Grey Dunya. Melanated Goddess. M Stacks. Big up Mr. Amarrzz again. Big up NasTV. Big up to Samaroon. Shahid. Shisul. Summayah. TYO, Ultra Funky, Velle Water. Yeah, everyone who's been on, man. Big up, big up, big up, big up. And we'll be back on later on. Stay around in the chat for the link. I'll get the